Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to everyone. It's our greatest honor to have you welcome on OncoDaily Virtual Summit on how I treat cervical cancer in 2026. It is our greatest honor and pleasure of having so many researchers, patient educators, physicians, and world-renowned leaders to join today on this Cervical Cancer Awareness Month to discuss the scientific sections and also to see the global voices and global origin of cervical cancer in the world. Our greatest honor is to give the welcoming speech to Her Excellency Dr. Zainab Shingafu Bagudzu, UICC President-elect, to open the session. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome to the OncoDaily Cervical Cancer Summit 2026. I congratulate the organizers for sustaining this important conversation in this January, the month of cervical cancer awareness. Cervical cancer remains the greatest exemplar of health inequities in the world. It is a disease that on record over 600,000 women are diagnosed with a year. Yet half of them end up in death. The thing about cervical cancer is that it is largely preventable. For this reason, WHO initiated the Cervical Cancer Elimination Initiative, which focuses on three pillars of vaccination, screening, and early treatment. The vaccination, the screening, and the early-treatment elements all depend very greatly on the ability and knowledge and awareness of the tools that we have at our disposal to eliminate this disease. Therefore, taking the theme of awareness is very topical for this year's summit. It is my hope that we will have a very inclusive conversation that will bring to light the innovative advancements that we have in cervical cancer treatment diagnosis, such as sampling, cell sampling. However, we must continue to look at all these initiatives in the right cultural context. What is good for A might not necessarily be good for A. We must also move away from the theme of we can just vaccinate using any available vaccines. There are nanobillion vaccines, and increasingly low middle income countries must insist on being supplied with the vaccine as opposed to bivalent, so that we have an increased chance of curing the disease and preventing the disease amongst our women. There are just too many women that are lying undiagnosed and untreated with cervical cancer. And the time to end that is now. I wish you a very successful summit, and we look forward to seeing you in 2027.
Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe to OncoDaily on YouTube. Hit
Thanks, Her Excellency, for this excellent opening and to discussing this most important topic and giving the hardest and the most warmful welcome to our conference. And we're moving forward, and we have the next keynote speaker, and we're very honored to have her today with us. It's Dr. Karen Campbell, who is the lead of Cancer Elimination Collaboration in Sydney School of Public Health, the University of Sydney, Australia. And she will be speaking about using evidence to save lives via cervical cancer elimination programs and challenges to date.
Hello, my name is Karen Cantfell. I'm from the Cancer Elimination Collaboration at the University of Sydney in Australia. And I'm very sorry that I can't join you live today, but I'm very grateful to have been asked by OncoDaily to help set the scene for what looks like an absolutely fascinating agenda. So I will be talking about the evidence base supporting cervical cancer elimination and how that's given us the opportunity to save lives. And I'll also be talking both at my national level using Australia as a case study example, but also at the global level about progress and challenges to date. I just want to start by disclosing my investigator-initiated projects as shown on the slide. So cervical cancer has a very high burden, but it also demonstrates immense inequity, which essentially reflects historical lack of access to cervical screening services. And that inequity is very manifest at the global level, but also at the subnational level within countries. On the left, you can see the overall statistics. It's the fourth most common cancer in women worldwide, with over 660,000 cases, over 340,000 deaths every year. But on the right, you can see this inequitable distribution with the highest incidence ranking or caseload in countries in sub-Saharan Africa, in the Indo-Pacific, and in parts of Latin America. Furthermore, this is a cancer that particularly impacts not only women over the age of 45, but also younger women. And in this group, actually cervical cancer is number 1 or number 2 cancers in more than 80% of countries worldwide. So this is a cancer that has particular impact on young women and therefore child rearing and families. Therefore, cervical cancer has severe intergenerational consequences. And this is a really important study done by Valerie McCormack and team at the International Agency for Research on Cancer, looking at the number of maternal orphans or children who lose a mother to cancer. Overall, it's about 1 million new maternal orphans every year from cancer, as shown on the left. But really critically, cervical cancer is one of the top contributors to this, generating 1/5 of those orphans, or over 200,000 new maternal orphans every year. And this is a tragedy. And yet all of these consequences at the global level, all of these profound consequences on women and families are completely avoidable. And the reason for that is that we now have a long-standing understanding of the viral etiology of cervical cancer, dating from some of the earliest epidemiological associations, and a key paper is shown here on the left. And also, of course, by Harold Zurhansen and team, for which they received a Nobel Prize, the identification of papillomavirus DNA in cervical cancer samples, and the identification of the different HPV types and the etiology of their role in cervical cancer. So it's that clear-eyed understanding of that viral etiology that has led directly to 2 of the most effective interventions ever developed across cancer control. The first of these is prophylactic HPV vaccines, which were really trialled and rolled out in the early to mid-2000s. And without being able to go through all of the data on HPV vaccines, the key point to make is that they are incredibly effective if delivered before exposure to a relevant HPV type, with efficacy in that situation of 95 to 100%. Here's some of the real data the real-world data that's emerged on vaccine effectiveness. This is from an important linkage study conducted in Sweden by J.R. Joachim Dillner and colleagues, just showing the real-world impact of on invasive cervical cancer of vaccination in young women in Sweden. The key point here is, and you can see the results on the right, that women who had been vaccinated in a catch-up phase between 17 and 30 years of age derived some protection, but those who had been vaccinated at a young age before likely exposure to HPV, less than 17 years of age, derived over 90% protection. And this is really key for understanding the long-term efficacy of HPV vaccination. A really important development has been the mounting evidence over time to support reduced dose schedules. So the HPV vaccine, when it was first rolled out to market, involved 3 doses. This was eventually reduced to 2. And then in 2022, the WHO published a position paper recommending 1 or 2 doses for girls aged 9 to 14 years. And you'll see some of the key publications and studies on this slide. But this is absolutely a game changer, both for equity and for access, both in terms of pricing and ease of delivery. And I think we're already seeing the benefits through the recent exciting announcement by Gavi, the Global Vaccine Alliance, that over 80 million girls had been vaccinated in low and middle income countries, in fact, ahead of schedule in 2025. And a big enabler for this was the one-dose vaccination opportunity. So I mentioned before there were two key developments and two incredibly effective interventions that have derived from the insight that HPV is the causal factor in cervical cancer. And the second intervention, we talked about prophylactic vaccination, but the second is primary HPV-based screening. So using HPV molecular testing at a population level to screen for HPV and thus to screen for risk of developing invasive cervical cancer. Again, there's a lot of data to summarize, of course, but I like to go straight to this absolutely key result. This is pooled data from 4 European trials, over 176,000 women, looking at the outcomes for incident invasive cervical cancer. And this is trials comparing cytology or pap smear screening with primary HPV screening. And you can see both on the left in all randomized women and on the right women who had a negative test at entry, meaning they were considered screen negative and put back to routine recall. You can see this much lower risk of developing invasive cervical cancer in HPV screen women. In fact, a 60 to 70% lower risk compared to cytology. So this is a fantastically effective screening test because it tests for the causal agent in cervical cancer. The other benefit of HPV-based screening is that it can be optimized to work much more effectively in a vaccinated population. And just to mention that evidence base about screening as a population that has been offered HPV vaccination, ages to the age of cervical screening, is being built over time. And we have a major trial in Australia called COMPASS of over 80,000 individually randomized women, which is providing emergent evidence on optimizing HPV primary screening approaches in vaccinated populations. And here's some of the exciting data coming out of the COMPASS trial, which really shows us, I think, the power of primary HPV screening to really give us fantastic insights into a woman's future risk of developing high-grade precancerous disease or invasive cancer, depending on her HPV status and type. So here are the results for the cumulative risk of CIN3+, the most serious grade of precancer or invasive cancer. This is in a population that has been offered HPV vaccination and there's been a high level of uptake. But even in such a population, of course, not everyone will be protected against developing CIN3+. That's because not everyone is individually vaccinated. Also, in a catch-up phase, some people are vaccinated after exposure, so it may not be effective. And so all of these factors come into play, and our screening test needs to be able to still, despite all of this, distinguish women at risk, which it does very effectively via just looking at HPV status. So here you can see the results, depending on HPV results at the time zero, which is the first screening test. You can see women who had HPV 16 or 18, the types implicated in over 70% of cervical cancers, were at a higher than 40% risk of developing CIN3+. You can see women who had other high-risk types were at about a 9% risk, so an intermediate risk. And you can see that those women who were HPV negative were at an incredibly low risk of developing CIN3+ in the next 5 to 7 years. Compared to HPV negative women at baseline, the long-term risk of CIN3 were increased by a huge factor, over 200 in that group shown in red, those with HPV 16 and 18, and over 40 in those with other HPV types. So the key thing I think to appreciate here is that this gives us powerful information in the screening program, because the point, of course, is to test at time zero and then manage those risks for those women appropriate to the risk stratification that you can see. And that's exactly what we do in primary HPV-based screening. I'd now like to turn to Australia as a case study for cervical cancer elimination. And this has been a sort of important experience, I think, in the period particularly leading up to the establishment of the WHO strategy in 2020 that helped inform our thinking about elimination. Now, Australia, population-wise, of course, is a small country. We have still 250 women dying of cervical cancer every year, and every one of those is a tragedy. And that picture also reflects considerable inequity because, again, we have many populations that are underserved or not best served by the current programs. But I guess we need to keep in mind that that is a drop in the ocean in terms of the global burden of disease. And in fact, that's less than 1 in 1,000 of the deaths that occur every year. So Australia is important perhaps as an experience, not necessarily because of that contribution to the global burden and eradicating cervical cancer at that level, but more because it's a model of, we hope, a way forward. And in fact, I think the key success in Australia has really been acting across the cancer control spectrum, making sure there's coordinated efforts between primary prevention with vaccination, secondary prevention with HPV-based screening, and then establishing high levels of access to pre-invasive and invasive cancer care. And of course, that is exactly the model of cervical cancer elimination. Now, this is a picture of the current status of HPV vaccination in Australia. It was the first country to introduce a national publicly funded program in 2007, so that program's now been established for 18 years. There was an initial catch-up in the first 2 years. Of course, at that time, it used the first generation quadrivalent vaccine protecting against types 16 and 18, protecting against 70% of cervical cancers, as well as 6 and 11, which are implicated in genital warts. Of course, a 3-dose program at that time. There was also a catch-up in girls and women aged up to 26 years. Boys were then included in 2013, and we also moved to a 2-dose, reduced-dose vaccination schedule with the next generation non-valent vaccine, which protects against over 90% of cervical cancers, which has been offered to girls and boys from 2018. And then from 2023, Australia was one of the first group of countries to transition to single-dose vaccination. The coverage, though, did peak in 2020 and has fallen somewhat since then in both girls and boys, with inequity in coverage also increasing, unfortunately, in that period. So it's now roughly 80% in girls. And I think that's a concern and relates to probably complex programmatic, but also perhaps broader reasons around vaccine hesitancy that may be in part linked to the COVID experience. This slide depicts the journey that we've been on in the screening program. So Australia had a long-standing established pap smear-based program since 1991. But we then went through a major process to evaluate the impact and cost effectiveness of transitioning to primary HPV screening between the period 2013 to 2017. And through that process and the evidence base that was assessed and the work that was done, transitioned from 2 yearly cytology-based screening to 5 yearly HPV testing. And so in 2017, the guidelines for what's called the renewed or the primary HPV-based National Cervical Screening Program and CSP were established, and the new program was rolled out. The other major development, which I think is really important, and again, it's an overused word, but I think the word game changer is absolutely applicable. In 2022, Australia established universal access to HPV self-collection. So now every woman in the program, not just underscreened or unscreened, but every woman who's due for a screening test can choose to access self-collection or collect the sample herself. And we've seen incredible uptake of that option, as you'll see in a moment. We've also been working very hard on community-driven solutions for equitable access, and these are a number of ongoing targeted research projects that are run by investigators involved in what's called C4, which is our coalition of researchers in public health who are Australian-based, and you'll see the participating institutions at the bottom of the slide. But for example, there is an important project working together with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities led by Lisa Wapp to establish models and pathways, particularly for HPV self-collection, that have been designed with the community. Similarly, Supporting Choice, Claire Nightingale and Megan Smith are working together with culturally and linguistically diverse groups of women, those from refugee backgrounds, and LGBTQ plus individuals. And then finally, Screen Equal, led by Professor Deborah Bateson and colleagues, is working together with people with intellectual disability to increase options and access for that group. So where are we now in the screening program? Well, this is some of the most recent data. We now have, I think, this great result that over 70% of eligible women were up to date with screening by the end of 2024. And that's really important because we're looking at that switchover success to the HPV screening program. On the right is something I think even more exciting. This is the percentage of HPV screening tests reported as self-collected. And you can see that climbs rapidly from when this option became available in 2022 up to 40%, but in fact the most recent data, not shown on the slide, shows this really pushing very close to 50%. Almost 1 in 2 women, 1 in 2 people screening are choosing self-collection. And even more excitingly than that, we see that that uptake is particularly increased in underscreened women, it's particularly increased in remote communities and in low SES communities. So self-collection is truly reaching the women that were previously underserved in the program. And this has all been sort of articulated and pulled together through a national elimination strategy, which many countries are now starting to do and to consider. This is a plan and a prioritization framework for a country about how to achieve elimination. So in Australia's case, this was launched on the 5-year not the 5-year anniversary, the 3-year anniversary of the WHO strategy launch, so November 17th, 2023. And this national plan includes a vision and 10 strategic priorities to eliminate cervical cancer by 2035. This plan has equity at the very core, and you can have a look at it if you're interested at the link shown on the slide. So all of this has been informed by modelling exercises, and you'll see that we've done similar modelling at the global level, but this is the result for Australia's prospects for elimination, published back in 2019 and informing planning thereafter. What you can see is the red line is the prospects, essentially the combined impact of cervical cancer screening and then the long-term impact of prophylactic HPV vaccination. And the short story from that graphic is that you can see Australia could potentially drop below that 4 per 100,000 threshold, which is our threshold for considering cervical cancer to be highly controlled or eliminated. And that should be possible by somewhere in the region 2028 to 2035, and therefore that national target has been set at 2035. There will be challenges in getting there, as I've alluded to. It will be really important to achieve this, not just for the population as an average, but to think about equity. And so that's a big focus at the moment. And also, I think, as I've alluded to, we have seen some slippage in vaccination coverage, and there may even be a hint of slippage in screening coverage. And so those are really important challenges that will be worked through and prioritised, I think, over the next few years. So I guess what I've tried to do in this few minutes is really to emphasise that there's a road to elimination, and every country will need to chart their own road. This is Australia's road. I think the key point, though, is that elimination is not just one and done. Elimination is about continual public health, innovation and improvement. And it's about building on what's been achieved and then moving on to the next step. It's truly about progressive realisation. So you can see the summary of the steps that I've taken you through back from 1991, the first introduction of a national screening program, the introduction of vaccination, the changes in the vaccination and screening program that are outlined on this slide, and then the launch of the strategy itself that really brings it all together in 2023. So these are all key steps, I think, that other countries can consider in their own context. I also just wanted to give you a little bit of a snapshot of the most recent results. One of the key, I think, success factors has been strong monitoring of outcomes and success. And if you're interested in how this can be done, C4 publishes an annual report. We've published 5 of them about Australia's progress towards elimination. So this really looks at in detail at the targets and the success to date across the board, from vaccination to screening to treatment. In the most recent report, we released November last year in 2025, a very exciting result was seen, in particular that for the first time, there were no cervical cancer cases whatsoever diagnosed in women aged under 25 years in the year 2021, which is the most recent year for which we have data. And so this is the first time this occurred, back to the records starting in 1982. And we said in this report that this remarkable achievement is almost certainly due to the impact of HPV vaccination. So that vaccine effect is really kicking in the younger women. Of course, we need to consider that older cohorts are still likely to have been exposed to HPV, and that's why primary HPV screening is important in older women. So I've talked a little bit about Australia. I've talked before that about the general evidence supporting elimination. So I'm now going to try and bring this all together and talk to the global strategy to accelerate the elimination of cervical cancer. Of course, this all kicked off in 2018 when the WHO Director General called for all countries to take action. And the global strategy, again, for this audience, I hardly think I need to reiterate in detail, but of course launched November 17th, 2020, defining 3 pillars of cervical cancer control, the 90-70-90 targets. 90% of girls should be fully vaccinated globally by age 15 by the year 2030. On the screening side, 70% of women should have at least twice in a lifetime screening with a high performance test, and at the moment that's only molecular HPV testing, around the ages of 35 and 45 at a minimum. And then treatment, over 90% of women identified with either pre-cancer or cervical cancer should access that treatment. If this can be achieved by 2030, or if it can be achieved by 2035 for countries are then set up to eliminate cervical cancer over the long term. So we have to distinguish, I think, and this often leads to confusion. The 2030 targets are around 90-70-90. They're about getting those interventions in place. Elimination of achieving that very low rate of cervical cancer is a long-term goal, and it will take time. It will take many decades in countries with a high burden. But as you'll see in a moment, the key point is that we are saving many lives along the way. So elimination is the long-term goal, but we have to act now to start saving lives today. The other point, as articulated in the global strategy, is this is not just an investment in health. This is actually an investment in societies and economies. And there is an important return on investment that is seen for every dollar invested in elimination, $3.20 are returned to the economy for LMICs through 2050 and beyond. And this actually rises to $26 return for every dollar when the benefits of women's health being improved on families, communities, and societies are considered. So that's a really important aspect of the economic case for elimination. Now, I was involved with Dr. Mark Brisson, Dr. Jane Kim, and WHO colleagues on the modelling to support the elimination strategy development. And this is a simulation for LMICs of the rates that are expected over time as we scale up for vaccination and screening. So you can see these very high rates presently existing, as I said earlier, and particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, the Indo-Pacific, and Latin America. And you can see as we run the simulation forward, so the years up on the top left, as vaccination and screening scale up, we see slightly different paces of reductions in those rates. And that depends on the starting burden of disease in countries. But we can see that every country can reach that rate, that navy blue rate, less than 4 per 100,000 women, so elimination of cervical cancer by the end of the century. And that's the promise, I think. Here. Critical to doing this, of course, is having practical, pragmatic guidelines for cervical screening. And this was another key development when the WHO cervical screening guidelines were revised in 2021. And key to that changed recommendation is that WHO now recommends using HPV detection as the primary screening test rather than VIA or cytology in screening and treatment approaches amongst both the general population of women and women living with HIV. And that has been a huge and ongoing process of summarising the evidence base. And the WHO guidelines include several algorithms that countries can choose from that are evidence-based and that allow tailoring of HPV screening to the country context. This is evidence-backed, as I mentioned. This is just some of the results from the modelling that supported the guidelines. The key point here is, I think, that, that HPV screening is not only more effective than cytology or VIA, but it also provides the best balance of benefits to harms. And it's actually also the most cost effective. It gives the best bang for buck. One of the challenges, though, of course, is affordability. Now, when we go back to the overall picture for elimination, so scale. Hello, my name is Karen. Remarkable achievement is almost certainly due to the impact of HPV vaccination. So that vaccine effect is really kicking in the younger women. Of course, it must be evidence-based and innovative, and again, progressive realisation, taking one step at a time, as makes sense from an implementation planning point of view. I think this is a very helpful framework. I just wanted to touch on one experience that I'm involved in. There are several donor-funded programs showing successful models of implementation in LMIC, and also country, of course, supported by country-led initiatives. So one of these is EPIC, the Elimination Partnership in the Indo-Pacific for Cervical Cancer, which is supported by the Australian Government and the Minderoo Foundation. And EPIC is actually supporting 9 countries on the ground, as shown in this graphic. But it's also supporting many other countries in the Indo-Pacific in terms of providing policy, planning and modelling support. So helping countries think about planning their cervical cancer plan, for elimination, thinking about building the investment case, what's a return on investment, and helping, I suppose, to provide that technical support to leaders in countries and ministries, really to take elimination planning and implementation forward. EPIC has these 6 priority areas of work, from strengthening primary prevention through HPV vaccination, through implementation of HPV screening and treatment, laboratory strengthening for cervical cancer screening and early treatment, digital health registry support, the electronic medical records linkages, and establishing registries to support screening and vaccination as needed, supporting cervical cancer management, including treatment and palliative care, and then, as I referred to earlier, policy and modelling support across all 3 pillars of cervical cancer elimination. One of the tools that's been developed, which I wanted to draw to your attention if you're not using it already, is an elimination planning tool which brings the power of the impact investment case data to countries, and it's available at this link shown on the IARC Global Cancer Observatory, and it provides data for low and middle income countries to allow them to look at different scenarios for scaling up across the 3 pillars and obtain investment case data. This is a living tool. It is a work in progress, and we're currently working to increase the number of countries that are covered and also the scenarios. And if anyone who is listening today is interested in collaborating, we're also working directly with particular countries to update the cost assumptions and to improve the estimates in the tool all the time. So we're very open to discussing that potential type of collaboration. I just want to give you a quick snapshot about how the tool works. So I'm just using Indonesia as an example, which is one of the countries that EPIC is actively supporting. So I'll just show you how the tool works. So we can pick the starting year for when we might start scaling up elimination to the elimination targets. We can pick the vaccine dose cost. We can pick whether it's 2 doses, and you can see in that case it's a return on investment of $100, or a single dose, which gives us a higher return on investment for every dollar invested. We can pick the cost of the primary screening test that we're interested in, and we can see how that impacts return on investment. And the idea here is this empowers countries to negotiate with suppliers. We can see for any particular set of scale-up assumptions the elimination timing. So in this case, it could be achieved in 2077. But as I said earlier, even more importantly, the lives saved along the way. So you can see this huge impact on lives saved from the beginning of the efforts. So that's just an example, and I encourage you, if you're interested, to go to the site and use the tool yourself. I've been talking a little about Indonesia, and I wanted to mention it further as a really key example of country-level leadership and commitment. In September 2025, on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly, the Health Minister, Minister Budi, spoke to and launched a major technical assistance facility for NCDs and women's cancers, which is beginning by supporting the elimination of cervical cancer in Indonesia. So this is a fantastic, huge effort at scale to roll out not only vaccination, which has already been successfully implemented, but HPV-based screening and treatment services throughout Indonesia. So I've tried to, I suppose, today go through the fundamental evidence base for elimination, for vaccination, for screening with HPV and for treatment, and then show a case study example of Australia and how it's been thought about and implemented in that context. I've talked about the global strategy, the 90-70-90 targets, and I've talked about some of the progress in implementing those targets. It's absolutely the case that there are many, many challenges, and I've referenced particularly HPV diagnostics affordability. And through EPIC, we are working to coordinate with countries and other major global stakeholders and agencies to try to address this challenge. I think it's really critical that we remain focused on the challenge. So it's more than just over 5 years now since the strategy was launched. That means we're more than halfway to 2030. It's probably true that not all countries will achieve 90, 70, 90 by 2030, although we shouldn't lose sight of it as a target. But what's still always true is that even if a country doesn't get to 90, 70, 90 by 2030, anything that can be done towards those targets will be saving lives. And again, this progressive realization framework, I think, is so important. We must keep pushing. We must keep pushing to implement and roll out these life-saving interventions, because every step that we take will save lives today as well as tomorrow. So in concluding today, I'd like to thank you for your attention. Again, I'm so sorry that I haven't been able to be with you in person. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank our team at the University of Sydney, who've been involved in a lot of the work I've presented today. But beyond that team, the amazing collaborators that I work with worldwide, and all of the stakeholders and leaders in WHO, in countries, and women themselves that have been pushing this agenda forward. This is a collaborative effort, and I've been so pleased and privileged to work with so many over the years to
example of Australia is on how can cancer elimination actually work and how long-term efficacy and goals can be. Indeed, this is a collaborative work, and we are here today to rejoin the world for fight against cervical cancer. And I'm very pleased to welcome our next speaker, who is Dr. Nermin Mustafa from Egypt, who is the head of Awareness Subcommittee of Egypt Presidential Initiative for Cancer Early Detection and Management, and a consultant of clinical oncology at Gustave Roussy International Egypt. Dr. Nermin, I can see, is here. I will jump on her slides and give the floor to her.
Good morning, everyone. My warm greetings from Cairo. Do you hear me well?
All is well, Dr. Nermin. We can hear you very well. Please, the floor is yours. We will make sure your presentation goes smoothly.
Okay.
Dr. Nermin, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, we can go on. The floor is yours, please.
Okay. Okay, I can start. Okay, you will.
Yes, we can do it.
You are controlling the slides from your side?
Yes, we're controlling from our side.
Okay, perfect. So I'm opening. Okay. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would love to thank all for the great efforts, dedication, and always kind preference for everything, and for keep all the oncology community across all over the world connected, updated, and networking together. And it's my great honor to join distinguished panel speakers for this important virtual online, and hopefully to make it one day in person to meet each other face to face. I'm Nurmeen Mustafa. I'm clinical oncologist in Gustave International Egypt and lecturer of clinical oncology in Ain Shams University and the head of awareness subcommittee in the presidential initiative of cancer early detection and management. And I will go very quick for this topic about the vaccines. About this important topic in the International Awareness Month of the Cervical Cancer, and trying to raise awareness about the importance of primary prevention for cervical screening and the value of the human papillomavirus in prevention of this important disease, and joining all the global efforts to eradicate cervical cancer in 2030. Starting by the human papillomavirus, it's a very common virus, and causing a certain of diseases. And the most serious diseases that caused by this virus is the cancer. And back to the etiology of this human papillomavirus, there are more than 100 types of this virus, of which at least 14 are cancer causing. And they are known the highest risk type of this group of virus. They are the serotype 16 and 18, and causing like 70% of the cervical cancers and precancerous cervical lesions. There is also evidence linking this virus with the cause of the genital cancers, as well as the anus and head and neck tumors like the oropharynx. Comprehensive cervical cancer control includes the primary, which is the vaccination against this virus, and this is the most important vaccine that can eliminate a serious health problem like cancer. And the secondary prevention, which is the screening and early detection of the precancerous lesions and cancerous lesions, and treating it in a multidisciplinary form to receive the best standard of care for this disease and palliative care for the latest stages of cervical cancer. And for, as we know that there are more than 100 types, high risk type causing the cancers, and the lower risk of this type of virus can cause other infectious diseases that is non-cancerous lesions like group 6, 11, 40, 42, 43, and they are responsible for more than 90% of the anogenital warts, while the highest risk and the highest serotype of this virus, like serotype number 16 and 18, are responsible for about more than 70% of the cervical cancers. And the natural history of the high-risk human papillomavirus infection and the potential pathogenesis and progression for cervical cancers, if left untreated, definitely we are having more than chance to prevent the occurrence of the carcinogenesis caused by the human papillomavirus if the infection happened and left untreated for more than 2 years. It progressed to a low-grade dysplasia, which is precancerous lesion. Important to be diagnosed so we can prevent the occurrence of the malignancy caused by this virus for a longer duration. If left untreated, more 2 to 3 years, again, it will be progressed to higher risk disease like the high-grade dysplasia, and another period of time, if left untreated, it will cause malignancy and invasive cancer. So the long history of the pathogenesis, starting by the infection of the virus to progression to malignancy, it can take very long time, more than 10 to 15 years, and giving us a more and more chance to diagnose it earlier at a less infectious case and less harmful condition and be treated. And as mentioned that the virus can cause genital cancers for male and females, as well as head and neck cancers like the oropharyngeal cancers and the anal cancers. And now for the global efforts to eradicate this type of cancers and eliminate it worldwide, and trying to find the cause for this virus and the cause of this disease, that the cervical cancers that contribute and act as a major health problem and burden. As we see that in Egypt, the prevalence of HPV in women is about 14%. And still, after we have launched the national screening program in June 2023, like 2 years and a half ago, we're still having like, I cannot say a solid statistics, but a premature data about the prevalence of the infection. We are still progressing and evolving about the statistics and the actual health burden of this virus. But according to the RIC 6, it accounts about 14% in women and about 21% in men. The worldwide, and if this statistics corresponding to other countries all over the world, for the incidence of infectious diseases associated with malignant transformation and the oncological diseases connected to the infectious agents, around 17% of 17% of the all malignancies, as we mentioned, responsible about the genital cancers in men and women, and others like the oropharyngeal cancers and anus cancers. And here you can see the chart. The HPV-associated diseases states that we're having the HPV responsible for virtually all the cervical cancers and 90% of the anogenital warts, and more than 90% of the cases of the anal cancers, more than 90% are HPV-related anal cancers, and oropharyngeal carcinoma representing like 40% of the cases and responsible about the younger age of presentation for the cases now, and it's still increasing. before the year 2000 versus 2009, more than 70% of the cases. And back to our topic today, it's the cervical cancer, which represents about fourth most common cancer among women globally. And it's usually represented at younger presentation and later stages. That's why it represents a huge health problem and burden, financial burden, health burden over the communities and worldwide. And in Egypt, it represents the ninth most common female cancers in women, starting from age 50 to 40 years, as we see that it's representing a high, at younger age of presentation, the reproductive age for women, and how hugely and badly is affecting the health of the females in a very active age group. For the routes of transmission for the HPV transmission, the most common cause of transmission is sexual contact. However, it's a stable virus, weak virus that can survive and persist on chemical treatment and still be able to be transmitted through other non-sexual contacts like skin to skin or surface to surface skin transmission. That's why it needs a lot of awareness about the routes of transmission. It's not only sexual transmission, but we see now other modes of transmission from the person himself or herself, or person to person through skin to skin transmission. In details, for the routes of transmission through sexually, different sexual courses, oral sex and skin touching, and for the non-sexual modes of transmission, we're having this through transvaginal ultrasound probes, through the gynecological clinics, and through other dermatological mode of transmission, through dermatological clinics, from hair removal users and other modern techniques that increases the rate of transmission of this virus. The risk of transmission and other risk factors, the younger age, at first vaginal sexual contact, and definitely the age and multiple partners for sexual transmission, and the higher number of transmission, the tobacco smoking, and the lower level of education awareness increases the risk of transmission. The other risk factors for the persistence and progression of the infection caused by this virus to other more serious health conditions and malignancies, usually definitely the immunocompromising patients and patients who are infected by other viruses like the HIV and acquired immune deficiency, and co-infection with other diseases, and tobacco smoking. Nearly all sexual active people are infected with HPV within months to years, becoming sexually active. By the age of 50, at least 4 out of every 5 women will have been infected with the HPV at one point at their life. And most people who become infected with this virus don't know that they have, because it's common, weak virus and self-limited disease. And nearly all sexually active people are infected with the virus within months to a few years, becoming sexually active. And they become a carrier for transmission of this disease to their partners. Around half of these infections are within a high-risk human papillomavirus type. Also, there is no approved human papillomavirus test to find the virus in the mouth or throat. The testing is part of the cervical screening, and that's what we had started in Egypt. It's infection identified by detection of the DNA of the virus from the clinical specimen, and several HPV tests have been approved by the FDA and detect up to 14 high-risk type, and test results are reported as positive when the presence of any combination of these viruses is detected. Certain tests specifically identify is it the highest risk serotype 16 plus or minus 18. Yes, I will go through for the yes, and however, there are treatments for some human papillomavirus related health problems, like the genital warts. That's what we are doing now to increase the awareness among the dermatologists that they, when they found the genital warts, they should refer the patients to do cervical screening and should inform and counsel the partners to be treated to decrease the risk and of the infection and treat it as earlier as possible before any progression to a higher, more serious stages. And I will go very quickly for the sake of time, and I know that all details will be mentioned perfectly among the summit today. Yes. So, cervical cancers is often not identified until it has further advanced and have symptoms. And that's what we are trying to increase the awareness about, trying to do the screening early detection when you don't have symptoms, when you are apparently asymptomatic or apparently healthy person, because more than 95% of the cervical cancer cases is due to the human papillomavirus. So we have to detect the genital warts or any infection related symptoms by the virus to detect it earlier and prevent the occurrence of the cancers. So usually protection is better than cure, and early protection works best. Detected screening uninfected HPV vaccine prior to sexual activity protects against the type of human papilloma virus that cause most of the cervical cancers. And as mentioned, that trying to prevent the occurrence of the disease. Next, please. So to the most preventive weapon that we are having now is the vaccine. The only vaccine, the only approved vaccine that can prevent occurrence of a cancer is the HPV vaccines, could prevent more than 90% of the cancers caused by this virus from ever developing. Yes, the next, please. Please, we can skip the structure and go for the concept. Yes, I think we can go for the HPV vaccines. Vaccination prevent infections that causes the cancers. It's yes, it prevents the infections that causes the cancers, and everyone through age 26 should get the vaccine if they were not fully vaccinated already. I think we can go for the WHO call. Yes, the WHO Director General calls for all countries to take action to help end suffering caused by this cervical cancer. And the WHO strategy, which is 70 to eliminate the cervical cancer by 2030. This is the vision, to have a world without cervical cancer. Next, please. And through 2030 control targets, 90% of the girls fully vaccinated with human papilloma virus vaccine, and 70% of women in a high precision test at 35 and 45 years, and 90% of the women identified with cancer should be treated by the best standard of care through a multidisciplinary patient-centered approach. And we're having the FDA-approved vaccine Gardasil, which is indicated from the age of 9 to prevent the cancers, and it's indicated for boys and girls at the first dose at age of 9. And we're having the dosing. The dosing 9 and 13. And this is the dose we have between and 3 we can have, yes. And the vaccine contains, this is the dosing and the intervals between them, and the composition of the vaccines. It contains the quadrivalent vaccine, the 4 genotypes, 6, 11, 16, and 18, to cover the highest subtypes of the virus. And also the vaccines protect against the pre-malignant lesions. It can be used during breastfeeding, but not during pregnancy. And this is the role of the healthcare professionals and the community can raise the awareness about the vaccines, the safety, and to correct the misconceptions about the vaccines. Next, please. Yes, and this is the protection against the pre-malignant lesions. Next, please, and provide gender-neutral protection from genital warts, 3.6 years of follow-up, and from the follow-up trials. Next, please, the efficacy for the vaccine type 6, 11, 16, and 18. Next, please. This is the studies that showed that introduction of the vaccine, the earlier at the younger age, the better and the stronger is the immune response to the vaccine and the production of antibodies and giving a better protection. But because sometimes we don't have the the awareness about giving the vaccines at earlier age. It can be taken at age of 20 or after sexual activity, after rollout of the infection, and we can introduce vaccine. And my last slide, which is the efficacy of the quadrivalent vaccines and the results from the clinical trials, that it shows the highest efficacy, almost 98.2% against the pre-malignant lesions and malignancy confirmed invasion and malignancy of cervical cancers. And the 100% efficacy, including the vaginal and vulvar cancers, and 75% for the anal cancers, and 99% including the HPV related warts. And thank you. This was my last slide for the talk today. Thank you for, if I took too much, don't want to cause more delay for the summit. And thank you so much again, and wish everyone to enjoy the summit today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nerman. It was our pleasure to have you with us, and thanks for providing the vaccination roles overall. And later on, it will be a very nice basis for our other participants to share what's the situation in their countries. And now we know what is the standard. Thanks so much for being with us today. It was our pleasure.
Thank you. Stay
with
tuned
that,
for the rest of the summit.
Thank you so much. And we'll move forward and we'll welcome our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Dilyara Kaidarova, who is the professor, first vice rector of Kazakh National Medical University, is the president of Kazakhstan Cancer Society, and it's our very pleasure to have her with us today to speak about cervical cancer and the role of screening and the current situation in Kazakhstan. Dr. Dilyara, can you hear me well?
Yes, hello, everybody. Hello, OncoDaily. I'm very glad to see you and prefers to see Nermin. Maybe she heard me.
Yes, she already lost, but here is place to rejoin the old friends and make the new ones. Dr. Kaidarova, maybe we can try to share with your screen.
Yes, if we can share
Let's see how it
my
works.
side. Good morning, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to speak with you today about cervical cancer in 2026, where we stand globally, how preventions and treatment have evolved, and what challenges and opportunities
Dr.
remain.
Kaidarova, before we move forward, may I ask to put on the presentation mode your slides? We can see the screen just to have presentation mode. From, I can see on the up, yes.
Yes, it is. From beginning, we can start. Yes, it's good.
Just a moment. Maybe it hasn't changed yet. Can you do from current slide? Maybe it works.
Текущий. Вот, from current slide. It's good. No?
I can see from the down part. Maybe you can just maximize the screen and everything will be fine. In the down angle, right. When there is a zoom, there is another thing too, maybe. If not, we can just go like this. No worries.
With the presentation view? Okay. How can?
Yes, it's the presentation view.
Yes, we did it. Yes. Next slide. How can we?
I think it's working. No, we lost it. If you share once again, if not, I will share from my part.
Okay.
It's still the same, but it's okay. We just zoom in and continue like this.
For current slide, I can do
Yes.
with the, it's work? No. Как мне посмотреть, где мое лицо? Напиши.
I think it's still okay. We can just move on. We still see your slides. Yes, perfect.
Yes, you've seen. Okay. Alright. Yes, Так, okay. It is a honor for me to speak with you today about cervical cancer in 2023. And of course, you know that cervical cancer remains a major global health problem. According to the Global Can 2022, more than 600,000 new cases of cervical cancer were diagnosed worldwide, and over 350,000 women lost their lives to this preventable disease. As Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization, has emphasized, cervical cancer is one of the most preventable and treatable forms of cancer, yet it continues to claim hundreds of thousands of lives every year. One of the most powerful tools in cervical cancer prevention is HPV vaccination. By the end of 2024, 147 countries had introduced HPV vaccination into their national immunization schedules by the end of the 2024. In the CIS countries, HPV vaccination programs have been implemented in Armenia, Georgia, Moldova, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan. As of 2023, 6 licensed HPV vaccines are available. Bivalent vaccines Cecolin, Cervarix, and Valrenvax, quadrivalent vaccines Cervavax and Gardasil, non-avalent vaccine Gardasil 9. The dramatic decline in cervical cancer mortality over the last 40 years in many countries is largely due to regular PEP testing, which allows detection and treatment of cervical precancer before progressions to invasive disease. This represents one of the most successful cancer prevention strategies in the modern medicine. Evolution of cervical cancer screening discovered between human papillomavirus and cervical cancer by Harald Zurhausen to the development of cytology-based screening and later HPV DNA testing. Commercial HPV test system began appearing in the 1980s, and today HPV testing plays a central role in screening strategies worldwide, often replacing cytology as a primary screening method. Management of cervical cancer is determined by clinical stage and treatment intent, including whether fertility preservation is preserved. All treatment decisions today are guided by international evidence-based guidelines, including the NCC guidelines. You can see this version. For early stage cervical cancer, NCCC guidelines recommended for figure stage T1A1, diagnosis must be based on conization, preferably using loop or laser techniques. Surgical margins must be clear. Importantly, radical hysterectomy, radical procedures such as radical hysterectomy or parametric represent over-treatment and should not be performed for patients with T1A1. Type A hysterectomy is preferred. For stage T1A2 to T1B2, surgical management remains stage-driven. Evidence clearly shows that open radical hysterectomy provides better disease-free survival compared to minimally invasive surgery for these patients. Globally, a median of 37 of cervical cancer cases are diagnosed at a locally advanced stage with significant regional variation. For these patients, Of course, concurrent chemoradiation therapy remains the standard of care. However, despite optimal treatment, approximately 1 of 5 patients will experience recurrent or disease progression. Major advances in imaging planning and delivery, particularly adaptive radiotherapy, have significantly improved outcomes in locally advanced cervical cancer, allowing better dose distributions and protections of organs and risk. And we are witnessing a paradigm shift in the treatment of advanced cervical cancer. Chemotherapy alone is no longer significant. Treatment strategies now include immunocheckpoint inhibitors, target therapies, and combinations with anti-angiogenic agents. In addition of bevacizumab to platinum-based chemotherapy has improved median overall survival by 3.7 months in recurrent or metastatic disease, as demonstrated in the GOG 240 trial, and is now recommended by international guidelines. Furthermore, pembrolizumab has shown significant improvements in progression-free and overall survival when added to chemotherapy with or without bevacizumab in patients with persistent, recurrent, and metastatic cervical cancer. Cervical cancer in Kazakhstan. In Kazakhstan, cervical cancer remains a major public health concern. It ranks second among cancers in women by incidence. A national screening program has been in place since 2008 and is fully government funded. However, despite nearly 2 decades of screening, incidence continues to rise and mortality remains high. Survival rates have unfortunately declined from 61.2% in 2021 to 59.6% in 2022, highlighting the need for strong prevention and early detection strategy. Kazakhstan launched an HPV vaccination pilot program between 2013 and 2015 in 4 regions. Also, the vaccine demonstrates its high effectiveness with HPV prevalence of only 0.12% in vaccinated women compared to 18.2% in non-vaccinated women. The program faced serious challenges: high parental refusal rates, lack of public awareness, insufficient training of health workers, weak communications, and governmental support. As a result, the pilot was discontinued in 2016. Here you can see our pilot results of effectiveness of HPV vaccinations, our pilot program, which was 10 years ago, and now we can see the results of that. And of course, our pilot competitions of the pilot in 2016, we started to work with all our deputies to introduce in our country this HPV vaccinations program, and in 2024 in Kazakhstan, HPV vaccinations was included to the national immunizations program, and since September 2023, HPV vaccinations started among girls age 11-13 in school, and now more than 170,000 vaccinated with first dose, and approximately 100,000 girls vaccinated with second dose. And the coverage of second dose is 31%. And we know it is very difficult for us to implement these vaccinations, but now We are very proud to say that in Kazakhstan are included in the map of vaccinations. Thank you for your attention. It is very short informations, but I was on time. Sorry, I was short because you said 15 minutes. Sorry.
Yes, you were very on time. We really appreciate it, especially during these big summits. It's always an issue having with the time, but you made it perfectly. Hopefully, everything will go so smoothly as your presentation. Thank you, Dr. Gaidarova, for sharing all these important insights. Actually, this was very important base and start of what we are going to speak about because this is the situation in different countries, and we see that different countries different have the same problems. And
Yes.
today,
Mhm.
yes, it's important to highlight the different perspectives and see how all we can join our forces to improve and to find the best solutions. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much. We are very proud to be with OncoDaily, and you did a huge work for prevention, for treatment, for awareness about cervical cancer today. And next, our meeting will be at 4th of February for our World Cancer Day, and we are ready to be with you always.
Thank you for mentioning this, and everyone who is listening to us, we are inviting you to join during the Oncothon, during this very important day, which we will be doing together with UICC to raise awareness and to fight this cancer all together. Thank you for highlighting this. And yes, we especially decided to do this in January as it is the awareness month for cervical cancer, as you were mentioning a lot of times during this month. And awareness and raising awareness is part of the treatment and making the world better. Thanks so much, Dr. Kaidarova.
Thank you.
And for our next speech, I would like to invite Dr. Amil Družić, who is the oncology clinic from the oncology clinic of the Sarajevo Cancer Center from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and also the European Cancer Organization, and vice chair for the HPV and FB Action Network from Belgium. He will be speaking about the HPV and cervical cancer prevention in Southeastern Europe, the progress, gaps, and priorities for 2026. Good morning, Dr. Vartamanyan.
Hello, hello.
Thank you for joining us and being on time. We
Thank
are
you for the
on this
invitation.
schedule. We are on this schedule for our meeting. And before I introduce you, just I would like to give two options. You can also try to share your screen if you would like to. If it doesn't work, we have your presentation in here. So Dr.
One second.
Vatsavanyan is a radiologist and the head of diagnostic imaging department in Armenian American Wellness Center, head of radiology service in Wigmore Clinic Hospital for Children, and the chairman of scientific board of the Amata Clinic. And now he'll be speaking about the role of imaging in cervical cancer diagnosis.
Thank you for the kind invitation and the introduction. I can start the screen sharing if it will help now.
Yes, yes,
Um,
please.
1 second.
Sure.
Mhm. 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 Second.
If not, we do have this on our reserve, so
Mhm. 1 second. I'd like to ask if you can see my presentation now,
yes,
or yeah.
we can. Just please. Yes, perfect.
Uh-huh.
I'm muted myself. I'm here if you need anything. We can hear and see.
Perfect. So if everything's going right, we can proceed to the presentation. Will that work? So should I start? Madam Chairwoman?
Yes, yes, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to be presenting at this beautiful summit. So, my topic that I will present is about cervical cancer imaging. So, if we go to the global statistics, cervical cancer is the fourth most frequent malignancy in women worldwide, but the number is much higher in the developing countries, and it is globally the fourth highest in mortality. So before 2018 revision of FIGO classification, clinical staging was recommended without radiological examination. So we were losing a lot of cases. And so basically around 50% of the cases were not accurately diagnosed and staged. So the most important risk factor is definitely HPV, which is definitely well explained during the summit. Cervical cancer is a cancer that presents in younger women. So the average age is about 35, which can differ country to country. And around women at the age of 32 to 39, cervical cancer is the second most common cause of cancer-related deaths after breast cancer. So what matters about imaging of cervical cancer? So basically, the management is driven by the results of imaging. So basically, on the results of imaging, oncologists, surgeons, GYN specialists all sit together and understand, should surgery be performed, should fertility sparing surgery be performed, like trachelectomy, or cone resection, or radiation and chemoradiation should be performed. So starting from the 2018 FIGO revision, there has been a shift from clinical staging to imaging integrated staging. And here, the longest diameter is the most important measurement. So other measurements are also important, but the longest diameter allows us to understand what stage this tumor belongs to. So when we're talking about imaging of cervical cancer, there are certain modalities that should be definitely carried out, and MRI is the modality of choice. So MRI is the gold standard and the main imaging modality we use for female or male pelvic imaging, but particularly for cervical cancer is the gold standard. CT and PET-CT are also important, but they are primarily used for nodal and distal metastasis assessment. Ultrasound is an accessory modality for cervical cancer imaging. So by the end of this lecture, I think all of us will be definitely sure what type of cervical cancer should be staged at 2B or not 2B. So basically, 2B is the most important landmark of FIGO staging for cervical cancer. So 2B or not 2B. Here we see an MRI of a patient, of a lady who has cervical cancer. We see the T2 intermediate signal of the tumor of the uterine cervix, which is definitely restricted on diffusion and is dark on ADC map. But here, besides having this tumor, we see thinning and disintegration of the cervical stroma, which means that there is invasion into the perimetrium. That is the most important aspect that we'll carry on now. So in the FIGO 2018 revision, the central role has been dedicated to radiology. And here, besides actually seeing the tumor, we have to also do the measurements, assess the perimetrium, assess the adjacent organs, as well as lymph node and distant metastasis. So the primary part is performed exclusively by MRI, whereas the lymph nodes are either by PET-CT, CT, or MRI, especially for pelvic nodes, and also that for distant metastasis, we use PET-CT with FDG and also CT with contrast examination. So there are certain treatment strategies, and they are stratified based on the extent of the disease. And here, stage 2B is like the red line. Anything past the red line, anything past 2B is not cured by surgery. It is treated either by chemo or chemoradiation, and that is a very important aspect that we should all have in our minds. For earlier cancers, for example, at stage 1A or 1B1, fertility preserving surgeries like trachelectomy, where we form a anastomosis between the uterine body and the vagina, is an option, or we can perform radical hysterectomy, where perimetrium is also removed, even for higher tumors, as well as brachytherapy and chemoradiation. There are certain landmarks that we should remember when we're performing pelvic MRI, especially for cervical cancer. One is the internal and the external os of the uterine cervix, because depending on where the tumor is, their relationship to the internal os matters, because that margin plays an important role when we're planning fertility-sparing surgery. Perimetrium, assessing the perimetrium is extremely important. We'll go on with that as well as assessing the cervical stroma. That is an important aspect. And here we see a very small tumor. This is an early cancer, and this patient is definitely candidate for fertility-sparing surgery. What do we do by MR? So just like any other pelvic examination, especially for female oncological GYN examinations, we use high-resolution T2 images, especially sagittal, as well as oblique axial when we get perpendicular to the uterine cervix slices. And they are always high T2 resolution images, as well as not mandatory, but we can also have a third plane, which is the oblique coronal, which is basically parallel to the cervix. We also acquire T1 weighted images with fat sat and with fat saturation, as well as without. That is mainly for bones, for anatomical assessment of the pelvis, as well as for lymph nodes. We definitely need diffusion weighted images, the low B value and high B value. We need dynamic contrast enhancement, but sometimes it's not even needed because the tumor is very obvious on T2, and also post-contrast T1 FS images. It's very important to use diffusion, one of the T2 high-resolution images, as well as the dynamic contrast in the same axis, because it allows us to just identically identify the pathological area. So this is a very nice illustration that gives us the opportunity to understand the whole FIGO classification and how imaging matters here. And with the generous courtesy of Professor Nougare from France, I will present you the important aspects of stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4 with all the subgroups. So when we talk about FIGO stage 1, which is a tumor is confined to the cervix, we have 1A, where basically we don't see the tumor on MRI because it's very small. So cytology helps to just identify these small tumors. And then we have 1B, which is then stratified into 3 subgroups. We have 1B1, 1B2, and 1B3. All of them differ by size. So one is 2 centimeters and below. 1B2 is 2 and 4, and 1B3 is 4 and above. And all of these don't pass the margin of the uterus. In stage 2 FIGO classification, this is where the tumor goes beyond the uterus. In 2A, we have subgroup, depending on the size, it's 4 centimeters below or higher. And here we have extension to the upper vagina, to the upper 2/3 of the vagina. And here still radical surgery is an option, especially radical hysterectomy. Whereas in stage 2B, when we have extension into the perimetrium, the patient will not benefit from surgery. And this is the most important, if it's 2B or not 2B. And at this stage, the patient won't be operated. So FIGO stage 3 is already an extent beyond the uterus, and as well as it infiltrates the adjacent organs. In stage 3A, we have invasion into the lower vagina. In stage 3B, into the pelvic sidewall, and also ureters can be involved, causing hydronephrosis. And stage 3C is again something new for FIGO 2018 revision. We have lymphatic nodes. So anything that is confined to the pelvis. So when we have pelvic nodes, it's stage 3C1, and 3C2 is the retroperitoneal nodes. Stage 4, we have two subgroups. 4A, when we have direct invasion to adjacent organs, particularly to the bladder and the rectum. And here we should not call, for example, when we lose the fat pad between the organs as invasion. It's not invasion. Invasion is called when we have invasion into the mucosa. So mucosal involvement is stage 4A, whereas distant metastasis, peritoneal, liver, lungs, and so on, it's stage 4B. The most important MR criteria basically for cervical cancer is, as I said, is the stage 2B. And in order to assess it, we should understand how this happens. And the most important aspect is the cervical stroma, which is always hypointense on T2, and the disruption of the cervical stroma is the cause and basically the first criterion of understanding that there is parametrial invasion, as well as thickening of the uterosacral ligament, which should be differentiated with other entities, speculated tumor parametrial interface, tumor nodules in the perimetrium as well as vessel encasement and invasion is another important aspect for assessing perimetrial invasion. So a clear, easy case for understanding. So we have the intermediate T2 signal of the tumor of the uterine cervix, and we have a well-preserved circular hypointense stromal ring of the cervix. Whereas in the other case, we see disruption of the cervical stroma, and basically the tumor has invaded the perimetrial fat pad. Another criteria that I mentioned, that the thickening of the uterosacral ligament should be differentiated, for example, with other entities like endometriosis when we have hemorrhagic component, whereas during cervical cancer, we see direct continuation of the tumor into the uterosacral ligament, and it is considered as perimetrial invasion. I'd like to show some other cases because radiology without cases is not radiology. So we've seen this case already. This is the early stage of 1B1, where we have a small tumor confined to the ectocervix, to the external os, and we see well preserved the anterior and the posterior fornices of the vagina. But the tumor here so this case is definitely a candidate for for fertility preserving surgery for trachelectomy. So new anastomosis will be performed. So in this case, we have 1B2, so the tumor is bigger than 2 centimeters, but less than 4. And of course, on the axial, we should see that there is thinning of the cervical stroma, whereas no clear invasion into the perimetrium. This is another case, a larger tumor, and is invading the anterior fornix of the vagina. That's why it's 2A. It is a quite large tumor and definitely very thin but preserved cervical stroma. Whereas in this case, this is another case of cervical cancer, and the tumor is not as large as the previous case, but we here see clearly that there is no preserved cervical stroma. So this is invasion to the perimetrium, as well as the anterior fornix of the vagina. Another FIGO 2B, easily seen on the axial. This is the oblique axial parallel, perpendicular to the cervical axis. And here on the left, we see preserved stroma, whereas on the right side, there is no preserved stroma and there is invasion into the perimetrium. Another case of 2B where we have a quite large tumor of the cervix as well as infiltration, invasion into the perimetrium, more prevalent on the left side. This is a CT scan, so on the CT scan, we can also assess that there is definitely perimetrial invasion, but this is not the gold standard. This is good for assessing lymph nodes and other sites of metastasis, but for the local staging, MRI is the modality of choice. Another case of 2B by FIGO. So this is cervical cancer with perimetrial invasion. But here we see this this mass that has this fluid or dense fluid collection inside. One can argue that this is the bladder, but this is not the bladder. This is the uterine cavity filled with pus as well as with blood, and this is hematopyometra, and the stage was again F2 FIGO 2B. This is a larger tumor that it goes all the way to the lower part of the vagina. So this is stage 3C1, as well as we see some lymph nodes in the lateral iliac compartment bilaterally, which are clearly have avid FDG uptake and are considered metastatic. So that's why it's not FIGO stage 3A, it's 3C1. We have pelvic lymphadenopathy, a large bulky tumor invading into the bladder as well as invading the rectum. There's nothing to differentiate here. It's a clear tumor and it is locally advanced. Another case by CT, so we see cervical cancer invading the bladder posteriorly. We have definitely mucosal involvement here, but this is not 4A, this is 4B, because we see metastatic foci in the liver. So this ends up to be stage 4B cervical cancer. So my take-home messages are that MRI is clearly the modality of choice for pelvic imaging as well as for assessing cervical cancer. So whenever we see a patient with cervical cancer, proper examination with proper protocols as well as proper proper access T2 images should be performed, and MRI is the modality of choice. PET-CT and CT are also needed, but for distal metastatic spread assessment and as well as for lymph nodes. Imaging directly drives FIGO stage, so basically by performing the MR, we put down the FIGO stage. And as I always like to say, precision imaging equals precision oncology. So the proper we diagnose, the better the treatment is. So by this I conclude, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bartavanian, for your talk. Great as always. You are here with us to save, and indeed, correct diagnosis is the key of the correct treatment. So we should start with the basis. And thanks for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Thanks our previous speaker for wonderful presentation, and we are moving forward, and we have come finally to the treatment part. And today I have the honor of welcoming my old friend and also a great surgeon, Dr. Alona Postupalenko, who is the oncogynecologist at the Department of Minimally Invasive Surgery at Kiev City and is the ESO ambassador in Ukraine. And she will be speaking about surgery and the role the treatment of cervical cancer. Dr. Alena, thank you so much for accepting our invite and being with us today.
Hello, dear colleagues. Do you hear me well? Do you see my presentation?
Yes, we hear you. Just a second, I will turn on your presentation. Yes, perfect.
Yes.
I will give the floor to you. I will turn off myself.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very grateful for this possibility and this honor to participate in such beautiful event during our cervical cancer awareness month. So my topic for today is evolving role of surgery in early stage cervical cancer. As to my conflict of interest, I have known, and I have only acknowledgements to my great teachers and the people who fight for our freedom for today, especially after such hard night as we had the last one. So, as for our topic, I would like to start from, of course, Ernst Wertheim. Everybody who start to read, to learn, to study some material about surgery for cervical cancer, everybody will find this name and know this name from the university course. So it's quite prominent person, not only because he maybe was not the first, but he was the first who described how to do, what complication could happen, what may be done to avoid this complication, what his works was very clearly described and very honest, especially as to compare for our modern articles where everything is good, almost everything is good, and we only trying to make something better than good. And we can start from the first works from Ernst Wertheim. They were written in Deutsch, in German, and as for German language, not many people were speaking German, and still he started his article and writing on this topic at the end of 19th century with quite very well illustration. Currently we can imagine that such cases that he operated at those time, it's not the candidates for a modern era, for modern surgery, because we have quite good chemoradiotherapy for such stages. But still, so we have to remember that the diagnostics during the end of the 19th century was quite different from the modern one. Also, he illustrated very good his work with description, how it works, how it looks, what is cancer, how it looks like, what kinds of tissue we have to remove. And also his point of view about the open abdominal hysterectomy was quite different from the view of his teacher, Schauter, and it was kind of very interesting situation between teacher and student. And but still, when Wertheim started to work as a separate surgeon, in a few years he published his first works, and in 1912 he published one of the most prominent works when we speak about surgery for cervical cancer. It was a communication written on 62 pages and about carcinoma uteri. Mostly it was a cervix uteri, because endometrial cancer was also included in such cases according to descriptions, but was not counted as a separate pathology. And very important things that he noted, we have to remember that it was 1912, it was era without antibiotics, it was era without hemotransfusion, it was era without adequate anesthesia. So careful asepsis, rapid completion of the operation, a minimum loss of blood, careful handling of the organs to be liberated, and the consideration of the heart in reference to the narcosis. All of these points are of great moment in an individual already reduced in strength by the disease. The rate of complications and mortality for those time was very high, and before Wertheim, it even reached 80-90% rate of mortality after such operation. Carcinoma of uterine, it's history quite long, and phylogenetic development of papillomavirus genomes, and thus the main risk factor of the development of cervical cancer, can be tracked back several 100 million years. As a result, an infection of women since early human history seems quite plausible. And the first description of cervical cancer and its symptomatic irregular bleedings was written 400 years BC by Hippocrates, who recognized the fatal course of the disease, prescribed a palliative concept. After Hippocrates, there were some attempts to treat such women in different way. Some doctors, surgeons seemed deemed not to operate such patient because the rate of mortality was very high. And still, the first vaginal hysterectomy was first mentioned in Soranus of Athens. It was first, second century. It was a Greek physician, late Avenozar. It was 11th century, described the total extirpation of the uterus. And in at the beginning of the 16th century, Giacomo de Carpi performed a partial hysterectomy in the case of prolapse. Yes, it wasn't a cancer, but still. And as for carcinoma, in 1813, Charles Clay, but it was endometrial, was among the earliest successful practitioners who performed abdominal hysterectomy, first successful planned abdominal hysterectomy in Europe. But when we speak about history, we have to remember about Wilhelm Alexander Freund, who performed the first known abdominal extirpation of cancerous uterus in 1878. And subsequently, his work and his views were the background of standardizing this procedure. And in 1895, John Clark and Emil Rice, after discovering that cervical cancer is a tissue and lymph nodes beyond the excision limit, the standard hysterectomy. And when we speak about Ernst Wertheim, we have to remember that his main idea and proposal was to remove only suspicious lymph nodes. So at his point of view, he thought that there is no way to remove a normal lymphatic tissue. Also, speaking about Wilhelm Alexander Freund, we have to remember about Karl Pavlik, also very important person in the development of radical hysterectomy concept. You can see here the portraits of one of the main historically leaders in the concept of radical hysterectomy, and the person who were pioneers of this concept. And when we speak about Wertheim, Schouten, it was also era before chemotherapy, it was era before radiotherapy. And when radiotherapy get its development, it was a time for some decades when the concept of Wertheim and Schouten became less popular because radiotherapy came on stage and it it was the dominant for cervical for uterine cancer. And after a few decades, when doctors saw some kind of complications, immediate and long-term complication after radiotherapy, finally, doctor decided, especially Makes was one of who, as to say, reanimated or give a second life to a Wernheim operation. So he made quite a big work, and in 1944 he standardized and reviewed this procedure and described this with the removal of the whole lymphatic tissue, not only suspiciousness, but whole lymphatic tissue as tissue of the iliac region as well as the tissue of the presacral region. As for survival rates for the pioneering surgeon, it was, as you see on this slide, for Schauter operability rate and for Wertheim operability rate was kind of 50%. It's not so high, and makes due to more careful exploration and more careful decision making about which woman need to be operated. First of all, second, makes was more radical as for removing paracervical tissue, and thus he reached almost 90% of 5-year disease PFS for stage 1, 63% for PFS for stage 3, and operability rates kind of 80%. That was quite well, and mortality rates that Mike's has established as no surgical related mortality as to compare with Schauter or Wertheim, who had a mortality rate like 11-19%, largely due to infections and due to blood loss. The difference was that Schauter was about operating cervical cancer through vagina, and Wertheim was about to operate a cervical cancer through abdomen. Currently, we have forgotten some lessons of Schauter and Wertheim. Some may be very important things that were described more than 1 century ago, but we have still to remember history, not to make the same mistakes twice, and we will speak about it a bit later. So currently we took as a standard, as basic, the procedure of Wertheim mics. Still, the morbidity of this procedure is quite high, and complete parametrectomy and systematic lymphadenectomy has such high rate of morbidity as, for example, for bladder dysfunction up to 18%, for bowel dysfunction up to 40%. Ureteral fissure are less common, from 1 to 5%. Lymphadenectomy has its own rate of complications. The most prominent, the most terrible for us is asymptomatic lymphocyst, which sometimes delay our further adjuvant treatment. And still the science is going on, and we are always trying to make something better. So surgeons trying first to provide enough sparing technique, and second, maybe to find the person who may tailor without compromising on oncology result, a less radical techniques. And we know Tokyo method as a nerve sparing technique has led to 27% increase in patients post-void residual urine patient undergoing the nerve sparing technique. So it was quite good result, and it currently working, and we use it in the scenario where it's possible. Fertility sparing techniques is also important, because the majority of women with cervical cancer are young women, and some of them have not completed their childbearing. So in 1994, Daniel Dargan proposed such procedure as radical vaginal trachelectomy. First report on 30 cases was in 1998, 6 women who attempt pregnancy post-trachelectomy, who succeed with pregnancy, and resulted in the delivery of 4 healthy neonates and 2 ongoing pregnancies. It was deemed as a big success for such aggressive disease. And a bit later, in 2011, Planted published a series of more than 100 women, from whom 73% could reach the third trimester, and 58% resulted in term deliveries. It's also quite good result for fertility sparing surgery. At the beginning of the 21st century, it was a publication and a lot of investigation regarding minimally invasive radical trachelectomy, and as we started to speak about minimal invasive and robotic surgery, we have to remember such surgeons as Dargan and Nejat, who were pioneers who were introducing a laparoscopy into the treatment of the cervical cancer and performing radical hysterectomy with pelvic and parotid lymph node dissection. Remember that at that time, technical equipment of endoscopy was quite another, not so good quality as we have today, but still, even at in that time, it was possible. First, communication about successful application of robotic assisted surgery was in 2006. But as we are living in the era of evidence-based medicine, the first studies, retrospective studies and case series studies about the use of laparoscopy and robotic surgery for cervical cancer was quite successful. Yes, we had less complication, we have a shorter hospitalization, less blood loss, quicker adaptation for the normal life, rehabilitation, and so on. Everything was good before the results of the leg trial. Leg trial was published, the result was published in 2018, and it turned us back to the era of Wertheim and Schauter. Not in the sense of complications, but in the sense that we have forgotten some basic things about how tumor should be operated. Why? Leg trial has shown us that minimally invasive surgery was associated with worse survival, was disease-free survival. And this trial has stopped, as to say, not development, but the usage of laparoscopy for cervical cancer. General in the world, the proportion of laparoscopy became smaller after this publication. And every guideline should note that it is not a standard, and open surgery still is standard because it reveals us better results. And second publication that also has a similar result was a publication from the series, more than 2,000 patients, and it was clearly showed that introducing the minimal invasive surgery would have worsened our survival results. But why such things happened? After analyzing information, after thinking about what are we doing wrong, scientists have revealed that maybe the main reason of such a bad result was the usage of uterine manipulation. So by manipulating with the tumor, by tumor spillage, we could worsen this result. And Sucker study has shown us that when we use minimally invasive, and when we use open technique, but when we use minimally invasive with the protective menu, when we use it without a uterine manipulator and protect our tumor, not to disseminate it to the abdomen, we can gain almost the same comparable result. And as you see on the right diagram, With uterine manipulator, we have cumulative incidence of relapse quite high, and without it, that blue line is almost like an open line, a red line. So it seems that it's almost the same, but statistically not significant. And using such a protective colpotomy and protective maneuvers without usage of uterine manipulators in somehow may make better our result with the usage of minimally invasive surgery. Still, it was described in the era of Wertheim and Meig and Schauter. They were also stated that the tumor we cannot manipulate it, and even in some cases there was a maneuver to excise it, and currently it is also used, and there are studies that show us that it's better if we go in for example, minimal invasive surgery. It's better to excise the tumor and then go to minimally invasive surgery, not to spillage this tumor to the abdomen and vaginal vault, and thus we can make our results better. So we have to remember our history, we have to remember how it started and what mistakes have already been done, not to make them twice. As a conclusions, I want to say that surgical treatment for the cervical cancer is a notable example of the evolution of surgical oncology, where the initial focus was solely on the efficiency of the tumor removal as the primary treatment. However, consideration of the risk and development of complementary treatments became more important, and the balance between treatment efficiency and impact on patient quality of life led to surgical de-escalation. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Alena, for this wonderful presentation. It was our pleasure to hear you, and thank you for finding time during this difficult time to also share the science, because we're trying to save lives in different fronts, especially in these difficult days. But you did it excellently, and we were very honored to have you with us today. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, sir.
We're back, and I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Maria Zivkovic, assistant professor from Serbia, radiation oncologist at University of Kragujevic. She will be speaking about modern radiotherapy techniques. Dr. Zivkovic, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Marija Živković-Radojević. I am a radiation oncologist from Serbia. Today we will speak about modern radiotherapy techniques in cervical cancer treatment. More than 90% cervical cancer patients will treated with radiotherapy, but accessibility of radiotherapy isn't equal. In highly developed countries, cervical cancer patients have a better long-term survival due to availability of specific oncological treatment. On contrary, in low-income countries, availability of oncology centers is below than 40%, while radiotherapy is carried out in only 16% of centers. 10 years ago, my research group created first questionnaire for assess the level of fear of radiotherapy in the world. 2 years ago, we conducted comparative analysis before and during COVID pandemic. The results show that patients with gyne malignancies treated with external beam radiotherapy and brachytherapy are the most afraid of radiotherapy. The main indication for cervical cancer treatment for radiotherapy includes definitive chemoradiation for locally advanced disease and postoperative indication for adjuvant treatment with external beam radiotherapy with or without brachytherapy. Earlier studies have shown that radiotherapy affects the immune response modulation in the tumor itself, but also it affects both cells in the environment, the bystander effect, and distant cells, the abscopal effect. Application of this therapeutic modality can lead to reversible or irreversible damage to tumor cells by mechanisms of single and double strand breaks. Radiotherapy-mediated cell death can induce effective anti-tumor immune response because cervical cancer belongs to the group of highly immunogenic tumors. The immunogenicity of cervical cancer primarily originates from persistent infection with high-risk HPV viral oncotypes. Because HPV infection stimulates a local immune response, HPV positivity in cervical cancer places this tumor in a prognostically better group in terms of response to radiotherapy. Recently, we were analyzed the importance of HPV typing in predicting response to definitive chemoradiation. Our results shown that infection with multiple HPV subtypes, such as HPV 16 infection, are associated with a worse prognosis, while HPV 18 infection is more often associated with the presence of pathological lymphadenopathy. HPV genotyping is performed with the aim of identifying the HPV subtypes as well as differentiating into low and high prognostic groups. Serbia and surrounding countries are on the list of European countries with highest rate of cervical cancer. Next month in Glasgow, we will present a cross-sectional international study conducted to assess the level of knowledge about HPV infection in young sports players in international sports camp with participants from 21 countries. The results of this study show that responders from Montenegro and Serbia have the lowest level of knowledge compared to other responders. According to Cancer Registry of Institute for Public Health in Serbia during the 2022, it was more than 1,100 newly diagnosed women in Serbia. Serbia, according to European Information System data, is in the 5th place in terms of cervical cancer incidence in Europe. Serbia is in 2nd place in terms of cervical cancer mortality rates in Europe, behind Montenegro. According to data from Serbian Society for Gynecology and Oncology, in over than 75% cases, cervical cancer is diagnosed at locally advanced stage. WHO established a global strategy in 1970-90 to reduce the incidence of cervical cancer. Current situation in Serbia shown that 2 years before we introduced HPV vaccination since 2012 screening for cervical cancer was introduced, and diagnosis for cervical cancer patient in general made when the disease has locally advanced. When it comes to radiotherapy, it's very important to use modern radiotherapy techniques that enable precise delineation of target volumes and organs at risk. CT and MRI are necessary for precise delineation of structures in all patients. We have the most used techniques, IMRT, density modulated radiotherapy, and volumetric modulated radiotherapy, VMAT. Two of these techniques means the main radiotherapy techniques for cervical cancer patients. IMRT is highly conformal techniques that allow the irradiation of tumor with a complex and irregular shape. VMAT technique is main form of arc-based rotational therapy in attempt to overcome some of the limitation associated with fixed field of IMRT. The use of new radiotherapy techniques ensure better coverage of the target volume and better sparing of organs at risk, which is especially important from a toxicity perspective. New radiotherapy techniques can provide personalized treatment for all patients, tailored to stage the disease, but also the daily position of the tumor and organs at risk. Combining external beam radiotherapy and brachytherapy provides better disease control because during external beam radiotherapy, a wider region is irradiated, but brachytherapy provides radiation from close range. Prognostic factors include tumor-related factors, anatomical extension of disease, patient-related factors, and treatment-related factors. In early stage treatment usually begins with surgery, after which the continuation of treatment with adjuvant brachytherapy is definitely considered. In the intermediate risk group of this group of patients, factors include the presence of lymphovascular invasion, huge tumor volume, and depth of stromal invasion. In postoperative setting, radiotherapy can increase disease control for 12.6%. Postoperative radiotherapy usually starts 4 to 6 weeks after surgery. We always must consider a lot of prognostic factors in terms to decide right treatment for each patient. Many centers use this very old GOG score to assess the need for adjuvant radiotherapy based on histopathological parameters. High-risk group of cervical cancer patients after surgery includes patients with metastatic regional lymph nodes, positive resection margins, parametrial involvement, and unoptimal type of surgery. Adjuvant chemo and radiotherapy significantly improves overall survival and progression-free survival. In adjuvant external beam radiotherapy for cervical cancer patients, target volumes are the regional lymph nodes, vaginal scar, and proximal part of vaginal mucosa. Adjuvant brachytherapy is used to irradiate the vaginal scar, which is the most common site of disease recurrence, and the vaginal mucosa from close range. The usual regimens for brachytherapy is 5 to 6 grays in 2 or 3 brachytherapy application. Brachytherapy for postoperative patients is totally painless procedure. Sometimes in young patients during hysterectomy, performed ovarian preservation and transposition in terms to preserve hormonal ovarian function. The results of our research shown that position of the ovary as well as those delivered to ovary are the most important parameters of ovarian tissue survival. Which is why before operative treatments, one must always think about the need for adjuvant treatment after definitive pathohistological analysis on the operative material. Locally advanced disease represents a special challenge in radiotherapy planning and includes stage from 2B to 4A. When it comes to the staging of locally advanced cervical cancer, the latest FIGO classification emphasized the special importance of presence of pathological lymph nodes, which promoted the introduction of a new stage category 3C1 and 3C2. ESGO-ESTRO guidelines suggest definitive chemoradiotherapy and brachytherapy for all locally advanced cervical cancer patients. For locally advanced disease over than 35 years, the gold standard treatment was application of radical radiotherapy with chemopotentiation, platinum-based chemotherapy. Chemoradiation improves disease-free survival for 8% and increase overall survival for 6%. Almost 2 years ago, this approach was supplemented by introduction of immunotherapy during the treatment and as a maintenance therapy, which affects a significantly better therapeutic outcome. In this group of patients, adding immunotherapy can significantly improve long-term disease control. Interlace protocol also showed a benefit from neoadjuvant chemotherapy in a selected group of patients. We always need to consider whole radiotherapy dose. Total radiotherapy dose includes dose from external beam radiotherapy and brachytherapy, and also simultaneous integrated boost doses on pathological and large lymph nodes. We always perform delineation in co-registration with initial MRI. This is a new guidelines for treatment locally advanced cervical cancer. The most common treatment regimens is 45 gray in 25 fraction for external beam radiotherapy. For brachytherapy, the most common treatment regimens includes 6 or 7 gray in 4 or 5 brachytherapy application. All the most important clinical studies have confirmed undoubted benefit from application of radical radiotherapy in locally advanced cervical cancer. Delineation recommendation help us to personalize treatment depending on stage of disease. We always must to delineate gross tumor volume, clinical target volume, and planning target volume for each patient. The radiotherapy fields includes cervical region, as you can see, parametrial region, proximal vaginal part, and regional lymph nodes. A special challenge in planning of cervical cancer in stage 3C, where applying a new radiotherapy techniques is possible to irradiate positive lymph nodes at the same time with a higher radiotherapy dose using a simultaneous integrated boost doses. Although FIGO stage 3 is very heterogeneous, very few studies have addressed a more detailed sub-analysis of the characteristics of lymph node disease. The results of our just published article show that number and volume of pathological lymph nodes have the greatest influence on time to disease progression in stage 3C. Brachytherapy is crucial for optimal local control and cure in definitive radiotherapy for cervical cancer. Pelvic control rates of around 90% can be achieved across all stages with MRI-based image-guided brachytherapy. It's ideal to achieve a maximum duration all treatment of 50 days. In many European centers, 2D brachytherapy is used the most patient due to limited resources. In this way, you can see tumor and surrounding organ at risk. However, today we insist on precision in every sense, as well as precise dose distribution. In this image, you can see differences in brachytherapy planning versus 2D brachytherapy, CT-based, and MRI-based planning brachytherapy. Image-guided MRI brachytherapy is the standard in brachytherapy planning today. In this picture, you can see the position of intrauterine probe and ovoids in relation to tumor and organs at risk. As you can see, the same image on MRI based contouring. Very often we combine intracavitary and interstitial radiotherapy because we want to deliver the high doses on high-risk CTV. In co-registration of initial MRI and CT with scans taken during the last week of external beam radiotherapy. After placing the intrauterine probe and ovoids, the dose contribution and target volumes is calculated. Tumor coverage with prescribed doses is analyzed. For regions that don't have optimal dose coverage, interstitial brachytherapy needles are used to irradiation of these regions. We have a very lot applicator sets for locally advanced cervical cancer. In accordance with new Jack Estro recommendation, before carrying out first brachytherapy application, it's necessary to precisely define volume, position of the tumor, as well as method and tumor spread. During each subsequent application, the therapeutic response of tumor is treated. During each subsequent application, the therapeutic response of the tumor is treated. The process of application placement, tumor delineation, and brachytherapy planning is extremely demanding, which is why it takes several hours of work for one application. This can be especially problematic for centers like mine due to the large number of patients, 4 to 6 applications per day. There are a lot of potential treatment options for cervical cancer. However, it's very important to work on improving preventive policies, promoting HPV vaccination, and healthy lifestyle. When it comes to radiotherapy, it's necessary to reduce disparity in the technical equipment of the centers in order to provide equal quality treatment for all patients. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, dear Dr. Maria Zivkovic, for this wonderful presentation. And now we are moving forward to our next speaker, Amil Ružić, clinical oncologist at Clinical Center of Sarajevo University in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and also vice chair of HPV and Hepatitis B Action Network at European Cancer Organization. Dear doctor, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, I would like to express my gratitude to OncoDaily for the invitation and the opportunity to contribute to this cervical cancer summit. So, specializing in radiation oncology, I am very aware that radiotherapy, often combined with other modalities, is central to curative treatment for cervical cancer. But today I won't speak from the clinical management perspective because I'm sure my colleagues have already covered the treatment pathways and key updates in detail. Instead, I want to focus on another important message, that this is a largely preventable disease and we already have the tools to dramatically reduce it. HPV elimination is not only about cervical cancer. HPV is linked to cancers of the vulva, vagina, penis, anus, and the mouth and the throat. So prevention protects both women and men. From the treatment side, we all know that the diagnosis can mean weeks of therapy, repeated hospital visits, and for many women, a long recovery with real quality of life consequences. Prevention avoids the burden for patients, families, and health systems. Today, I will briefly share how the European Cancer Organization supports countries, especially in Southeast Europe, to move from commitments to real delivery. Very briefly, ECHO brings together 40 member societies and 21 patient advocacy groups to reduce the burden of cancer and improve outcomes through multidisciplinary and multi-professional collaboration. This slide is simply to show the breadth of the coalition. So cancer elimination touches many specialties, and the European Cancer Organization's strength is in convening expertise across Europe to align priorities and accelerate implementation. As you can see here, some familiar organizations, maybe to your specialty or other activities, as the European School of Oncology, Association of European Cancer Leagues, the European Society of Gynecological Oncology, and so on. Patient advocates are at the heart of ECHO. They are involved in policy making and activities, including focused topic networks. For HPV, that voice is really essential because trust, communication, and uptake are just as important as the clinical evidence. ECHO works through focused topic networks, practical coalitions that drive action. So you can see here there are a lot of them, and one of them is the HPV and hepatitis B focused topic network that is focused on eliminating HPV and hepatitis B associated cancer. This is what a multi-stakeholder action looks like. You can see many organizations aligned in cancer elimination, and HPV elimination coordination is not decoration, it's how we scale what works and reduce inequality. This slide shows the HPV and hepatitis B action network. You can see our co-chairs here, Daniel Kelly from the European Oncology Nursing Society, Margaret Stanley from the International Papillomavirus Society, Patrizia Carrieri from the European Association for the Study of the Liver, and me as vice chair. The key priority of the action network is advancing HPV cancer elimination in Southeast Europe, strengthening areas like vaccine registries, improving the efficiency of vaccination rollouts and quality of screening programs. We also helped launch the updated HPV prevention policy atlas in Poland in November of 2025, and we successfully championed the EU's Council recommendation on vaccine preventable cancer because policy momentum has to translate into delivery. Elimination is delivered nationally, but Europe can accelerate it by reducing uncertainty and supporting implementation. The global roadmap is clear. WHO's 90-70-90 targets by 2030, vaccinate 19% of girls by 15, screen 70% of women with the high-performance test by 35 and 45, and treat 19% of those with cervical diseases. And elimination is defined as bringing incidence below 4 per 100,000 women a year. So the question becomes, how do we help countries get from intention to those outcomes? The European Cancer Organization supports national implementation through 3 practical roles: measure progress, provide countries with the best practices and necessary guidance, and increase the mandate for action. You can see here the HPV Prevention Policy Atlas 2025. It provides updated data across 48 European countries and gives an action-oriented snapshot of prevention systems. The key point is not the ranking itself, the key point is the inequality it reveals, and the practical question it triggers. Where is coverage lagging? Where are registries missing? Where is screening participation low? And what policy changes will actually move the needle in the next 12 to 24 months. So the new updated version shows 3 headline messages. First, there has been substantial progress in strengthening HPV prevention policies, but vaccination and screening rates remain far from WHO and EU targets. 2, Compared to 2023, several countries have significantly improved their policies, especially Poland, Bulgaria, and Romania, which proves that fast progress is possible. Also, visible progress is happening in my country, in Bosnia and Herzegovina. 3. Despite improvements, significant efforts are still needed to achieve cervical cancer elimination goals. This aligns with Europe's policy ambition. Europe's Beating Cancer Plan aims to reach 90% vaccination of girls and significantly increase vaccination of boys by 2030. The remaining gap is less about knowledge and more about delivery. On July 2025, ECHO and our HPV and Hepatitis B Action Network hosted a high-level event at the European Parliament to reflect on EU progress and reignite political momentum. The event looked at what the Beating Cancer Plan has achieved so far and how the Council recommendation on vaccine-preventable cancers can be used as a lever for national implementation. And it also linked this work to what comes next, because sustained progress depends on sustained investment and accountability. The takeaway is simple. We have the strategy, now we need the consistent execution. Now, Southeast Europe, European Cancer Organization held the first regional conference on the 23 January of 2025 at the Bulgarian Parliament. The purpose was practical: strengthen regional collaboration, share successful practices, and openly discuss challenges and opportunities for the years ahead. Because many barriers in Southeast Europe are shared, and solving them together is faster than solving them alone. A key output was the joint declaration message across borders, a public commitment by countries and organizations in Southeast Europe to work together to eliminate HPV-related diseases for people of all genders. It's structured around 5 pillars: strengthening data and monitoring, engaging stakeholders, expanding gender-neutral vaccination, and enhancing screening programs and addressing common challenges together. To sustain the momentum, ECHO launched the Southeast Europe Committee in September 2025. The idea is straightforward: local points of contact who can drive meaningful change in their countries with ECHO support. So current participating countries include Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia and Serbia, and we are actively expanding the representation across the region. If your organization hasn't endorsed the Southeast Europe Declaration, we invite you to become a signatory. The QR code links directly, and supporting this declaration strengthens alignment, visibility, and accountability across the region. This is one of the most important next steps for 2026. The European Cancer Organization's Good Practice Guide on HPV vaccination. The aim is to provide a practical blueprint for national policymakers to translate political commitment into action, align stakeholders across Europe on vaccination priorities, and support countries in achieving high vaccination coverage among young people, girls and boys. Together with the Atlas, this becomes a what to fix plus how to fix it package, so countries can move from policy intent to measurable coverage. Europe's Beating Cancer Plan has created real momentum. HPV-related cancer elimination is now a visible EU success story, and the political commitment is there. But hard part is the final mile. Coverage, registries, screening, participation, and equity. And this is why 2026 and 2027 matters so much. And the EU is shaping the next long-term budget for 2028 to 2034. And the Commission published proposals in July 2025, and those decisions will influence prevention capacity and implementation support across Europe for years. So the message is: keep HPV elimination funded, measurable and prioritized until elimination is real and not just a goal. If you'd like to contribute, whether as a professional society, patient organization, researcher or policymaker, please join the HPV and Hepatitis B Action Network, scan the QR code and contact the network directly. And I will close my presentation with the following conclusions. HPV-related cancers are among the most preventable cancers we face. we have a tool that we can use to eliminate them, and together Europe can lead the way if we protect the momentum, improve delivery, and measure outcomes honestly. And this matters because cervical cancer treatment is long, intensive, and costly for women, families, and healthcare system. Yet nearly all cervical cancers are caused by HPV, meaning most of what we treat could be prevented through HPV vaccination and effective screening. This is especially important in Southeast Europe, where closing implementation gaps can directly translate into fewer women needing treatment. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Brzic. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It's our pleasure to start our next session. We have already spoken about the role of screening, about the role of vaccination, diagnosis, surgery, radiotherapy, and now it's part for the systemic therapy. And for the opening of the session, I would like to invite and thank Dr. Giuseppe Caruso, who is a consultant in the Division of Gynecological Oncology in the Istituto European of Oncology in Milan, and a PhD candidate of Sapienza University in Rome, and the research collaborator in Mayo Clinic Rochester. And he'll be speaking with us about the role of systemic therapy in early stage cervical cancer. Dr. Caruso, thank you so much for accepting our invite, for being so supportive in raising awareness of the cervical cancer and being with us here today.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, you can see my screen and hear me, right?
Just a second. I will let your screen to be there.
Oh.
Yes, I think that's
Is it okay?
perfect.
Is
Yes,
it working?
everything okay, moving.
Okay.
We can hear you. I am going
Thank
to
you.
silence myself if anything needing. We are here. Floor is
Thank you.
yours.
Thank you very much, and it is really a great pleasure to be here today with you on this amazing day and this summit on cervical cancer. My name is Giuseppe Caruso, and I work as a gynecologic oncologist in Milan at the European Institute of Oncology. And today I'm going to give you a medical oncology perspective on early stage cervical cancer. And I want to say that I'm not going to cover immunotherapy or novel agents that will be discussed in other lectures. And these are my conflicts of interest. So this will be our agenda for the next 15 minutes. You will see that most of my presentation actually will cover early stage cervical cancer and adjuvant therapy, where of course we need to distinguish between high risk and intermediate risk disease. But I will also give you a little bit of an idea of what is the other indication that we can have for chemotherapy, for example, in neoadjuvant therapy before fertility sparing surgery, or also what are indications for chemotherapy in locally advanced cervical cancer. So let's start with the biggest topic. And as you can see here, this is a very comprehensive algorithm on how to treat and manage early stage cervical cancer. We already discussed about surgery in this setting. And of course, I'm going to just focus on what is the adjuvant treatment. And as you know, this is individualized based on histopathological risk factors, and we can have 3 different groups of patients. And of course, the low risk patients are those that undergo observation, while intermediate risk and high risk patients are the ones that probably deserve, of course, an adjuvant therapy. And so if we start with high-risk patients, so this is where the Peters criteria apply, the so-called 3 Ps. So positive margins, positive lymph nodes, or positive parametria. And I think that we do not have any doubts on this regarding the adjuvant therapy. All the international guidelines agree that we should, of course, give concurrent chemoradiation with also a boost of brachytherapy. And so this is very easy, you know, for this group. We need adjuvant therapy, and we know what is the standard of care. And this is based on the GOG 109 trial that was published on 2000. Patients were randomized to receive radiotherapy or concurrent chemoradiation. And I want to stress that chemotherapy was the combination of cisplatin and 5-fluorouracil. So it is not the current standard, but what this study demonstrated is that there was a clear benefit, both in terms of progression-free survival and overall survival for patients who received the combination of chemotherapy compared to those who received just radiotherapy alone. And I also want to stress that this was very important, especially for the adenocarcinoma. So we know that squamous cell carcinoma and adenocarcinoma are completely different biological entities. And we know that adenocarcinoma has a worse prognosis than the squamous one. So you can see here that when we just used the radiotherapy, the adenocarcinoma had a worse prognosis, but this difference in prognosis disappeared when patients received concurrent chemoradiation. So this led us to the current standard of care. And this other prospective randomized study actually compared the combination of cisplatin and 5-fluorouracil with just cisplatin. And what we saw is that we were able to reduce hematologic toxicity, because this was almost doubled when the patients received the combinations of the two agents. And we also saw that when using weekly cisplatin alone, so without the combination of fluorouracil, actually there was no difference in terms of progression-free survival and overall survival. And so this is just to say that these studies led to the current standard of care, and we do not have any doubts on what is the standard. I just want to talk about these recent updates, because there is some discussion about the potential sequencing. So an escalation of this treatment with additional sequential chemotherapy, and results of these two big phase 3 trials were recently published or presented at ASCO. And what we can say here as an overall take-home message is that actually we do not need additional chemotherapy. We do not need sequential chemoradiation. It is sufficient to have concurrent chemoradiation. There was a slight signal that sequencing could improve survival rates in the STARS trial. You can see here the results, but this trial had several limitations. The group were not properly balanced, and so we can conclude that actually sequencing is not necessary in this population. So this is for the high risk, and now we move on the more complex and challenging intermediate risk. As you know, we still use the traditional SEDLIS criteria, where there's a combination of risk factors, and so patients who do have this combination can receive benefit from an adjuvant therapy. But there's a big problem with this population, and the first issue that we will see is about definition of what is intermediate risk and what is the threshold we should use to predict the risk and the need for adjuvant therapy. And then the second issue is the therapy that we need. So what is it? Concurrent chemoradiation, it is just radiation, chemotherapy, or just observation in selected patients. So this is the first study, the one we still use in our clinical practice somehow, the GOG 92 trial published by SEDLIS in 1999. In this study, high-risk patients, of course, were excluded, and those patients that had a combination of these three risk factors, so lymph node space invasion, stromal invasion, and tumor size, were randomized to receive pelvic radiotherapy or just observation. And what we saw is that radiotherapy was able to reduce of 47% the risk of recurrence in this population, and there was an improvement in 2-year recurrence-free survival for patients who received radiotherapy. Of course, there was some morbidity associated with radiotherapy, but this was actually manageable for these patients. And we also had a long-term follow-up update of this study after 12 years, confirming the benefit in progression-free survival. And there was also a trend in survival for these patients. And what we learned is that radiotherapy is especially able to reduce the risk of local regional recurrence for these patients more than the distant relapses. The problem with this study is that it has several limitations. First of all, it is very old. It is over 25 years ago. This criteria did not include the adenocarcinoma, so just squamous cell carcinoma, and this is not accurate now because we know these two tumors are completely different. The study was not powered for survival, and as you can see, the assessment of some risk factors like the tumor size was very old, based on palpation. This is not something we still do in our clinical practice. We do have advances in imaging with MRI. We do have advances in all the radiotherapy techniques. So this study, that we still consider in our clinical practice is very old, and we need probably to update our indications. And this is why first issue, we still don't know what is the right definition for the intermediate risk, what is the threshold. So you can see here, the first one with the classic three-factor model was the one from the GOG 49, and then there was the as we said, the SEDLIST one, the GOG 92, that was built on the prior one. And actually, there are also some modifications around the world. For example, in my institution, we do not use the depth of the invasion as a risk factor, but we use the tumor-free distance. So a slight difference, but there are some modified versions. And there are also some recent updates, and these are the ones where I want to focus my attention. So a four-factor model, for example, where we also address the issue of the histotype. And now we do have nomograms in our clinical practice. Probably we'll have nomograms in our clinical practice because we still need a proper validation. But this is, a contemporary tailored approach to capture the continuum of the recurrence risk in these patients, accounting both for the squamous cellular carcinoma and the adenocarcinoma. And so this is the Korean GOG study. You can see here that there was a four-factor model where, compared to the SEDLIST criteria, we also included the histology, and we compared this model with the prior classic ones. And what you can see here is that this model performed better in terms of predicting the recurrence compared to the prior ones. So this is an important update, and we need to account for this in our clinical practice. And in the past few years, also, we have seen some publications regarding novel histology-specific nomograms that can be used for predicting the recurrence risk. And there's one for squamous cell carcinoma and a different one for adenocarcinoma. And why is this? Because, as we said, these tumors are different. And what we learned, for example, is that while tumor size is the biggest risk factor for the adenocarcinoma, the depth of invasion is the biggest one for squamous cells. So we need to take into account all these differences when we decide, what is the risk of recurrence and the adjuvant treatment we need to use. And this is another one, very recent, a few weeks ago, another attempt to provide a histology-specific prognostic nomogram for both squamous cell carcinoma and adenocarcinoma. Very interesting, but again, not yet externally validated. So we need to wait, for further prospective evidence, probably. So this is for the definition, and it is very heterogeneous and still controversial. And then it is even more controversial. What is the optimal adjuvant therapy? So what should we use for this intermediate risk patients? Should we use concurrent chemoradiation, just radiation, sequential, again, also in these patients, chemotherapy, or we can also just propose observation? So what we learned for the first question, these are two recent updates on this topic. The second one was just published, I think, a few days ago. So these are phase 3 trials. The first one is the phase 3 trial, a GOG 263, where patients were randomized to receive just adjuvant radiation or concurrent chemoradiation. And what we learned is that in these patients, there was no difference in terms of survival, and there was just more morbidity with the addition of chemotherapy compared to just radiotherapy. And this other study, that is a population-based study published a few days ago with over 1,000 patients, again, compared the chemoradiotherapy with just radiotherapy alone. And what we saw is that there's no difference. So we learned that we do not need the concurrent chemoradiation, as for the high risk, radiotherapy alone is sufficient in these patients. And there are also ongoing studies still addressing this issue. This is the ACCEPT study that will be probably published. We will see the results very soon. Again, comparing patients that receive just radiotherapy with those that receive concurrent chemoradiation. But that is not the only question. The other question now is, can we even avoid adjuvant therapy in intermediate risk patients? What I mean is, can we identify some selected patients where we just need to observe these patients and not give any kind of adjuvant therapy? And we do have some results. There's a sub-analysis of the SCAN study where almost 700 patients were included, and 60% received adjuvant therapy and 40% did not. And it seems that there's no difference in terms of disease-free survival and overall survival for these patients. So you see, this is a very open question still. What is the optimal therapy? And there's an ongoing study, the Cervantes study, that is again comparing no further intervention after surgery with adjuvant therapy that can be different, going from just radiotherapy to concurrent chemoradiotherapy. And the topic becomes even more challenging if we think that we actually do not know what happens with those patients that do not meet Peters criteria or Sedley's criteria. So, we said Peters criteria, high risk, Sedley's criteria, intermediate risk. But if these patients do not meet any of these two categories, can we really be sure that these patients are low risk if they have just, one or two of these risk factors? Can we be sure that these are low risk and we do not need anything for these patients? So this is another study that is trying to compare observation for these patients with additional chemotherapy after surgery. So it is very controversial, very heterogeneous, and we need more evidence to properly, tailor the adjuvant treatment for these patients. So this was I think the biggest topic of my presentation. I just have a few more slides on the other 3 points just to have, a comprehensive overview. And I want to say that chemotherapy is also used, as you can see here, as a tool for fertility-sparing approaches. For example, in selected stage 1B patients, for example, in my institution, we start with the neoadjuvant chemotherapy, and then we go for, a conization as a fertility-sparing approach. And this is something that I think will further improve in the future with the advent of immunotherapy and novel agents. So we are seeing this a lot in oncology, also in other specializations. And I think we are going to hear a lot about this immunotherapy and novel agents to help with fertility-sparing approaches. And of course, chemotherapy is also used in locally advanced cervical cancer. Again, I'm not going to talk about immunotherapy, that is the biggest advance in this setting, but I just wanted to have this slide to conclude my presentation, because chemotherapy is also used for as an alternative strategy to the standard concurrent chemoradiation for selected stages 1B3 and 2A2. I think you all know the results from the Gupta and the Ortiz studies that still are discussing this issue of avoiding radiotherapy in these patients. And again, this is something that will change in the next future, because we already have interesting results with the NASI study and the NITO-SERV3 study using immunotherapy with the neoadjuvant, intent before surgery. And this could be an alternative to concurrent chemoradiation. And to conclude, also that chemotherapy, just to conclude all the indications, is now also being used as an induction therapy before concurrent chemoradiation in locally advanced cervical cancer, especially in those cases that are at less risk compared to others where the indication for pembrolizumab has been recently approved by the FDA. So to conclude, it is a very big topic, very tough to have this topic in just 15 minutes. Probably I also I was not probably on time, I don't know, but these are my take-home messages. The standard adjuvant therapy for high-risk early-stage cervical cancer is concurrent chemoradiation, no doubts on that. We still need to understand what is the definition of intermediate risk, what is the threshold we need to use to assess the recurrence risk in these patients. And we do have several definitions, and probably the future will be nomograms in this setting. Beyond definition, also the optimal adjuvant therapy is not still clear. We learned that probably we do not need concurrent chemoradiation. Radiotherapy is probably sufficient for this patient, but probably we need to better tailor this adjuvant therapy, because some patients probably do not need any kind of adjuvant therapy on one hand, and on the other hand, probably there are some patients that even if they do not meet the SEDLIS criteria, probably they need something after surgery, and this could be, for example, chemotherapy. One key message is that we need to understand that we cannot just say cervical cancer. The adenocarcinoma and the squamous cell carcinoma are completely different prognosis, different biology, and so we need tailored approaches in our clinical practice. And SEDLIS criteria, we know that did not, cover this difference between histotypes. So the future probably will be histology-specific nomograms that need to be validated so that we can better predict the continuum of recurrence risk and inform postoperative management. And of course, I didn't talk about it because it was not the topic of my presentation, but immunotherapy and targeted agents are moving earlier in the treatment algorithm. And so we will see, I think, a lot of updates on this topic. And this is it for me. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to discuss it together if we have time later. Thank you.
In the role of immunotherapy, which will be about our next talk. And indeed, we do have time. After this presentation, we will have the conclusion of the section of the systemic therapies. So we'll be happy to get involved, all the participants, and having the discussion on the role of chemotherapy and when, how much to give, and understanding the gaps. Thanks so much for being with us, Dr. Giuseppe.
Thank you very much.
And moving forward, I see already our next speaker is here. Let me turn on. Dr. Mansour, can you hear me well?
Very well, thank you. Good morning or good afternoon.
Good morning for you, good afternoon, and somewhere in the world it's already good night, but here we are all today in one platform, and it's my greatest honor and pleasure of welcoming Dr. Mansour Azam Mirza, who is the Chief Medical Officer at Acrival Therapeutics in USA, and he'll be speaking about the role of immunotherapy in managing localized cervical cancer. Dr. Mansour, we are really looking forward for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thanks for inviting. I need to share my screen.
Yes.
I don't know this platform. Somebody needs to get me in.
You try to share the screen. I will add to the scene.
I'll take the whole screen and see if it works.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see my slide?
Not yet.
I'm sharing the whole screen.
Yes. Have you pushed the button from the platform to share the screen?
Yes. Can you see my slide now?
Did I receive them via email? I can share for you.
Is anyone from the technical part who can guide me to this?
Well, there should be a button on the platform.
Oh, I think I am now.
Yes, I'm seeing it.
Great.
Just
Can you
a
see
second. That? Perfect. So we can see it, we can hear you. So I will give the floor to you. I'm here just if you need me. I'm going to hide myself now and give the floor to you.
Thank you so much. And thanks for inviting me. It's a pleasure. I was asked to talk about role of immune therapy in advanced in metastatic disease, but then my colleague Christina Lindemann could not join, so I could take her part as well, and that makes my presentation a little bit longer because I'm taking both the locally advanced and the metastatic recurrent disease. So please bear with me. Why immune therapy? We have been struggling hard. We have and thanks for Dr. Karusha for a very nice talk just before about how the field has evolved in this case. But immune therapy makes a lot of biological sense because HPV infection is the cause of more than 90% of cervical cancer, and PD-L1 has been shown to be a solid biomarker of HPV infection. PD-L1 is significantly upregulated in cervical cancer and detectable by immune histochemistry in tumor cells. PD-L1 expression reduces immune response since it is able to bind to PD-1 on T lymphocytes, thereby inhibiting their function. So these functions suggest that there is a role of PD-1, PD-L1 pathway in the therapeutical, and it should be therapeutically effective. Initial studies were done with single agents in the relapsed disease, and it showed some activity, modest activity, and that brought us to phase 3 trials. We don't have much time to discuss everything, so I will keep myself only to the randomized phase 3 trials because I have to cover 3 topics, that is locally advanced disease, first line in metastatic, and second line metastatic disease. And I'm not going to discuss the further developments, the trials which are ongoing. We haven't seen the results, because a lot is happening for the future, and we will see this field evolving a lot, even though we have already seen a great success. So why, first of all, locally advanced disease? What is the biological role of combining immune therapy with radiation therapy? Because radiation therapy induces immune modulatory effect by increasing antigen visibility through immunogenic cell death, activating the casting pathway, immune response, modeling the tumor microenvironment, and regulating immune checkpoint expression. So that's why there is a biological role, and there are 2 major phase 3 trials performed with randomizing immune therapy to chemoradiation. The first trial, I'm taking the way it was presented. The first trial was CALA trial presented by our friend Dr. Brad Monk. And in that trial, patients with locally advanced disease received platinum, the chemoradiation as standard of care, and on top of that, they were randomized to receive a PD-L1, durvalumab, or placebo, concomitant to chemoradiation, and continued to receive it as adjuvant post-chemoradiation therapy. Here, patients were included if they were stage 1B, 2, and 2B with node positivity. Node positive definition is a bit different than the next trial I'm going to discuss. And if they were stage 3A and 4A, all patients were included regardless of their nodal status. The weakness of this trial is that only progression-free survival is primary endpoint. That means that study was powered to look at progression-free survival, but not overall survival, which was secondary endpoint. That makes this study weaker, and probably this is because they wanted to keep the sample size down and have results as early as possible, but speed is not always the best thing to do. When we look at the baseline characteristics, they were very well balanced. Very important that 95% of the patients had PD-L1 status positive, CPS score positive, and there were nodal metastases in about 2/3 of the population. So the definition of nodal metastasis is different here, and is maybe there could be some of the patients, because that's done on PET-CT, and maybe it is because of that, there may be some false positive pelvic nodes. That means that this study may have more patients who were node positive. When we look at node negative, when we look at the primary results, progression-free survival did not improve. The study could not show benefit, and same is the case for overall survival. So the study is negative as such. And did not show any benefit. And I'll come back to that to see the differences between the study, this one and the next one, which I will present, why one study is positive and other study is negative. So this was a negative trial. We performed CX11, Keynote A18, which was a trial performed on again stage 1B, 2B, or stage 3, 4A. For stage 1B, 2B, they should have been node positive. Remember, this is the older classification. So node positive 1B, 2B would be today stage 3. But this is how it was defined. And patients were randomized to receive chemoradiation plus pembrolizumab or placebo, concomitant and after an adjuvant after therapy. It was given, and patients were very well balanced, and the sample size was quite large. And here, 85% of the patients in this study are node positive, and definition of node positivity is a bit different when you look at the radiologically or in by especially PET-CT. So this is probably more aggressive tumors than the CALA trial. When we look at the baseline characteristics, very busy slide, but I will show you that that you have a very high number of patients who are CPS PD-L1 positive, 95%. That's a very high number. There were about 44% of the patients who were stage 1B, 2B, but this is old classification. According to new classification, as I showed you, that 85% of the patients were node positive. That means they were higher stage. And again, 85% of the patients here are had node positivity, which is quite high number. That tells us that this is the group which is very high risk. But it's also make it possible to look how the treatment is effective in the node positive patients and in node negative, or there is a difference, and I'll come back to that. So when we look at the radiation treatment exposure, there was no compromise regarding chemoradiation. It was performed in 50 days. There were Japanese patients where they do not give brachytherapy. That's why there are few patients who are having treatment time above 50 days due to longer EBRT. And which is understandable, but it was very well balanced in both groups. When we looked at the progression-free, so this study has a very strong statistics. It had both progression-free and overall survival, which were primary endpoints. So at the interim analysis 1, we saw progression-free survival of 0.7, which was highly significant. But we went further analysis at 3 years of data cutoff. We saw a hazard ratio of 0.68, with progression-free survival increasing from 55% to 63%, which is highly significant. And at that time, we also looked at overall survival, which was a highly significant improvement from 75% to 83% at 3 years. So very positive trial, clearly benefiting the treatment. And when we looked at the subgroup analysis, there we saw all subgroups benefiting from the treatment. However, there is one thing which I said that about how high risk or low risk patients are. And here you can see stage 1B, 2B. They are only borderline. This is a subgroup analysis. This is not powered to 0.85, and while a much higher benefit in the more aggressive tumors, the same is for the overall survival. And that brought FDA to the conclusion that they approved first the treatment for patients with more high risk stage 3 and 4A disease. However, they also said that once you have much longer data, come back to us and we will look at it and approve it for, see if they will approve it for stage 1B to 2B disease. What about the toxicity? It's very well tolerated. There are known toxicities of immune therapy. As you can see here, hypothyroidism can be very well managed. We were afraid of colitis because you're giving chemoradiation to the pelvis. And actually, we were surprised to see that colitis was not much higher due to addition of pembrolizumab, which is very comforting in this case. So as I said, there are about 2 studies now in locally advanced disease. Keynote 18, the ENGOT CX11 is clearly a positive study with benefit in overall and progression-free survival, while CALA study was negative. And what are the reasons? First reason could be that CALA used a PD-L1 while Keynote A18 used a PD-1, durvalumab or pembrolizumab. That could be my bias. I feel that PD-1 is probably more efficient here. But the study numbers, the sample size was smaller in CALA. The primary endpoint was only PFS, while in Keynote 18 was PFS and OS. So these are the major issues. And then comes the FIGO stage or the node positivity. That, as I said, the node positivity was defined by in CALA trial a little bit weaker, and it could be that there are quite a few patients which were called node positive, but they were node negative. So there could be some differences which have made one study positive and other study negative. So I will stop here and we will take discussion later. I will now go down to the persistent and recurrent disease or metastatic cervical cancer, first-line therapy. The first trial which was presented by my colleague Nicoletta Colombo was in 21, the Keynote 826, which demonstrated significant improvement both in progression-free and overall survival with pembrolizumab added to a platinum-based chemotherapy with or without bevacizumab. And then the confirmatory trial was performed by and presented by Anna Vaknin in 23, BCC, which demonstrated PFS and OS benefit of atezolizumab added to platinum-based chemotherapy. Here, all patients had to receive bevacizumab in this population. So let's take the Keynote 826 first. The trial was performed in the patients who had either primary stage 4 disease or recurrent disease, and these patients were randomized to receive the standard of care, which was paclitaxel or cisplatin or carboplatin. It was allowed, plus minus bevacizumab. So this was more like real-world evidence. Not all patients receive bevacizumab. So it was allowed if patient has some reasons not to get bevacizumab, that patients can be entered. And patients were randomized to pembrolizumab or placebo during the treatment. 6 treatments of chemotherapy were essential in this case. And patients were stratified nicely. So the study was very well balanced. And when we look at the results in the in the patients who had CPS more than 1%, 1% or more, you see a high benefit in progression-free and overall survival with a hazard ratio of 0.62 for PFS and 0.64 for OS, which is highly significant. At the time of presentation, it was 12 months cutoff, which showed a clear benefit of overall survival from increasing from 63% to 75%. When we look at the subgroup analysis, here it was interesting to see that the patients who had a CPS score less than 1 that is PD-L1 negative, they had a hazard ratio of 1.0. Actually, when we go to the older studies, single-arm studies and other studies, none of these studies in the metastatic disease had shown benefit of pembrolizumab in PD-L1 negative patients. And that was the reason why FDA approved the treatment for patients who were CPS positive, 1+, 1 or higher than 1. That is 90% of the population. One can discuss, is it appropriate, because study was not powered to show this 10% CPS effect in the PD-L1 negative patients. But this is what the approval is for patients who are PD-L1 positive. And Awaknin performed a confirmatory trial, the BCC, and there atezolizumab was used. And here it was clear that patients must receive all 3 drugs of the backbone, that is platinum, paclitaxel, and bevacizumab. So all patients had bevacizumab. And there is a biological rationale to say that if you are giving bevacizumab, probably you will see even higher efficacy of immune therapy, atezolizumab in this case. And both our PFS and OS were primary endpoints. And one showed clear benefit both in progression-free and overall survival in this case, which is remarkable, especially in the overall survival hazard ratio is 0.68. A huge benefit. At 36 months, the survival has increased from 25% to 42%, which is really showing a strong benefit of adding atezolizumab. Very unfortunate that company is not developing their program of atezolizumab any further, so they have decided not to go for approvals, which is unfortunate. We would have then 2 drugs available, pembrolizumab and atezolizumab, for these patients. But it's clear that for the locally advanced disease, today it is essential that you should add immune therapy to the patients who are immune naive. I'm saying that because these trials, both of these trials, are done before the CALA and before the CX-11 trial in locally advanced disease were done. So today we would see more and more patients receiving immune therapy in the locally advanced disease, and these patients then will not be eligible to receive immune therapy in this line. So we would need more other drugs, and I'm sure Brian will come, Dr. Slamovich will come and discuss that. Where are we moving in this field? Actually, the first phase 3 trial which was presented was in second-line metastatic disease. That was EMPOWER trial by Dr. Tiwari, by Chris Tiwari, which demonstrated overall survival benefit of cemiplimab versus investigator choice. Second-line cervical cancer is a very, very huge unmet need, with a very short progression-free and overall survival. So the trial really changed our thoughts that was presented. So this is the population. Patients should have had recurrent or metastatic cervical cancer. Patients have progressed or resistant to platinum-based chemotherapy. That means a GOG 240, which is platinum-based, platinum paclitaxel plus bevacizumab, and patients were either resistant or progressed on that. These patients were randomized to receive cemiplimab or standard chemotherapy. There is no standard chemotherapy for these patients, and that's why you can see a long list of therapies available. Your choice, you should and randomization to that, which is completely correct. The only thing is that PD-L1 status was not performed upfront, and patients were not stratified according to that. So when we look at the overall survival, there is a clear benefit with overall survival increasing from with a hazard ratio of 0.69. And of course, still you can see these Kaplan-Meier curves going down, but this is a big change for our patients. Median duration of follow-up here is 1.5 years, and there you can see a significant improvement in the overall survival. However, if you look further, you can see that half of the patients will progress, whichever treatment you are giving, within a short period, within less than 3 months, which is quite difficult to understand, because even though we are improving the treatment, it is benefiting only a minor number of patients. So we really need to improve that, and it still remains a significant unmet need when patient has progressed on first-line treatment and come to the second-line treatment. I'm sure Brian is going to tell us a lot about the new treatments coming in. So my take-home message would be that the treatment landscape for cervical cancer has dramatically changed following the recent positive results of clinical trials of immune therapy and subsequent regulatory approvals. Statistically significant benefit is seen in overall survival in locally advanced disease, as well as in recurrent disease. And immune therapy is very well tolerated, and immune therapy should be the new standard of care in the management of cervical cancer patient. The question would be, we have to push immune therapy up front. We have to give it at the time of locally advanced disease, and we don't have trials showing benefit of immune therapy after immune therapy. So we would need new treatments in the advanced disease. And that brings me to our next speaker, whenever he is here, Dr. Slomovich, to discuss about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mansour, for this excellent presentation and for covering so comprehensively both locally advanced and advanced disease. And thank you for taking the part for our previous speaker who could not be today with us, but we hear all about immunotherapy today. And I'm sure all our listeners now know what and when to do this. And if Dr. Giuseppe is here, I see a few slides coming from our YouTube audience, and I would like to invite our audience that they can also comment in the Restream platform or on the X. Maybe we can try to address these questions and have the discussions on your both points. Let me take in Dr. Caruso. Yes, here
Hi.
we are.
Hi. Hi, Professor.
Thank you both.
Great
Thank
to
you
see
both
you.
for this. I'm very sorry Dr. Brian could not be with us now. He will be joining later, but because the session will be concluded now, we will wait for the novel weapons in cervical cancer to hear a bit later.
We both were in San Francisco, and Storm is coming. So I took the late night flight back to Boston, and he's probably just landed in Florida. So he will be joining us later, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you were there on site and now here online again, reunion. World is smaller than we think.
Yes.
Thanks for organizing and making it happen. Actually, we can a bit try to answer what our audience said and maybe discuss together what do you think will be in the future, what will be the next to come in the cervical cancer, and which results are you most waiting for. So someone in our audience, let me come, wrote that which is the most reliable biomarker for immunotherapy in cervical cancer? TMB beyond? Would you like to address that?
It is CPS score is probably the most reliable marker, and you have seen clinically that there is a gradient. If you cut off at 1, you can clearly see that patients who are less than 1, it's fortunately a very small number in locally advanced disease. It's only 5%. When it comes to further and further in first line and second line relapse, it becomes 10% or maybe more. but that is the cutoff I would use, and use the CPS score for it. That is the right. TMB is experimental because that's not widely validated. It would be very difficult to get um, equal score all over. I don't think we are there yet, but of course, it makes biologically much sense to use TMB, but CPS score is the right one. Giuseppe?
I completely agree with you, Professor. And I don't know if actually the cutoff will stay there, the one cutoff, Professor. I don't know, because when we see also the results of the keynote B96, for example, in ovarian cancer, also in other diseases, not just cervical cancer, not sure if actually we should, not consider immunotherapy in those patients based on that cutoff. But for now, yes, for sure, it is the best we do have. I don't know what you think, Professor. Like, do you really think?
That's a great observation, but I don't know. Ovarian cancer has been a graveyard for immune therapy. We just got the Nicoletta's trial, which is positive. That's the only trial. Otherwise, they're all negative trials. And there, one have tried to cut off and see if they're 10% CPS, then you see a higher. But cervical cancer is so sensitive to immune therapy that we can easily rely on one CPS 1 cutoff. That's a completely highly sensitive to immune therapy disease. And I actually feel that in the locally advanced, having 5% of the patients, and thinking about there could be some institutional issues with checking the CPS score, I would give it to all patients, because not giving to patients where they may benefit it won't be appropriate in this case. So no, cervical cancer, I believe that this is highly sensitive when we come to that. Yes.
Thanks so much. I do not treat cervical cancer myself. I do mostly GI and sarcomas, but thanks for this wonderful presentation. Now I know a bit more. And just to ask you both, do you still see a role of giving immuno even if the cutoff is not there? Do you think the benefit will be that much? And is it the same in the metastatic and early stage diseases? What is your perception of that?
Well,
okay, early stage disease, metastatic. I can hear
okay,
both.
Giuseppe, you start.
Yeah, well, for early stage disease, actually, we do not have data on that yet. So we are having some interesting results from recent studies that are moving immunotherapy earlier. And I am as I said, very briefly, I'm very enthusiastic to see the use of immunotherapy in the neoadjuvant setting, for example, before fertility sparing approaches in the future that we are seeing also in endometrial cancer, for example, and also, before surgery to avoid radiotherapy that maybe can be saved, for the recurrence. So I'm very interested in the introduction of immunotherapy earlier in this setting, but I don't think for the early stage we do have data yet on biomarkers in this setting. And your question was the one that I was asking Professor Mirza, actually, because, for example, in the past few days, I saw several patients that did not have the CP score to receive immunotherapy. And I was like, oh my God, like I would have, I wanted to have that chance to add immunotherapy. Probably it's not the right choice. In the future, we will have, different agents, probably ADCs or something else that is coming. But in our clinical practice, patients know now about immunotherapy. So when you cannot use it because of regulatory approvals, it is also, for example, for cemiplimab for us in Italy, we cannot use it again with this cutoff that is also different from the study. So sometimes in our clinical practice, we have these challenges, and so it is sometimes a pity not to use these agents. But I agree that there's a rationale for using that cutoff. Probably we can do better, but for sure in the future, probably patients that do not have the adequate CP score are candidate for using something else, I think.
I completely agree, Giuseppe, but I think the field is moving so fast. It's a pity that Brian's talk is not here, because we will be probably treating in after 5 years this treatment in a different way. we are moving, fortunately for these patients, we are moving quite fast with the science. But right now, I completely agree what you said.
Thank you so much for both of your perspectives. And I get with the regulatory approvals is a problem, I think, everywhere, especially when you think that maybe this is not the right biomarker and the only biomarker that could guide the treatment. Hopefully, the next in this future will be even better and will expand the use of all the treatments available, especially with the patents of a lot of immunotherapies are going to expire. So probably not only the high-income countries are going to benefit, but the rest of the world as well. And for our next sections, we will be having different speakers from different countries on covering what's available in their countries. So this will be, again, a very important topic to raise there. We have one more question here. If you agree, we are on time, so we do have time. Let's take this one too. It's again about immunotherapy. I think everyone is very excited about this. So the question is, how long after completion should relapse occur to consider giving immuno again?
And I think I mentioned it very shortly. This is the issue where we don't have any trials of immune after immune.
And what will be your practice? Let's
I
move
will
it
not.
back to.
I will not. I will do clinical trials for that. I believe in getting level 1 evidence before I change my treatment. Sorry, I may be conservative, but I'm not going to use immune therapy again and again without evidence. Definitely not. I'm not sure how was the case in Italy, but this
It's it's the same, Professor. Maybe in the future, I don't know if then the duration of immunotherapy, for example, in the first line will get shorter. And so maybe we will have just 1 year of immunotherapy and there could be space for a rechild. I don't know, but this is just speculative. So
we have to do clinical trials.
Yes, yes, sure. So I agree with you.
And I don't think we will be doing clinical trials of immune therapy after immune therapy. We have now biphasics. We have now great combinations of immune therapies. And one of the biphasic I think would be fitting very well here is the PD1 with VGF. And that could be a great thing for our patients. So I believe that what we will be seeing is immune therapy combination after progressing on immune therapy, but not as an immune therapy. So that would be the trial design we would see. But it's clear. I was the discussant of Dr. Tiwari of Empower trial. It was very funny in COVID period that there was a presidential of ESMO and there were only 4 people in the hall. They were the speakers, and we were having that. And there, I was so excited that now we have a phase 3 trial and everything. 6 months after Nicoletta Colombo presented 8-6 in frontline, and then you cannot use Empower if you have given frontline. I was fortunate enough to be discussing for Nicoletta as well, and it was fun to see how in 6 months everything has changed. And now Nicoletta, now Keta has presented the CX11. Everything changed again. So I think we are moving immune therapy to the right direction, because if you give immune therapy upfront in locally advanced, you have a chance of cure. That is the real take-home message. Don't wait for immune therapy to later lines. You should give it. You saw the Kaplan markers, even though you have a hazard ratio, but they're going down. So you must give immune therapy upfront with chemoradiation.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Mirza and Dr. Caruso, for this wonderful discussion. It was very important, very informative. We were absolutely honored to have you both with us. We're very sorry to hear Dr. Slomovic, but in 40 minutes we will have his talk as well. He just missed the discussion, but we'll move forward the field. And thanks once again for being with us today.
Thank you so much for
inviting.
Thank you very much. Stay warm. It's quite cold in Boston.
We'll go to Florida.
Yeah. Take care.
professor and doctoral supervisor in the Department of Gynecology at the General Hospital of Ningxia Medical University in China. We now invite Professor Li to begin. Dr. Li, the floor is yours, and please share your screen so that we can see your presentation.
All right. Hello. I'm sorry. It refused me to share my screen. What happened?
Could you please try again?
I can share my screen in studio.
Do you see
Format.
the sharing button?
Yeah, let me try it again. I'm sorry for a few
No, it's
seconds.
okay. If you have some problems, you can share with us your presentation so that we can share it for you.
I think it's because about there's some privacy problem from Mac.
It's okay. You can send your presentation to us so that we can share it for you.
Yeah, I think it's. I'm sorry because. So how can I can send you from the
You can
email.
send it to our email. Yes.
Okay. So I would shortcut settings, add screen sharing. Okay, I will send it's a big file because it's a guideline and I will need somebody to help me to press H.
So we can come back in 5 minutes.
Learn more. Screen share is.
So you can send the email and we can come back in 5 minutes.
Okay, you can try to send the presentation to our email and we can take a 5-minute break and come back in 5 minutes.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're moving forward, and it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Mariam Mailian. Dr. Mailian is a medical oncologist at Julian Hematology and Oncology Center, the clinic in Armenia. And now we invite Dr. To begin.
Hello everyone, my name is Maria Maylan. I am medical oncologist from Armenia and I am working in the Clinic Medical Center and also in the Yulian Hematology and Oncology Center. It's my pleasure to present the current state of cervical cancer in Armenia, focusing on epidemiology, screening, HPV prevalence, vaccination, and exciting challenges. Cervical cancer is a disease where prevention, early detection, and timely treatment can dramatically reduce mortality, yet it remains a significant public health problem in our country. Each year in Armenia, approximately 250 new cases of cervical cancer are diagnosed. This number may appear modest compared to other malignancies, but it is particularly concerning because cervical cancer is largely preventable through effective screening and vaccination strategies. As you see in this slide, more cases in our country diagnosed in third stage, and unfortunately in 2024, more than 25% of cases also diagnosed in fourth stage. Cervical cancer ranks as the fifth most common cancer among women in Armenia, after breast, endometrial, colon, and skin cancers. Among young women aged 15 to 44 years, it is the second most common malignancies, highlighting its impact on women of reproductive and working age. Importantly, cervical cancer is the seventh leading cause of cervical cancer-related death among Armenian women, reflecting delayed diagnosis and suboptimal screening coverage. As shown in this slide, cervical cancer affects women across a wide age range. While incidence increased with age, a significant proportion of cases occur in younger and middle-aged women, emphasizing the need for both early screening and prevention strategies long before symptoms develop. Armenia started national pap smear screening program in January 2015, targeting women aged 30 to 60 years, encouraging the proportion of women undergoing pap testing increased from 5.6 to 31% from 2007 to 2022 period, and between 2050 to 2021, approximately 329,000 women were screened through the national program. However, despite this program, only 37% of women aged 25 to 65 years and 39% of women aged 30 to 49 have ever had a pap test, which remains far below international targets. And international targets, it is 70%. Local data from cell-based survey examinations among women aged 21 to 39 years show that 18% tested positive for any HPV type. Higher risk HPV was detected in 11%, and HPV 16 and 18, the most oncogenic types, were present in 3.3%. Sexual behavior data from that, only 1% of 50-year-old girls reported sexual intercourse, and the median age of first sexual intercourse is 21 years among women in Armenia, which is relatively late compared with many countries. I think this number is not real because it's just official, and I think that real number is different. Despite this, HPV circulation remains sufficient to sustain cervical cancer risk. HPV vaccination was introduced in Armenia in December 2017, targeting girls aged 14 years with catch-up vaccination available for older age groups. The national goal targets to reach 90 percentage coverage by 2030. However, in 2024, HPV vaccination coverage among 50-year-old girls was only 41%, which is significantly lower than desired and far below high-income countries such as Australia. I bring three examples of three countries: Armenia, Australia, and Bulgaria. Armenia and Bulgaria are upper middle income countries, and Australia is high income. And in 2022, in Armenia, HPV vaccination coverage last dose females percentage was 15, in Australia 55, and in Bulgaria approximately 3-4%. And you can see that mortality per 100,000 women in 2022 from cervical cancer in Bulgaria was 6.2, in Armenia was 4, and in Australia was 1.4. This clearly illustrated the impact of effective screening and vaccination programs on cervical cancer mortality at the population level. In Armenia, we unfortunately don't have national guidelines, and we use international guidelines like NCCN, ESMO, ESGO, and ASCO. And as you know, for cervical cancer, NCCN guidelines recommend for systematic treatment use pembrolizumab, but in Armenia, unfortunately, pembrolizumab is not registered. And we don't have any government reimbursement or coverage for immunotherapy. As a result, many patients refuse or are unable to receive immunotherapy due to its high cost despite guideline-based indications. Several challenges hinder progress in cervical cancer control in Armenia. Routine gynecological screening is not culturally embedded particularly among asymptomatic middle-aged women. Additionally, anti-vaccination campaign, which is very active in Armenia, low public awareness, and the absence of comprehensive national screening data further complicate prevention efforts. In conclusion, cervical cancer in Armenia remains a preventable yet significant cause of morbidity and mortality. While screening and vaccination programs exist, coverage remains insufficient to achieve meaningful population-level impact. Strengthening organized screening, increased HPV vaccination uptake, improving public awareness, and in ensuring access to guideline-based treatment are critical steps forward. Thank you for your attention, and also thank you very much to OncoDaily for organizing this very important and very interesting meeting.
Dr. Lee, welcome back. Now we can see your screen. Dr. Lee, welcome back. We can see
Okay.
yes, we can see your screen. Will you share it for us, or do you want us to share it for you?
Okay, perfect. I think I can share it. Hold on.
Okay, perfect.
Mm-hmm. A little minute. I will close another one. And right now it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so right now you can hear you can read my screen, right?
Actually, we cannot see your screen right now.
Okay, hold on. So how about right now?
Yes, perfect. We can see your screen.
Okay.
You
Okay.
can start. The floor is yours, and we have about 15 minutes. So
Okay.
you may begin. Thank you.
Okay. So firstly, thank you so much for invite me instead of China to talk about something about how I treat and diagnose cervical cancer in the year 2026. So it's my great honor, and I am Dr. Yan Li from the Department of Gynecology and from Ningxia Medical University, which is not a big province in China. And today I will going to share you about the 2025 edition, the CAR guide. Since that of more than 10 here, say it's too much. Only have 15 minutes, so I first one. So to say although start our prevention of and we want to break cancer average, right? The number of new cervical is 15,700 a year, and the number of cervical cancer deaths in China reaches 55,700 a year. Still a very big one, which this is the global one. So until right now, that it is still a severe hazard to women's physical health. And you can see it usually ranks to maybe the fourth or fifth way. And this is the world map. And you can see the highest incidence and fertility rates are found in sub-Saharan Africa and Melanesia, whereas the lowest rates in North America, Australia, New Zealand, and West Asia. So as we all know that the high-risk HPV is the key factor of cervical cancer, and the HPV vaccination and CC screening is still can decrease significantly of cervical cancer. And how to prevent it? In our guideline, we have several things that's for the primary prevention, blocking HPV, and the secondary, which is the early detection. And territory prevention is to treat cervical cancer in the very early stage. In China, we have we hope this is 70%, this is 90%, and this is 70% again. But I'm sorry to say that until right now, just 30 to 40%, and for the 90% second part, which is just 40 to 50%, and for the fifth one, which for the another 70%, which is just enough. And we have to say some special populations, the screening for some special populations. So firstly, we all know these populations, and in Chinese CAR guideline that the high risk populations is the same as NCCN. And before the prenatal care, you can see we also ask to take screen from the year 20 to 29 years old, once every year's TCT, and 30 to 65 years TCT and HPV together. And for the years over 65 years, which also together, but you can detect it maybe every 3 years if TCT and HPV is all negative. And once, if we can only choose TCT or HPV for one, so from the year 2019, HPV is always priority. And for the management of low cell, you can see the map, and usually first cytology and follow up. And if cytology is high cell, so maybe diagnose cervical colonization, and if it is asks high, maybe follow up like this. So this is normally not so different. And for the management of cervical of high cell or AIS, you can see after the high cell treatment, it is recommended to conduct a 20-year follow-up with cytology combined with HPV testing. But for patients with anaplastic carcinoma AIS who do not wish to have children and present with positive colonization, margins, multifocal lesions, or residual cervical or ECC, so total hysterectomy may be considered if further colonization is deemed unfeasible after through risk assessment provided. And for the diagnosis, for clinical physical examination and for some assisted examinations like CT scan, MRI scan, and endoscope, which is not so different from NCCN, and most of them are the same. But we still have some argument in the stage 3C, 3C1R or 3C1P. And so imaging staging indicates positive pelvic lymph nodes but negative para-aortic lymph nodes. Para-aortic lymph nodes dissection may be performed for surgical pathological staging. So we give the surgical pathological staging as a high recommendation if the pelvic lymph nodes is negative but para-aortic lymph nodes is positive. So for the principles, we all think that, as we all know, which is not so different from OR, and it should include surgery, radio, systematic therapies, including chemo, immune targeted therapy. So for surgical treatment, which I have to explain them one by one later, so you can see it's not so different, but for surgical intervention is primarily indicated for early stage cervical cancer, specifically stages 1A to 2A, and the extent of resection varies depending on the stage of the disease. PIVR and QM are the most accepted and adopted surgical classification systems of cervical cancer by most scholars in both China and abroad. For sentinel lymph nodes, it is recommended in our edition 2025 CAR, which is for early stage cervical cancer cases, which SLN imaging indicated for selected clinical imaging stage 1. And this approach may avoid systematic pelvic lymph node adenectomy in some cases. And the positive dissection rate and imaging effect of sentinel lymph nodes were the best when the tumor diameter was less than 2 cm. And the procedure involves injecting a dye or radioactive colloid 99 at the 3 and 9 o'clock positions, or sometimes 3, 6, 9, and 12 o'clock positions. And we want to change the 2026 edition that maybe 3 and 9 point is our recommendation with with one deeply and one surface injection. And for radio, which, I am a gynecology oncology doctor who focused on the surgery. And for radio, maybe I'm not so good at, but we still have the long distance and near field radio. And we also have the recommendation of external beam radiation. And for brachytherapy, and we have 2D or 3D, and we have systematic treatment like concurrent radiochemo, like neoadjacent chemo. But in our edition, that neoadjacent chemotherapy for preserving fertility as preoperative adjuvant treatment is recommendation, but with a new adjacent chemotherapy and then surgery, which since it cannot change the OS of the patient, which we severe recommended new adjacent chemotherapy before surgery. So for advanced and recurrent CC, the initial systematic treatment is primarily a combination regimen based platinum-based drugs plus bevacizumab. And by the way, we still opened some clinical trial. We combined the immune therapies and new adjacent chemotherapy together before the surgery, and it can severely change the OS for the patients, which is just still in the trial and in the research. And we will publish the outcomes maybe this year. And also for the treatment options, which I will use 2 or 3 minutes to make a strengthen. Firstly, for the stage 1A1, 1A2, and 1B1, because of the conserve criteria and shape criteria, you know that right now, and it depends on firstly stage 1A1 confirmed by colonization cutting, and no veins are invaded, and it depends on the cut age. If it is negative, those who cannot be operated on a company, and those who can have surgery, and maybe we will give an extra hysterectomy. And if the edge is positive, so firstly maybe follow upward radio, and secondary cone cutting to exclude stage 1A2, and if sometimes extrafacial hysterectomy for those who are positive for atypical hyperplasia, and the card is positive and is improved route for cancer, we will give the hysterectomy and pelvic lymph nodectomy. So this is the criteria of conserve trial. We do know this. And if it is stage 1A1, 1A2 treatment protocol for cervical cancer with vascular invasion, so maybe we'll give a type B hysterectomy and pelvic lymph nodectomy. For here, SLN is recommended, and sometimes extra irradiation near range radio. So for stage 1B1 not meeting conserve criteria of 1B1, 2, and 2A1 stages, a type C surgery is the first recommendation. And if it is 1B3 or 2A2, the first choice still pelvic radio and EBRT, and platinum-based chemo and close-up radio. And sometimes it depends on the patient situation. Type C hysterectomy and pelvic lymph nodectomy and periatic lymph node resection is used in area with poor radiotherapy equipment. And selective hysterectomy after radio is not so recommended, mainly for patients with persistent lesions after radio. So for hysterectomy after radio is not always recommended. So for stage 3 CR right now, in our 2025 edition, we increase the stage 3C, it depends on the positive for pelvic lymph nodes or negative for abdominal para-aortic lymph nodes, or both pelvic for both positive for pelvic and abdominal para-aortic. So if pelvic is negative but para-aortic is positive, surgery is recommended. But for both positive, maybe EBRT and platinum-based chemo and brachytherapy is recommended. For stage 3B, 4A, and 4B is the same as NCCN's guideline, and for adjacent chemo, just now we are talking about before radio. Before it has some argument, but in our 2025 edition, that a very small platinum-based chemo can make the radio sensitive. And for the recurrent cervical cancer, it firstly depends on whether it is central or non-central reoccur, because we don't have much more time. And I just want to say for the distant, for the central one, so usually radio is the first choice if the patient doesn't have radio before. But if she has already received the radio, and maybe radical hysterectomy can be performed, or image-guided 3D brachy with curative intent can be chosen. And if it is distant metastasis and recurrence, it should be individualized comprehensive treatment plan, and maybe we can add chemo, radio, immune, and depends on the patient's PD-L1. And for the special clinics situations like fertility, sparing management of cervical cancer during pregnancy, and post-operative treatment for unexpected cervical cancer, and treatment of neuroendocrine carcinoma of cervix, because we don't have much more time. And I just give you this picture, and if you are interested, maybe we can have another time to talk about that first one for the fertility sparing treatment for stage 1B1 and 1B2 because of conserve criteria. So maybe cervical colonization and sentinel lymph nodes mapping is the choice. And if it is 1B2 and pelvic lymph nodes dissection firstly, if it is negative, maybe we can give the radio and pelvic lymph nodes dissection, para-aortic lymph nodes dissection. And for the during pregnancy, it depends on the tumors assessment, pregnancy assessment, treatment principles for the considerment. And here is depends on LVSI and 1A1. If LVSI is negative, follow up. But if it is positive, maybe surgery and maybe lymph nodes. But lymph nodes assessment is very necessary. And for the cervical cancer during pregnancy, if it is stage 1B2 or stage 1B3 or 4B, depends on the gestational weeks. If it is less than 22 weeks, maybe just a pelvic lymph nodeectomy. And if the lymph nodes depends on the positive or negative one, we give different choices. But if it is stage 1B3 to 4B, before 20-week surgery, stop the pregnancy is the first choice. But if it's more than 20-week surgery, it firstly maybe neoadjacent chemo, and then stop the delivery, and then we give some treatment. And for the unexpected cervical cancer, or for the neuroendocrine carcinoma of cervix, because it is the special type of cervical cancer, so it should be considered individually. And for the NECC, may be characterized by high aggressiveness. The treatments mainly based on the combination of surgery or chemo or radio should be individually. So in our edition, we also consider the nutrition status and the traditional Chinese medicine as a consideration. So if you are interested, maybe we can have another time to talk about that and for the comprehensive rehabilitation management of cervical cancer. So you can say type sensitive intervention or problem oriented intervention like long-term after treatment. And but also we in our edition for CACAR, we considered the ERAS and the health promotion and the lymphedema prevention, treatment, and hormone replace therapy, and the TCM maintenance therapy in the rehabilitation phase. And also we give the suggestion idea of how to make a follow-up care. So totally talk about that in this CACAR 2025 edition. We combined the NCCN's guideline and also we use some data which maybe focus on Chinese person more, and we give some individual suggestions which fit in China. And finally, thank you so much to give us the opportunity to share with you that what we are doing and what China is doing right now. And I really appreciate such a good opportunity. And I hope if we have much more opportunities that we can make a discussion and we can talk about more in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lee, for your insightful presentation. After these technical problems, thanks still for making it happen. It was very important to hear on the different perspectives of the world and how the treatment is differing by the guidelines from the region to region and still sharing a lot of same things, which of course need to be tailored to specific needs of specific populations. It was our greatest honor to have you with us.
Okay, thank you so much.
And we're moving forward on our Global Voices part, where we are hearing what is the current situation of the cervical cancer in different parts of the world. And now it is my greatest pleasure to welcome here my dearest friend and colleague, Dr. Maka Abuladze from Georgia, who is a medical oncologist and associate professor in Tbilisi Medical Academy and Todua Clinic in Tbilisi, Georgia, and who will be going to speak about the current state of cervical cancer in Georgia. Dear Mariam.
Thank you, Amalia, for the great opportunity, and thanks to all our friends in OncoDaily. You are doing the great job and it's highly appreciated. So I guess I'm going to share my screen now.
Mm-hmm.
I hope this will work.
We have your, I can see it, just a second. Can you do again?
It's okay.
Can you try to share one more time? Because I just saw and then it disappeared. If no, I have your presentation online.
Do I share the window or the share screen? I share the window.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Just a second, it's still black.
Okay. It's not okay. I'm going to share one more time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, let me share from our part.
I'm going to try one more time. Okay.
If you don't mind, I am sharing and our people will turn from here. Will understand from your gestures.
Okay. So cervical cancer is unfortunately the huge deal in Georgia still, which is, of course, devastating because we all know, and this is going to be the highlight of my talk, that cervical cancer is a preventable disease. And the reason why we have the high incidence in Georgia is that I guess we are not doing the good job in screening and preventing, and you're going to see in numbers there. Of course, our strategy, the WHO strategy, is to eliminate the cervical cancer in the world, and in our way, the right way to do so is to vaccinate the girls and the boys, and it's very nice that in Georgia we do have the vaccination, and it's free, and it is free to get vaccinated at any age for all the sex, but our coverage for vaccination is still very low, and we need to work on that, of course. We do have a screening, we do have vaccination, we have a screening, but the screening coverage is very low as well. And it's estimated that about 8% in the regions of Georgia get screened, and only 18% in Tbilisi get screened, which is the huge difference if we compare our situation to our European colleagues, when we can say that, for example, in Sweden, the screening coverage is around 80%. Because of that, we have the huge cervical cancer incidence as well as huge mortality rates in Georgia. We have, like, for the 2021, the number of new cases, according to our National Center of Disease Control and Public Health, was 281, and mortality is around 8% from this disease. So the incidence, again, if we compare to the modern world, the more developed countries, the incidence in 2021 in Georgia was around 14%, and the target is less than 4%, of course. And I also want to highlight that, of course, unfortunately, not all cervical cancer cases are accounted, so I'm guessing that we have higher incidence than you see, and higher mortality, of course. Mortality has not declined significantly around the years, and most cases that we see are advanced cases. Of course, I work at the tertiary cancer center, where we have the most challenging cases, and I'm speaking from my experience as well as from what we see in statistics. The incidence based on the rate by the countries in 2022, you see that Georgia is one of the highest. In Georgia, we have one of the highest incidence in the world and globally, which is devastating. We have the peak age groups around 50 to 54 years of age, and then we have the second peak at 55 to 59. And most of the cases, as you can see, I don't know if you can see or not. Okay, you can see that. Next slide, if you can switch to the next slide, you will see that only up to 20% are presenting with a stage 1 disease, and most of the cases are stage 3 and stage 4. Now, I am the medical oncologist, so this is the NCCN guideline. I'm sure all of you know this very well, but like, I just put this slide in here for me to just go through and tell you what we can and cannot do in Georgia, and what is available in the drug setting. So I will start with the radiation therapy, of course, because we know that this is a very challenging issue in the world. We have very good access to the radiation therapy. We have the multiple linear accelerators in Tbilisi, as well as the other major cities of Georgia, Kutaisi, and Batumi, and it is government funded, so the radiotherapy access is very good. Treatment delay is no more than 2 weeks. And the systemic therapy is also available. I'm talking about chemotherapy, of course. It's again fully covered by the public health care, but we are not doing that well in the immunotherapy department. Pembrolizumab is not currently funded, and we do have atezolizumab, but you know that the data about atezolizumab is not that mature in the cervical cancer setting. We have the problem in diagnosis and testing. PDL testing, as well as diagnostic tests like MRI or CT, are rarely funded, and most of the patients have to pay out of pocket. We do have promising and important clinical trials, as you know, which gives us hope that maybe we will be able to treat the advanced diseases better in the future. Of course, the huge breakthrough that we had was with the immunotherapy recently, and we know that almost all cervical cancers are PDL positive. They have to be because they are caused by the HPV infection. So it's a very good logic, other than the science, that if the reason why people develop cervical cancer is a virus, that means that our immune system must not be able to see it. And most important way how the cancer cells hide from our immune system, of course, is a PDL inhibition. So immunotherapy, logically as well as scientifically, has to work in the cervical cancer, and the clinical trials that we have, of course, prove that this is true. This is the locally advanced. In the locally advanced diseases, we have very promising clinical trials as well. We already have their outcomes most of the time, so I'm going to just go through of what we have and how I use it in my clinical practice. Interlace clinical trial was important. I think the recently published, one of the most important published papers, because this is investigator-led trial. This is not the pharma-based trial. So this study involved the locally advanced inoperable cervical cancer patients. Every patient which was who was not the candidate of surgery was involved in this clinical trial, and we had induction of 6 weeks of chemotherapy, and then we would continue with the standard chemoradiation therapy. You know that there was several tries of using chemotherapy before radiation therapy, so-called neoadjuvant chemotherapy in the past, and none of those clinical trials were successful, but this one was, and this one is. So the interim analysis of the overall survival as well as final analysis show that overall survival improved. We had 39% reduction in the risk of death with induction chemotherapy, and it was also translated with PFS, of course. Most of these patients which were involved in the Interlace clinical trial were stage 2, and 57% were node positive. Now, this is the huge deal, especially in the developing countries, especially in those countries where radiation access is not readily available, of course, and in those countries where immunotherapy is not covered. So this is how I treat, like if you ask me now how I treat the cervical cancer patients which are not the candidates for surgery, this is how I treat them. Every patient which presents to our clinic is getting, who is not the candidate of surgery, will get induction chemotherapy for 6 weeks, and then we will continue directly to the chemoradiation therapy using cisplatin and standard radiation. And of course, it's too early to talk about my personal results, but what we see is very promising. So of course, the alternate for the Interlace clinical trial and induction chemotherapy is, of course, the Keynote 18, which was pharma-based, which is pharma-based clinical trial. And here we compared the standard radiation therapy with cisplatin with the radiation therapy plus immunotherapy with pembrolizumab and cisplatin. Patients which were involved in this clinical trial were more advanced stages than the Interlace clinical trial. So most of them were stage 3 or 4A. And this trial was also successful, highly successful. Overall survival, but of course, this is still ongoing. So the overall survival is 3 years, which is, again, not very mature data, but overall survival is 3 years improved up to 10%, which is highly effective. And we know that today's recommendations is that if we have the access to the radiation therapy and immunotherapy, this is the preferred way to treat the patients who are presenting with a locally advanced cervical cancer. I read 1 minute. Okay. Can you? Okay. So now in a metastatic cases, we are not having the similar luck. Of course, that those patients are more advanced stage, of course, and their prognosis is much worse. So here we again also utilize the immunotherapy and chemotherapy together. This very promising trial, Keynote 826, was the first one which showed the promise with immuno and targeted therapy combination. But we again in Georgia we do not have pembrolizumab, so we cannot use it this widely. The one which we can use, and I had used this regimen with atezolizumab, bevacizumab, paclitaxel, and carboplatin, again is quite effective based from my personal experience as well as this BEAT-CC clinical trial outcome. And because we have availability of atezolizumab, this is what we can do for our patients in metastatic setting. We will start with the chemotherapy, immuno and targeted therapy combinations, and we will continue with the immuno and targeted therapy. Of course, this is challenging. Using bevacizumab in cervical cancer patients which have advanced disease is challenging because there are a huge risk of the organ invasion as well as fistule formation, so the bleeding risk may increase. So we have to be very careful when utilizing the bevacizumab, even though it is a very effective drug. Now, in the real world, and I'm not going to talk a lot about the challenges, of course, but we face a lot of challenges, and I just put here several couple of patients which had complicated and problematic presentations. Like this patient, for example, had subtotal hysterectomy done 15 years ago, but they kept the cervix. And then, of course, she unfortunately developed the cervical cancer, which was so advanced at presentation that we had the invasion of almost all the organs in the pelvis, with the fistule was already formed, which was very challenging with the surgery. So we had to start with chemo, but patient, while starting the chemo patient, of course, we did not start with bevacizumab because there was a high risk of bleeding. So the patient started bleeding and died very soon after around 6 cycles. And it was very hard to communicate with her about the upcoming inevitable complications because she was not a resident of Georgia. She just traveled to get treatment for the neighboring countries. And we had a lot of barriers like psychosocial and cultural and religious factors as well. For example, we had very hard time convincing her to get paclitaxel because of the hair loss. And this is the challenge that we face every day in a lot of patients. This another patient which I presented and was this 37-year-old patient who carried the pregnancy, the 4th pregnancy, almost to the term. She had C-section when she was 34 weeks of pregnant while having the cervical cancer. And because of the very advanced stage, again, this patient's outcome was very devastating. So other challenges that we have is that we do not have the sexual health support for those patients. So like this patient, the last one, which has the complete response and is healthy after around 10 years of treatment, still complaints of sexual dysfunction, dyspareunia, vaginal dryness, decreased libido, almost 10 years after her radical treatment. So this is all the challenges that we face in cervical cancer treatment in Georgia, and I hope that in a couple of years we will eliminate some of those boxes which you see on the slide now. So cervical cancer is a preventable disease, and I hope that we will not talk about cervical cancer treatment in the future. We are just going to be focused about its prevention. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, dear Mariam, for sharing your insight from your country. I believe a lot of countries see a lot of similarities with their problems and challenges they face, as well as the differences that you have to deal with in your everyday practice, which is different than the guidelines and a lot of countries themselves. Thank you so much for sharing our neighboring Georgia's perspective.
Thank
And with
you
that,
for this opportunity.
thanks so much. And with that, we move a bit further from the ocean, and I see here my colleague. Just a second. Okay. So now let me welcome my friend and colleague, Dr. Helena Kramer, who is a clinical oncologist at the University Hospital of Clementino Fraga, the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and she will be speaking about current state of cervical cancer in Brazil. Dear Helena, you're welcome here.
Thank you very much for your invitation. I'm honored to be here. It's me who shared the screen.
Yes, let's try. Otherwise, I do have your presentation as well.
Can you share for me? Because I'm not really understanding how I'm supposed to share.
No worries. Let me. Here.
Okay, and do I pass or do you?
I have to, you cannot.
Okay. So I was invited by OncoDaily and Amalia, especially to talk about the current state of cervical cancer in Brazil. And I'm very glad to be able to talk about something that I'm very passionate about. I have no conflict of interest for this presentation. I just put a tiny introduction to what is cervical cancer, which is malignant growth of cells in the cervix, and the origin is almost always caused by an HPV infection, which is basically why we're going to be talking about a lot of HPV during this presentation. So in this next slide, I put incidence of cervical cancer worldwide attributable to an HPV infection. So we can see it is still a very present disease in many countries, developed it or not. There are places that are worse, places that are better, but it is still very present. In the other slide, we have a graphic that shows mortality rates and incidence along the world. So in Africa is the country that we see the biggest incidence and the biggest mortality, followed by Latin America and the Caribbean, then Asia and Europe. So Africa still has the worst situation, specifically in the sub-Saharan setting, but we from Latin America and the Caribbean also have our struggles. So this is a slide from the National Cancer Institute in Brazil, which was for 2023, the estimative of cancer incidence, and first place, breast cancer, probably worldwide. Second place, colon and rectum. But third place, we get cervical cancer, which is a problem when we see that it's a preventable disease, right? We can vaccinate and we can screen. We have clear guidelines, so we should do better. So the next slide, we can see, well, Brazil is a very big country, and I put it these two photos, this and the next, to show it to people. We talk about Brazil, we talk about a population of over 200 million people, bigger than the whole continent of Europe. So because of that, we have huge regional disparities, right? So the North region, we can see, well, it's roughly speaking where the Amazon forest lies, but we have the higher incidence of cervical cancer. And as we go south, in the southwest and southern regions, we have lesser incidence, which is the part of the country that is richer. So it follows. The incidence sort of follows with poverty. And mortality rates also accompanies that. So we have the highest mortality rates in the northeast region, and the southern and southwest region, we have the lowest mortality rates. I think it's also important for this presentation for me to say that Brazil has a public healthcare system, which is for everyone, but sees to approximately 85% of the population, and the other 15% rely on private healthcare, so you pay for your healthcare. So there are also disparities of treatment because of that. So 15% of the population gets one treatment and 85% gets another. This is a graphic to show how advanced we get patients once they're diagnosed. So more than half, this is from early 2000 to 2019. And we can see with this graphic that more than half comes to us as already having local regional advanced disease or metastatic disease, which is awful, right? Most of the patients we get, we can't give appropriate treatment and lessen their chances of cure. So basically in Brazil, we have, probably like the rest of the world, the strategy is not only improving treatment, but definitely lowering the incidence of the cervical cancer. And you have basic strategy, which is vaccination for HPV to prevent the infection, which is the leading cause of cervical cancer, and adequate screening for those who already have. And for us, this is a recent graphic. It shows vaccination when it started in the public system in 2014 until 2025, and shows the percentage of people who have been vaccinated for HPV in Brazil. And we see that no, this is not very encouraging. We have 30% of the population who should have been vaccinated and didn't. Ministry of Health just recently, 2 years ago, updated the guidelines for HPV vaccine using the single dose shot, so that we could enhance adherence to the treatment. So you don't have to come to the healthcare twice to get the vaccine. So it is an improvement, but we saw from the graphic that it actually, we lowered the vaccination rate. So it is a huge effort to increase that. And other than that, the screening strategy has changed as well. It used to be, well, a pap smear from age 25 to 69 years of age. And once you got 2 consecutive years of normal results, you only had to perform it every 3 years. But recently, they announced the shift that from pap smear to start screening with HPV DNA. But it's new. And as I said before, it's a big country with great regional disparities. So it is an ongoing process to switch from the HPV DNA, from the pap smear to HPV DNA. This is a basic flow on how we would screen the patients. So instead of every 3 years, we would see who's infected with the HPV and who's not. And depending on the subtype, 16 or 18, which are the most oncogenic, we would proceed with investigation. If you're not infected, you only go back to the test in 5 years. So the main goal is to detect the ones who are at most danger of getting the virus that would evolve to cancer, and to adhere better, because you only have to do every 5 years. But, well, now, as of 2021, we see that only 77% of women had done a pap smear in the last 3 years, which is, I mean, we can do better. We have to screen those women better and earlier, so we don't miss the timing of the diagnosis. And the next slide is interesting because they perform a questionnaire on why people never underwent a pap smear, and 45% said they didn't think it was necessary, which is a problem, right? Because it's something that should be in people's minds, women's minds, that we have to undergo the pap smear. So I think there is a lot of things that we have, to achieve this population to know that they have to do the exam. There are others like haven't been informed to do the exam or is embarrassed and ashamed, but one of the main reasons being don't think it's necessary. It's something that we have to tackle. And well, I just put the treatment guideline in a very broad way because my colleagues before me have already showed the studies in a very thorough manner. So this is a guideline. So surgery and adjuvant chemoradial, if necessary, in early stages, advanced stages, chemoradiotherapy with brachytherapy and pembrolizumab. And advanced disease, chemo with beva and pembrolizumab. This is what we can offer in Brazil for those who are in the private sector and can pay for healthcare insurance to provide them the best care that there is available. But for 85% of the population who depends on the public health system, we have limited resources. Again, over 200 million people to care. And so we don't have access to immunotherapy and anti-VEGF drugs in the public setting. So early stages surgery and chemoradial, we do just the same, but in advanced disease, we do not give pembrolizumab with chemoradial. Just recently, we got the Interlace study, which our previous colleague just presented with induction chemo, which it is great for people with low resources and low resources in countries because we can improve something for these patients with things that we already can give, the chemotherapies that we give. But the one thing that we need to tackle urgently is the gap between the biopsy, the diagnosis, and the arrival in the healthcare. So this is a study from Rio de Janeiro, my city, that was performed in 2014. And the median time between the biopsy result and the first treatment, when it was surgery, it was 104 days, chemoradiotherapy 116 days, and radiotherapy alone 142 days, with a median of 115 days. This is a lot. This is almost 4 months until you get a diagnosis of invasive cancer and to actually start treating, which could explain why we get people in such advanced stages most of the time. And this is another study, and remembering Rio de Janeiro is in the rich part of the country. This is a study from the South region, which is the richest region in Brazil, with biggest access to healthcare and resources. And they evaluated time from first altered Pap smear to performing a biopsy. And then you see that from 2 months until 6 months, it was 25% of people who waited between the first symptom and the biopsy and first Pap smear and biopsy. So, I mean, it's insane how long it takes so half the people waited 6 months before the Pap smear and the biopsy, and then another 6 months before took a long time before the first symptom and biopsy. And this is the time that it gets after you get the results. So you have cancer. Half the people take up to 6 months to get to a referral oncological center. So if we take half the people have to wait 6 months between the Pap smear and the diagnosis, and then another 6 months between the diagnosis and the treatment, it's almost a year, which is something that we urgently need to resolve. So I think the main messages in here is that, especially, I think it's broad, right? Because if it is so much cheaper to prevent than to treat, treatments are expensive, and we have to have access to radiotherapy, to an oncological unit, and more advanced technology. So definitely not only for low-income countries, but specifically and most importantly, because people won't have access to the best new therapies, screening and vaccination must be improved. So we have to improve screening rates, we have to improve vaccination rates. It's great that the Ministry of Health is tackling these problems and updating their guidelines. And of course, we have to have access to better treatments and better care. And overall, we have to prevent more than we have to be better at preventing it.
Thank you so much, Elena, for sharing what is the situation in Brazil. I believe a lot of countries who are very far from Brazil see the same problems, and you have highlighted very nicely also the problem of delays from diagnosis to get into treatment. And there are several reasons from the acceptability to the mentality. And indeed, in these awareness months, it's very important to highlight these topics. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you, everyone who's participating.
Thanks a lot. And we're moving forward from the globe. Let me invite our next speaker. We're coming back.
Hello.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, Amalia, I hear you. Did you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we'll hear you. Thank you for joining us, and let me introduce our next speaker, Dr. Brunilda Prof. who is the clinical oncologist and chief of patient admission in Radiotherapy Clinic of Oncology University Clinical Center of Kosovo, and she will be sharing us the current state of situation of cervical cancer in Kosovo. Dear Brunilda, let's try to share the screen on yourself. It doesn't work. I'll try from my part.
Yes, I would like, yeah, share screen. Yes, I found. Let me find it's always a trouble sometimes with.
I know, that's why I try to have the
My screen.
presentation as backup.
Yes, you're right. You're right, but I would like to have it by my side, but anyway. Maybe we shall continue with yours because I couldn't find to select my.
Just share the window.
It doesn't
Can you
allow
do
me.
it?
It doesn't. Yes, share, but it doesn't allow me to click on share. It's not active share. It's inactive. The share button. It's only cancel active, but the share it's an inactive.
Okay, let me try to do it instead.
Maybe it's block the share. I don't know why.
Is it yours?
Share button.
No, it's mine.
Let me no.
Yeah, it's mine. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I see your screen.
Just a second. Let me upload it.
I don't know why it doesn't allow me to share the screen. It's a pity. Okay, you go with your
presentation. I just
if you cannot
here.
Provide my
Here.
Yes. Thank you once again for OncoDaily and especially Amalia and Shukran for invitation in this platform well known for us as oncologist community. For me, Cervical Cancer Awareness Month resonates mostly to me, not only as oncologist, but also as a woman and also as mother of one daughter. So cervical cancer, I would say that is a game changer in the history of cancer. It reminds us that prevention works, screening saves lives, and when combined with advocacy, can change the fate of millions. What do we know until now is that during the 80s was discovered the cause of this disease that fortunately is a virus that after that the vaccine came in light. So until now, we know mostly more than 100 genotypes, but 13 of them are causes that cervical cancer. Mostly 70% are HPV 16 and 18. In our global platform, yes, but on the other hand, what is especially for the cervical cancer, we have disparities and large inequalities among the world. We have Africa and Asia that suffer from the primary prevention and secondary prevention, while the other part of the world has all tools and all three pillars of this cervical cancer weapons to defeat it. Globally, we know that almost more than 5,000 cases, new cases globally, half of them are deaths. So, and still the cervical cancer remains the second most common in women among ages 30 and 49. So despite all the highly preventable strategies, cervical cancer remains a major public health challenge globally, even in Kosovo right now. We know perfectly that early disease is treated with surgery and it has a high chance of cure. But in locally advanced diseases, which is from 1B2 and 4A, it is the standard of treatment with chemoradiation and brachytherapy, but the risk of recurrence remains high. And for recurrent and metastatic disease, we would say, unfortunately, that they have a poor prognosis and the limited treatment options are still with unmet needs, I would say. What about the Kosovo? From the data of Public Health Institute, we have that almost registered in 2020 during the pandemic, we have 100, let's say, cases, but it was increasing year by year. Even though we face some challenges in collecting data, maybe we have, I think, more than 167 cases recently. And this present 3% of all cancer cases in Kosovo. But what is, let's say, benefit in our cases, because they came in early stages. Almost 70%, I have a lapsus mistake, 79, but it's 70% came in early stages through the campaign in media, in TV that us as professional has done for all populations, and 4% came in metastatic and 14% in advanced stages, because we are the only clinic, oncology clinic in all Kosovo. So mostly all cases comes through us. Next, Amalia. Well, we know that the HPV virus, it's a double-strand DNA virus, and only 13 of them has caused cervical cancer. Sexually transmitted is the mostly common way of infections, and the most prevalent HPV types are 16 and 80s. But it takes a long time from HPV infections to the cancer cause. As we know from the disease progression, we have a normal cervix when it is attacked from HPV, and each of us during the life can be attacked by HPV. But the infections clear naturally because it depends from our immune system and also from our hygiene. So HPV infection, if we are careful, and also the changes of partners and not prevention with condoms, causes that HPV will be prevalent and goes through the precancerous lesions, SIN1 and SIN3, but they can be treatable with very light surgery. But still they have some impact because they can cause infertility, even if it is a light surgery. And then it needs a long time, 10 to 15 years, to cause the invasive disease that is cancer. So fortunately, we know that in 2007, the vaccine was provided in the Western Europe, mostly in Northern Europe and in UK. So it is a long time since now that HPV vaccination is available there. But in Kosovo, fortunately, we have approved in April 2023, and it started to launch to the 12-year girls in the whole schools in February 2024. And the Ministry of Health has decided to, from the last year, to expand the vaccination to the boys, which is a good news. And until now, we have coverage of almost 85% with an excellent uptake in target group population, even though we have many controversy in some conspiracy ideas, because it came from the COVID area that the vaccine will be not safe maybe. But this vaccine has proved that has very effectiveness and no side effects. So we are happy that have this vaccination program, but I might say that we have only one dose approved, but one dose is better than nothing, as WHO has also proclaimed the one dose vaccination has shown efficacy. And we know from the studies and clinical trials, randomized trials, that the HPV prevent the infection. It doesn't cure the infection when it exists, but it prevents. So that's why the reason that vaccination should start is in the previous slide is, Amalia, should start at earlier ages, 12, 13, because the protection is 86% versus when it started above 17 years. So you can take the vaccine in any age, but the coverage and the effectiveness will drop with adding the years. So, but when it takes in the proper age, we have a 98% protection, and these are data from the long and trials. And this is the first, I say, the primary prevention, that was vaccination. Then we have the second pillar, that is the screening, the second line of defense, which is very crucial. We have cytology since 40s from George and Mary Papanikolaou, when they discovered it's a huge revolution, I'd say, to detect these abnormal cells by pap smear. But it has also its challenges because to implement the quality control. That's why the pap smear are recommended 3 or 4 in a row, because year after year, because if in the first or second, maybe it not be detected for several problems during the taken of pap smear or the read from the pathologist, we have a lot of things. So that's why the HPV DNA testing come in light, and it's now recommended by WHO that it should start at 30 age and then repeat after 5 and 10 years. And the third pillar is screen and treat. That is a simplified approach. When HPV test is positive, then you can directly send the patient for treatment then. We have, in Kosovo, we don't have still the screening program. That is our major problem, because it's not still implemented. We are working on it, but we hope that the next year it will be available. According to the WHO strategy, because it is said often today, the strategy, it was done to be ready in 2025, but due to the pandemic, it was postponed. So 90% of girls should be vaccinated. And we are almost there in Kosovo, because 85% get the vaccine. Screening, 70% of women should be screened with a high performance test by age 35, 45. We have a lot to do in this context, and 90% of the treatment should be appropriate and to be in their country. So the vision, a world without cervical cancer, should be a real task to achieve for every country and even for us. And we have this path forward as every country to maintain the vaccination coverage in 85%, to implement screening program that it's its program to start in 2026, and to strengthen all the prevention and early detection. We ensure the treatment access, and a lot have to do by public awareness, with raising awareness through education in the schools and through TV media campaigns, in order to not to have problems with the mindset of people, of problems that might be caused by vaccination. But vaccination is the key to have eradicate this
cancer. I would say also a short words for oncology clinics, since I represent Kosovo. Kosovo is a small country with 10,000 square in southeastern Europe, with 1.8 million inhabitants. So a small country, and we have one oncology clinic for that. It was established in 2010, and it was expanded then with all services, radiation, chemotherapy, and palliative treatment. We are actually 18 oncologists, 13 of them are medical oncologists, and 5 of them are radiation oncologists. We are now less than before. Even the services of radiation therapy are expanded. So this is our situation in oncology clinic, and we provide, these are some pictures of our innovation there and some of the stuff. We provide, because we know for cervical cancer, radiotherapy is the crucial role. And we have now 3 Linac machines, 2 Electa and 1 Versa, that came in the end of last year.
We have one flexitron high-dose rate brachytherapy facilities. So we have also CT simulation, all software and planning system, all immobilization devices, and provide good radiotherapy with all softwares and all techniques, IMRT, VMAT, SBRT. And we are very glad to have all these facilities. And with 3 LINAC machines, we don't have a long waiting list. Yes, we can go further. And we have, I would say that treat all malignancies. We are not divided. We treat gynecol, prostate, colorectal, breast, CNS, all of them. And we almost treat with radiation therapy 2,500 patients per 2 machines until now. So it's a high flow of patients. But the only, let's say, bad thing that we don't have is because in our regulations we have restrictions in clinical trials. And advances in radiation oncology has made possible, as everywhere, to treat the cervical cancer in proper way. So to escalate the dose of radiation therapy through the techniques of IMRT and image-guided radiation therapy, as IMBRA's study, which is the biggest study for treatment of cervical cancer, in order to protect the surrounding normal tissue, to have less effect in organ-centric risk, and to improve outcomes for cancer patients, almost for cervical cancer patients. And the standard treatment is 25-28 fractions with concomitant chemotherapy and followed by high-dose rate brachytherapy with 3 to 4 fractions. So we are glad to provide all these facilities, and we know that the brachytherapy is the modality that gives the highest result in the treatment of cervical cancers. So we are almost trained also in Brachy Academy in Rome. And now, for the end, I would emphasize the challenges and the burden of cancer treatment in Kosovo. Kosovo faced with the biggest problem because we don't have insurances coverage. Everybody don't pay in oncology. Patients with cancer do not pay for anything, but since we have limited resources, we come from low and middle income countries, we face, for example, for the lack of immunotherapy for advanced and recurrent cases of cervical cancer. We know that there are protocols when immunotherapy should be given to those patients. So accessing treatment in rural facilities, we don't have so much equipment, and then we provide with our resources all treatment-based, and we hope to implement screening for cervical cancer. Vaccination is on top. Treatment is also provided in our clinic, and as you can see in the last slide, we have some pictures of our staff training and inviting our professor meetings, such as Alina Sturza, a well-known name in gynecological treatment of cervical cancer. So we're proud, and we are young staff to do a lot of our patients. So this is our presentations for Kosovo. Hope it will be helpful for all that are hearing us, and to present how stands Kosovo in front of this, let's say, battle for cervical cancer.
Thank you so much, dear Brunilda, for sharing the situation, how a small country can achieve big goals. And thank you for giving us example of very nice work that you are doing, and hopefully you'll continue to. Thanks so much for your wonderful presentation.
It was my pleasure, because women are those that conquer the world, and we have to protect them.
Thank you so much. And we are moving forward. And we were on this section of the Global Voices, hearing what is the situation in different countries, what is available, what is not. We did have a small panel discussion on the role of systemic therapy, where we were missing one of our speakers due to the weather conditions in United States, but very happy that we can make now. And it's my greatest honor and pleasure of welcoming our next speaker, who is Dr. Brian Slomovich, who is the Director of Gynecologic Oncology in Mount Sinai Medical Center and is the Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology in Florida International University. And he will be speaking about the novel weapons in treating cervical cancers. And we are very looking forward to seeing what is next in the cervical cancer. We were seeing your slides, Dr. Slomovich, but we missed them.
You were. Okay, allowed to share. Good morning, everyone. Good day. Good day. Hold on a second. Sorry.
I still have your slides if you would like to, but we can try again.
Allow to share window. Maybe I'm having trouble with it.
You were just sharing. We just saw it and then it went.
Can you see this now?
Can you try it one more time? Just and then start again, please. Yes. Wait.
Okay.
We can see it.
You can?
Yes.
Great.
If you put in presenter mode, that will be great.
Let me just do this. Excellent.
Yes. We can hear and see. Yes. All is great. I'm giving the floor to you and hiding myself. If you need anything, I'm here. And thanks for accepting our invite and being with us today. The floor
Great.
is
Thank you
yours.
very much. Thank you. And so again, thank you very much for allowing me to change the time. You know, I'm here in Miami, Florida. I'm in the United States. We were at our NRG GOG meeting. I was in California, and we're about to get one of our biggest snowstorms ever throughout the country. So, with changing flights, I had to change my time. So, thank you for that consideration, and I really appreciate it. The other thing I'll say, and I was listening to some of the speakers, and with cervical cancer, it's a bit humbling to know the resources that we have here in the United States as compared to everywhere else in the world. You know, cervical cancer is a problem in the US, but it is more of a global issue. And I do understand, and I'm sensitive to the fact that a lot of the treatments we have aren't available elsewhere. You know, we try to come up with the best treatments here in the United States, and we do, and globally, and we do, knowing that it's maybe not the number one killer of disease here in the US, but what we learn, we want to be able to translate into global communities, and I think that's important as we move forward. And I think it's also an important focus on this talk because I am going to be talking about, you know, sort of the latest and greatest technologies used with systemic therapies to come up and treat this disease, antibody drug conjugates. So that's the title of my talk. Here's a picture of my hospital. Here are my disclosures. Let's get through it. I'm happy to take any questions at the end. So as we know, and as we're learning, cervical cancer is the fourth most commonly diagnosed cancer amongst women in the world. 2022, there's about 350,000 deaths worldwide. This number will increase significantly 2040 to almost 500,000 deaths worldwide due to this disease. We know that HPV is the most significant cause of cervical cancer, HPV infection. Nearly 90% of cervical cancer deaths occur in the developing part of the world. We know that vaccination is the most important way to prevent disease. But even in developed nations, it's still a problem, a huge problem. When we talk about outcomes by stage, what I want to focus on, again, I'm not going to be repetitive of some of the other lectures you've had, but I want to really focus on is the distant metastases. This is the patients who have distant spread, either stage 4B disease or the ones who spread distally by when they have a recurrence. The survival, 5-year survival for distant spread is 19%. So clearly we need to do better. The outcome is poor. And again, we need to do better globally in order to come up with better treatment options that women can live longer, have a productive life, knowing that a lot of the patients with cervical cancer are younger women, and it's devastating to have this diagnosis, particularly for younger women, for all women, for younger women with a young family as well. When we talk about the evolution of treatment of stage B persistent recurrent cervical cancer, here's sort of how we've evolved. We started off with GOG 204, cisplatin and paclitaxel becoming the standard of care. A Japanese study demonstrated that there was non-inferiority with carboplatin and 5-hour paclitaxel, which is perhaps a little bit more better tolerated by our patients. Brad Monk and colleagues did GOG 240, adding the addition of bevacizumab. And most recently, both Keynote 826 and BEAT-CC added immunotherapy to the management of distant recurrent or 4B disease, improving overall survival in these patient populations. Very quickly, Keynote 826 came up with a 4-drug regimen, carboplatin paclitaxel, followed by bevacizumab was optional with or without pembrolizumab. And when we looked at the data here, both in the progression-free survival and overall survival in those patients with a CPS score of 1 or greater, there was a statistically significant improvement in outcomes with the addition of pembrolizumab or the checkpoint inhibitor. Hazard ratio for PFS 0.58, hazard ratio overall survival hazard ratio was 0.6, with a fast uptake into practice when these results came out back in 2021. Regardless of bevacizumab use, and the study did not require bevacizumab use, but regardless of the bevacizumab use, there was an advantage of the pembrolizumab, whether with or without bevacizumab, again, demonstrating the effect and the importance of immunotherapy in this regimen. So that's where we are. Okay, 204 response rate 29%. Adding in 240, overall response rate is 48% with a median overall survival of 17 months. And really game-changing with 826, making overall survival 28.6 months with a response rate of 69. Now the ADCs. Here's a cartoon on the right of the mechanism of action of ADCs. ADCs bind to the cancer cell. It's internalized by the cancer cell, causing an immunogenic cell death. Damages associated molecular patterns are released into the tumor microenvironment, stimulating the maturation of dendritic cells. These dendritic cells migrate into the lymph nodes, activating T cells. Activated T cells infiltrate the tumor microenvironment, and then they activate the immune system through an antibody-dependent cellular toxicity. In easier terms, what happens is the combination of the linker, which holds the antibody to the payload, in the system, the antibody is attracted to the tumor cells, it binds, it releases the chemotherapy for the cytotoxic kill. Even they are still a chemotherapy, which is important to know. It's just delivered chemotherapy. Here's the currently approved ADCs in gynecology and ovarian cancer, mirvetuximab, based on the work of Kathleen Moore and Ursula Matulonis, which led to FDA approval of mirvetuximab, a folate alpha receptor ADC in ovarian cancer. All the way on the right, we'll talk about the trastuzumab deruxtecan data with HER2 in a pan-tumor setting. And in the middle, work that I've been involved in, and I'll go through more, tisotumab vedotin, an antibody-drug conjugate directed towards tissue factor, which led to an FDA approval. Let's jump right into tisotumab vedotin. It's a tissue factor antibody-drug conjugate, highly expressed in cervical cancer. It's involved in the progression and metastases. In earlier phase 1 studies that I was involved with, the first in human studies, we found that in 55 patients, there's a 51% of those patients had greater than 2 lines of therapy. The objective response rate was about 24 months with a median duration of response of 4.2 months and a 6-month PFS of 29 months. This led to the phase 2 innovative TV204 led by Dr. Robert Coleman, really was the accelerated approval strategy for tisotumab vedotin here in the United States. A typical population of patients, age was 50. Here's one criticism I've had of all studies, not just tisotumab vedotin. The proportion of white patients was 95%. Now we know that in many of our diseases, particularly cervical cancer, they affect diverse populations of patients. I think one of the criticisms we've had for the sponsors when they ran this trial, and one of the things that's actively being changed, is to ensure that we have appropriate diverse population of patients, including our clinical trials, so that we could translate the results of our trials across all populations, not just those of a single background that are represented. So we need to do better here, but this is what we enrolled in this trial. 54% of the patients had prior cisplatin radiotherapy. 70% had one prior line of therapy. Response to over half the patients did not respond to the last treatment. The rate of tissue factor expression was 96%. Here, the responsive of innovative 204, the response rate 24%, duration of disease control rate 72%, and median duration of response of 8.3 months. We can see from the waterfall plot on the right that the target lesions reduced 79% in patients with greater than one post-baseline scan. At the time, game-changing led to an accelerated approval. Here is the overall survival Kaplan-Meier curve with a median overall survival of 2.1 months. Again, FDA approval on September 20th of 2021. This led to the confirmatory trial led by Ignace Vergote from the NGOT group, and I was the lead for the GOG team, Innovative 301. Simply a randomized phase 3 trial, 1-to-1 randomization over 500 patients. The treatment arm was tisotumab vedotin. The control arms were chemotherapy, topotecan, vinorelbine, gemcitabine, irinotecan, or pemetrexed. Investigator choice, the primary endpoint here being overall survival. And it was a positive trial. We can see it here that the hazard ratio in the overall survival endpoint was 0.7, demonstrating a 30% decreased risk of death in those patients treated with tisotumab vedotin versus standard of care. We could see here at 12 months, the percent alive was 48% in those treated with tisotumab vedotin versus 35% in those in the standard of care arm. When we looked at key subgroups, prior bevacizumab did have a yield a significant hazard ratio. Otherwise, overall survival, the PFS benefit was really consistent across the key subgroups presented. Anti-tumor activity, the phase 2 study, 24% response. Here was about 18% response, typical of what we see when we go from phase 2 to phase 3. Disease control rate was 76% with a median duration of response of 5.3 months. Common treatment-related adverse events are shown here. Commonly seen, any event was comparable between the two groups. Peripheral sensory neuropathy, more common with tisotumab vedotin, as was minimal alopecia, epistasis, and keratitis. When we looked at adverse events of special interest, there was 30% conjunctivitis, 15% keratitis, and 13% dry eyes. Peripheral sensory neuropathy is shown here, as is bleeding. There were no grade 4 or 5 adverse events. Dose discontinuation due to ocular and peripheral neuropathy events occurred in 5.6%. What we've done since the initial studies, however, is initiate an aggressive ocular mitigation strategy, which works to help really decrease, and what we've seen in practice, decrease the side effects associated with the treatment. This includes conducting ophthalmologic exams, including visual acuity and slit lamp exams at baseline prior to each dose as clinically indicated, corticosteroid eye drops times 3 days starting on day of infusion, vasoconstrictor eye drops immediately prior to start of infusion, lubricating eye drops liberally throughout, using cooling eye pads during infusion, and avoiding contact lenses for the entire duration of therapy. Now, what we're doing, there is a black box warning on the ocular toxicity, but we are doing a phase 4 trial within the GOG. This is led by one of my good friends and one of my colleagues, Scott Jordan, looking at ocular toxicity with his agents with the ocular mitigation strategy to see if, in fact, we could better define those precautions needed to treat patients in order to minimize ocular events within this aggressive mitigation strategy as described earlier. There are some data of tisotumab vedotin in combination with other agents. This is GOG 3024 that's been looking at this. When we look at early preliminary data, first-line TV and carboplatin had a confirmed overall response of 54%, combining TV and Pembro response of 41%, and in the second-line TV and Pembro, 35% overall response. Promising looking at combination in TV with other agents in coming up with better outcomes and potentially even moving to the first line. So talking about this as we review, we're really focusing on the bottom right here. FIGO stage 4B, first and second line, incorporating tisotumab vedotin, I would say as the standard of care post-platinum, post-pembro, post-bevacizumab as an option for our patients. Here's another ADC trial that was done, Pan-Tumor Destiny. Included in Pan-Tumor Destiny, which is trastuzumab deruxtecan, a HER2 ADC with a topo-1 isomerase payload. In this Pan-Tumor Destiny trial, they also included a cervical cancer population. Primary endpoint was overall response rate, with the secondary endpoint shown here. In the cervical cancer population, 40 patients, the column on the left, the response rate was 50%, complete response 5%, partial response 45%, with a disease control rate 67.5%. This is really remarkable compared to other current treatment options. Albeit HER2 3+ and 2+ overexpression is not as common in cervical cancer, in those patients that do have that, it is definitely a good viable treatment option and something that should be employed with TV, whether first or second with TV, but definitely prior to systemic therapy in the second line or more setting. Evolving ADCs, really focusing on ADCs. TROP2 ADCs. We talked about tisotumab vedotin. We talked about trastuzumab deruxtecan. Let's dive into now. A lot of work's been done in sac-TMT, a TROP2 ADC, and also tacituzumab govitecan. Not a lot of work beyond this. Preliminary data would show the 43% response rate there. So trophoblastic cell surface antigen 2, it's a transmembrane glycoprotein expressed in many tissues, including overexpression in cancer cells compared to relatively low expression in normal tissue. And it may affect key oncogenic pathways through multiple mechanisms, including stimulation of proliferation, cell growth, promotion of migration and invasion, and have a role in drug resistance. There is a broad TROP2 expression in cervical cancer. Here in this study, we found that out of 147 primary cervical cancers, 113 were squamous cell, 27 were adeno. 95% of the squamous cell carcinomas overexpressed TROP2, and 81% of the adenocarcinomas or the adenosquamous cell carcinomas overexpressed TROP2 expression. We could see that further by RNA expression as well, that TROP2 is often overexpressed in cervical carcinomas. sac-TMT, here's a cartoon of this. It's an antibody drug conjugate with the payload release. The linker demonstrated here, the payload is a novel topo-1, and the antibody here is the anti-TROP2, and the linker for this asset was designed to have a higher stability than others. First, there was a large sac-TMT basket trial done. Cohort 10 looked at cervical cancer, single-arm open-label trial. Primary endpoint was overall response rate. Looking at 153 patients, heavily pretreated patients with cervical cancer, treating with a TROP2 ADC, the confirmed response rate was 24%. Definitely favorable, and definitely favorable to tisotumab vedotin, which was really a game changer also in this setting. The median progression-free survival was 5.5 months. Safety profile was relatively well tolerated. We saw a grade 3 toxicities, anemia, decreased neutrophil count, decreased white blood count. All of these are mitigated with appropriate support as needed. There also was another sac-TMT basket study. Look at the combination of sac-TMT with pembrolizumab, the combination and treating until progression. And in this study, cohort A was looking at second line or third line recurrent or metastatic cervical cancer. Primary endpoints were overall response rate and safety. In this study, we found that the overall response rate in pretreated patients of sac-TMT and pembrolizumab was 58%, remarkable, with a disease control rate of 86.8, demonstrating a special election or maybe some synergy when given sac-TMT with the immune checkpoint inhibitor pembrolizumab. Subgroup analysis showed responses regardless of PD-L1 status, with a response rate of 50%, with CPS greater than 1, and 60% if it was less than 1. Prior exposure also didn't affect response, and we can see from the safety data here that there was all patients that received at least one AE, 77 had required dose modifications, with the most common AE similar to what we know: anemia, stomatitis, decreased neutrophil count, and white blood cell count. Here's the waterfall plot and the swimmer's plot of the data that's described with a high response rate of 58%. This is leading us to the last couple of slides, the direction we're going in. SAC-TMT is being run now through Trophus 020, GOG 3101, and GOT-CX20. This is a study led by Ritu Salani from UCLA. In the second line randomized phase 3 trial, SAC-TMT versus physician choice chemotherapies, I think highlight here one of the most important parts of these trials and satisfying parts. The control arm includes tisotumab vedotin. So oftentimes when we do studies like this, we don't include a contemporary control arm, and here we do. So if it is in fact a positive trial, it actually demonstrates benefit over tisotumab vedotin as well. Primary endpoint here, similar to TB301, is overall survival. And this is a study that I'm really proud of. I'm actually the global lead on this trial. This is looking to see if we can move SAC-TMT into the first line maintenance. Okay, so it's building upon the Keynote 826 regimen as described at the beginning of the talk, carboplatin paclitaxel treatment, followed by pembro and bevacizumab maintenance therapy. And what it's doing is it's adding SAC-TMT to give a triple maintenance strategy to pembro and bevacizumab as a means of prolonging response for those patients treated with a Keynote 826 regimen. This schema shows the part 1 safety run-in requiring 20 patients, and the larger study will then the part 2 will be the randomized study. Patients are enrolled prior to initiating chemotherapy. They get then the 826 regimen. Amongst the responders, they'll be randomized to receive either SAC-TMT or pembrolizumab bevacizumab by itself. This is an open, ongoing study globally, and hopefully it'll not only incorporate ADC into standard of care, but pushing it to the first line in order to, again, improve the outcome for our patients. That's what I have. I really appreciate your time. Sorry for my delay, and I'm looking forward to any questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Slomovich, for this insightful presentation and that it's worth waiting. We are very curious to hear what is future of the cervical cancer, and you covered it very nicely. And indeed, it really differs across the world, what people do, what is the access, and what can be next. Hopefully, the trials will be more global and more people can be involved. And unfortunately, Dr. Mansour and Caruso are not here now. We did the panel separately, but I can see from the audience we got a few questions. Will you be willing to take them?
Of course, of course.
So maybe I can read for them. There is a question saying that in newly diagnosed metastatic cervical cancer, which biomarker will you check today, especially in the era of ADCs?
Yeah, I think for the newly diagnosed patients with cervical cancer, it's important to check the PD-L1 status. You know, we had a talk earlier today, a conference we gave with the GOG. How important is it? I don't think it'll necessarily change care, but I do think that having PD-L1 status is something that's good to know. The TROP2 ADCs, we're giving it really in a tumor agnostic, a biomarker agnostic setting, meaning we're evaluating the marker, but we're not restricting enrollment based on that. So I think it'll be important to know, and we may conclude at the end of the trial that it's important to have TROP2 overexpression. We're not sure about that. Based on the great trastuzumab deruxtecan data, I would definitely evaluate HER2 status. I think exploiting that pathway, trastuzumab deruxtecan, again, I understand it's not available in all parts of the world, but it is becoming more commonly available in developed nations. I think that's important to do. You know, that's sort of a start. You know, again, we're spoiled. I like to do next-gen sequencing to look for maybe perhaps other targets as well. Some people are focusing on Nectin-4 and others, but the most we can learn about the patients as possible. I think that's important, though.
So if you have access, you would consider doing NGS for all of the metastatic cervical cancer patients.
Exactly. The only problem is sometimes these patients, unlike a big ovarian cancer or a big uterine cancer, sometimes we diagnose these papers with a very small tissue biopsy. So the tissue is not as readily available. But if possible, I'd like to do the testing. The other thing, again, and I'm spoiled, don't hold this against me. The other thing that we're using more and more is the ctDNA testing to evaluate for maybe in a maintenance setting to see if patients need longer maintenance or not.
Yeah, I think it's coming forward to different types of tumors, and cervical cancer is not the exception. So we have another question here saying that, do you think there will be similar to the ADC-IO revolution in the blood cancer, will be something like in the cervical cancer?
It's like the ADCs in bladder, meaning to replace the current therapies?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, no,
I
that's a
think
great
so.
question. Yeah, and I was, I was at when we presented tisotumab vedotin, when Ignace Vergote presented it at ESMO, I think right before or after the talk was one of the talks, the revolutionary talks on one of the vedotins in bladder cancer or urothelial cancers. Game changing, right? Amazing. So I think there's a potential to what we're evaluating is to add on to current chemotherapy now in the first line trial to see if adding it on helps. I think the next step after that would be to see if we could actually replace some of the chemotherapies and the toxicities associated with them, which would be exciting. Really the limitation, and we saw this with tisotumab vedotin, and maybe we'll see this in the current trial. The standard of care arm is so bad. So in the second line setting, beating with chemotherapies is not that difficult. TV, is an active drug, but I do think it's really revolutionary. I think that it'll be incorporated into care and desperately, as healthcare providers, we definitely want to be able to offer it to our patients. One of the things being in Miami, I am so close. I'm a gateway city to several areas around the world, which come to the U.S. through Miami. And it's frustrating. I do see several patients from South America, Central America, developing nations who have family in Miami come, and we try our best to get them treated with the drugs that they don't have available in our country. So I'm definitely sensitive to that aspect.
Well, yes, we were having two talks before from Brazil, and she was sharing what is available for the governmental public hospital and what is in the private. But even in the private, you will not have access to the trials and the drugs that are not approved yet. But especially with those that have such a promise, let's see what the future will bring. And we have, I think, one more. And here is, when both an ADC and second-line immunotherapy are options, how do you sequence them in real world, and what would guide your choice?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So it's when both ADCs and IOs are options. So we're looking at that data. I know I went through it quickly, but the TV204 data looked at the combination of pembrolizumab with tisotumab vedotin, and there seemed to be some synergistic response there. The SAC-TMT, the second basket trial I showed SAC-TMT with pembrolizumab with like a 58% response there, and some of those patients were pre-treated with IO. And in my current trial, we are looking at adding the SAC-TMT to the pembrolizumab. So I do think there's a relationship, that there's some synergy likely between the ADCs and the IO agents. We're also seeing that, in endometrial cancer, in the trials that we are looking to add on maintenance therapy, unrelated to cervix, but when we're adding on maintenance therapy in endometrial cancer, we are doing it with pembrolizumab, which is the standard of care. So I think they go along well nicely, and I think that they should be used. We never want to hold an agent if two of them go well together. So if there's synergy there. So I think for now, the future is going to be to combine them, particularly in those patients that are IO naive. But if not IO naive, I think I'm going with the ADC by itself first, and further work needs to be done.
Thank you so much. Yes, you are saying that give your best at first, not wait. And that's a very nice way to go. And I think these were all of our questions we got from the audience. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Slomovic, for taking your time. It was indeed very educational, and I believe our audience benefited greatly from them. And we were very honored to have you with us.
My pleasure. And really, Amali, congratulations for running such a great program. It's Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. We need to come up with better treatment options. The best way to treat cancer is to prevent. I'm sorry, I'm giving my 10-second. Yeah, the best way to treat cancer is to prevent cancer. HPV vaccination programs, PAP assessments, and routine screening. I'm excited about the trials I'm doing, but my career success would be to eradicate the disease before it even happens, so we don't need to come up with these treatments. So, really, I congratulate you with the work you're doing to help better educate the globe on this disease in ways that we could make better outcomes for our patients. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was
Have a great day.
our goal. Thanks.
Yeah. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
And we're back to our Global Voices section. And it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Oksana Mashevska. Dr. Mashevska is a clinical oncologist and director of the oncology department at Manufactura Clinic at Kiev, Ukraine. And with great pleasure, we invite Dr. Mashevska to take us through her presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. In just a minute, I will try to share my Is it work?
Yeah. Yes.
Is it work?
Yeah, yeah.
Just a minute. Oops. So, for today, I would like talking about current state of cervical cancer in Ukraine.
Wait until it's complete.
It's maybe we have some problem. Oops.
Would you like me to share your presentation?
Please, if it's possible, because I'm not sure that's. Oh, great. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So, how I get to work with it? It's not.
I can change the slides.
Oh,
would
okay.
you like it?
Yes, please. Yes,
Okay.
please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next slide. So I would like to talk about the situation in Ukraine. For now, during the war, what happened and how epidemiological situation changes. So unfortunately, first of all, I would like to tell that we haven't now final statistic from last year. So I use the statistical facts just for 2024, 2023, unfortunately, due to war. In 2024, we had 3,000 cases in Ukraine. It was a high mortality rate. More than 1,000 women die from this disease, and it's very bad because highest mortality. It's one of highest mortality rate in Europe. It depends of late detection, unfortunately. Next one. Next one. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, epidemiological situation. We try to share you how many separate on stage and which stage is more in the Ukrainian population. First stage is 37%, so it's the biggest population in this disease. Unfortunately, near over 50% of cases diagnosed at late stage, so it's stage 3 and 4. It's significantly complicated treatment in Ukraine for all these patients. Due to our data, we have totally 59,000 patients for today. So it's a full amount of diagnosed patients with cervical cancer currently registered in Ukraine database. Next one. I'm sorry. So now, its trends, cervical cancer remain one of the most common types of cancer among women in working age. Over 7 and 9% of female of all stomach cancer pathologies we have for today in Ukraine. Next one. So statistically, what do we have? Middle age, it's 30, 44 years. It's the biggest population of cancer, of cervical cancer in age. It's the biggest population of this age with cervical cancer. Less, it's a patient with of age 45, 64, and less, more older women. Next one. So cervical cancer is a big problem. Key reasons for the critical situation in Ukraine, it's low effectiveness of opportunity screening, limited population coverage, a lack of quality control now for early detection, absence on an organized population-based screening program. Cervical cancer has remained a major public health problem in Ukraine over the past decade because we have a lot of social problems within few last years. That's why we have so bad data. In some region, it's a leading cause of mortality among women of reproductive age, unfortunately. Next one, please. May I ask you for? So, due to the war, the impact of war, how the full-scale invasion changed Ukrainians' oncology care landscape. Next one. It's a big deal. May I ask you for next one slide? Thank you. So barriers to health, it's first of all, is infrastructure destruction. Loss of oncology centers. First of all, Mariupol, damage of hospital in West area. It's Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Dnipro, a lot of big places. Also, we have another problem. Is the problem with migration of women. Over 6 million women now are abroad, or sometimes displaced abroad as well. All displaced in Ukraine, and that's why it's a leading factor for disruption is a cycle of regular screening for them. They're not regularly going to their GP, at least. I'm not talking about gynecologists, and it's a big deal for now for Ukraine. And also we have a big problem with staff shortages. Departure of specialists, unfortunately, now it's a biggest problem in Ukraine. We haven't enough doctors, especially in areas more close to the war area, and also system overload in the western region. That's what I talked a few minutes ago. Next one, please. So for women, the biggest barrier to screening is fear of diagnosis, low awareness of HPV cancer link, and war-related displacement. Now we have a strategic solution switching from cytology to HPV DNA testing for higher sensitivity testing. Also, we try to improve self-sampling, home-based testing kits to overcome stress and accessibility issue for every woman. Also, extended intervals testing. Now we perform testing every 3-5 years, depends of patient, depends of woman, and also in a real situation for this woman for today. Next one. So, Ukrainian government from 2026 starts a big program, which includes the new vaccination schedule. It's free of charge. From January, provided for all girls aged 20-15. We use Gardasil 8, which protect again 8 virus types, and we hope that this program will get in a more healthy community within next years. This goal of this prevention is harmonization of Ukrainian immunization, also with standards, international standards and whole world standards. It's very important because a big problem with cancer prevention, and the government should be included in this program as well. Next one, please. Also, we looking for significance of HPV self-sampling for every woman, especially in war areas where they live in and they can change the place. For the first time, it's national level. We're working over primary HPV screening, which was recommended, and HPV self-sampling also was included in this program as necessary. Next one. Ukrainian program is fully aligned with WHO recommendation. Its recommended testing method, follow-up algorithm from HPV positive results. HPV self-sampling was officially endorsed as a promising tool to increase screening coverage. Next one, please. So, elimination goals. 90, 70, 90. It's 90% of vaccination, fully vaccinate goal by age 15 with HPV vaccine. 70% screening is a screen woman using a high performance test. It's a DNA test at ages at least 35 to 45, which much more attractive to the viral infection, and also for developing of cancer cases. And also 90% treat women with precancer, and by this way we manage most of cases and prevent cervical cancer in the first. Next one. It's a short roadmap for Ukraine. It's a plan for fighting with the cervical cancer. First of all, is incorporate Gardasil 9 international vaccination schedule by 2026, standardize HPV first, launch nationwide communication campaign to normalize screening and overcome the fear factor. And also, it's very important point, focus on primary care. We are working with family doctors who first of all meeting with women and talking with them about importance of self-screening and going to onco centers and vaccinate their daughters, girls. That's we hope make good results in cancer prevention, especially in prevention of early cancer cases, cervical cancer cases. Next one. So finally, In conclusion, I would like to say that cervical cancer is remain a major public health problem in Ukraine due to high mortality and late-stage diagnoses. Low screening coverage and absent an organized screening program is a key contributions to the current situation. The full-scale war has significantly worsened access to prevention and cancer care services, so we believe that implementation of HPV-based screening, self-sampling, and HPV vaccination is crucial to reduction cervical cancer incidence and mortality in Ukraine. So, in a few words, I would try to describe our current situation in Ukraine. We are working hardly, we are working with population, we're working with patient organization for improve prevention plan in Ukrainian woman society. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for attention, and maybe you have some question.
Thank you, Dr. Mashevska, for your wonderful presentation and for sharing your expertise so generously.
Thank you.
For the sake of time, we are moving to our next speaker, and it is Dr. Ishak Lowell. Dr. Lowell is a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist at the Federal Teaching Hospital in Berin Kebbi, Nigeria. The floor is yours, Dr. Lowell. We will share the presentation for you, so you can start.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure having me here. And please, for the sake of the network issue, I will plead that I should off my camera so that I can improve the. Yes, I will be. Yeah, thank you. So I will be presenting the current state of management of cervical cancer in Nigeria, and it's a great pleasure to be here on this How I Manage Cervical Cancer Summit of the OncoDaily. One thing that got me intrigued is the title of the summit itself. How I Manage Cervical Cancer is very apt in the sense that, yeah, can you please go back to the first slide, please? No, the first slide. The first slide. There's a first slide. Back. Thank you. Yeah. So because it's the title is very apt in the sense that it shows the challenges between and within countries in management of cervical cancer. And for us at End Cervical Cancer Nigeria Initiative, if you look at this picture, it gives us an idea of the challenges of managing cervical cancer because we use analogy of transport system in defining how cervical cancer challenges of cervical cancer management. So this picture on its own just summarizes the whole presentation that I'm going to talk about today. Ideally, a load this much is supposed to be carried by a truck, but you can see that transporters are innovatively using luxury cars for transportation. Same way, professionals in low resource settings are making innovative ways to provide services. Please, next slide. So next slide, please. I have no conflict of interest. So I will follow the following outline. Please go to the outline slide. Yes, I'll give a brief background on the cervical cancer WHO overview of the WHO cervical cancer elimination targets, then present the concept of respect. which is what guide our practice at End Cervical Cancer Nigeria Initiative, and then talk about cervical cancer management as it affects Nigeria, and then give you a summary. Next slide, please. In terms of background, I mean, I won't dwell on this because since morning, people have been talking about the epidemiology of cervical cancer, and in Nigeria, it is the second commonest cancer and accounts for 12,000 over 12,000 cases annually and 7,000 related deaths. The challenge here is that more than 66% case fatality for a disease that is readily preventable and curable if detected early. This is unfair. And this is, next slide, please. And that is what informed the WHO Global Strategy for Cervical Cancer Elimination, because it saw it as a disease of social injustice. One woman dies every 2 minutes of cervical cancer, yet it is preventable. And the good thing is that Nigeria is, I'm always proud of this slide because Nigeria is one of the 13th body, is the only sovereign nation in the 13th country, the 13 bodies that joined the WHO Director General in 2018 to call for global collaboration for cervical cancer elimination. And it is that call to action within 2 years, despite COVID, that led to the release of the roadmap. Next slide, please. That led to the release of the roadmap for cervical cancer elimination. And the stakeholders in Nigeria, this picture just showing the domestication of the roadmap in Nigeria. On the right-hand side, you see all, because it was to light monument in Tills, and these are all the monuments that were lit in Tills on the 17th of November 2020 in commemoration of the Global Strategy for Cervical Cancer Elimination. And we in Nigeria, we had adopted that, and that's why you're seeing that on the left-hand side in terms of our color of the Nigeria and the map of Nigeria. Next slide, please. So the three pillars of the cervical cancer elimination, how are we faring? Pillar 1 says HPV vaccination, 90% vaccination of adolescent girls 9 to 14, and Nigeria has made tremendous progress on that. We launched and routinized HPV vaccine in 2023, and over 40 million girls have been vaccinated since we introduced HPV vaccine. The challenge is that we are still below the 90% target, and misinformation remains a big challenge. In terms of the second pillar, which is screening, 70% screening of women of eligible age group. We are not doing too good. We have less than 15% coverage. But the good thing is there's the National Task Force on Cervical Cancer Elimination. We have National Institute for Cancer Research and Treatment, and we have the National Cancer Control Program under the Federal Ministry of Health. All these organizations working together, we launched the National Cervical Cancer Screening Guideline late last year, and with that, the state governments are ready to launch into that and ensure that we are going to take the 15% screening level, current level, to a higher level. Now, the third pillar says treatment of invasive and pre-invasive lesion. 90% of those, currently we don't have data to show how far we're doing, but there's been progressive effort towards ensuring that treatment can be available. I put down there in red, downstaging. For us in low resource settings, we can't but also talk about downstaging. Downstaging, while screening is to detect pre-invasive lesion, downstaging is early diagnosis of cervical cancer, because currently more than 90% of cases present late. But with downstaging, we can then get them to present early in a stage where they can be treated. Next slide, please. So just a brief on End Cervical Cancer Nigeria Initiative, because that's the organization I represent, and we work along the three prongs of the WHO pillars, cervical cancer elimination pillar. But for this presentation, we'll be focusing on the treatment arm. So for all these pillars, in terms of vaccination, we have a vaccine access program that we're doing. In terms of screening, we have what we call resource stratified screening and treatment. And we talk about improving access for cervical cancer treatment. So, and for cervical cancer treatment, as you go on, I will let you know that, of course, we already know that there's surgery chemotherapy and radiotherapy services. So for all this, we have packages that helps the patient, because currently what we have discovered is that patients are now beginning to present relatively early because of the awareness being created by the global strategy for cervical cancer elimination, but because access to treatment has been poor, so some of these cases are still going back to become late stages. Please, next slide. So that, because of those challenges, we now came up with what we call RESPECT, Resource Stratified Elimination of Cervical Cancer and Treatment. And this is a pragmatic approach to cervical cancer elimination. Earlier in the day, I had one or two presenters talking about the fact that there is no one solution fit all. Every country, every situation must look at their system and enact a system that works for them, because resources are not equally available, accessible across. So we then look at a situation where we will look at pragmatic evidence to provide access to necessary care and intervention in such a way that when the desirable is not available, when desired is not available, then the available becomes desirable, and then we use it in a way to ensure that we do no harm to the patient. Luckily, we have evidence like ASCO's resource stratified guideline, the NCCN harmonized guideline, and recently the ESCO also released a resource stratified guideline. I'll also give us a snippet into that. Please, next slide. Now, just to give us, to put a perspective to the issue of the resource stratified respect guideline, respect concept, I asked that what come to your mind just seeing this picture. And this picture actually became popular when there was that fuel scarcity in the country, in the African region, and then this was an innovative way to reduce cost of transportation. And so that is exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about resource stratification, and we always use transportation as a means. So next slide, please. So going back to the real discussion about management of cervical cancer, we know that to manage cervical cancer, we need to have a diagnosis, history, examination, investigation, and just a simple biopsy. Right? So now, what we have, when we talk about downstaging, what we have discovered is that even there are studies to support that patients visit healthcare providers about 3, 4, 5 times before they eventually get diagnosed. So we want to shorten that diagnosis time by way of increasing healthcare providers' awareness so that they can downstage. And then there's this practice that we'll talk about, EUA biopsy, meaning that for every suspected cervical cancer, they need to take them to theater to take a biopsy to confirm. Because without a biopsy specimen, there's no way we can make a confirmation of treatment. So we now talk about accelerated referral pathway for patients suspected for cervical cancer, so that we are saying that the EUA biopsy, it limits, it delays diagnosis, so that every suspected cervical cancer can have an outpatient biopsy if the right equipment, as I showed on the left-hand side of the screen, is there. Please, next slide. So after you've made a diagnosis, there's then what we call pre-treatment evaluation, which is the staging. In the past, the staging has been all clinical, but currently the cervical cancer staging has moved to clinical pathological, which, as much as it improves the efficiency of the screening, of the staging, it also puts a lot of pressure on us in the low resource settings where these services are not readily accessible. So, but for us, we said that when we are trying to do pre-treatment evaluation, after you have staged, we also need to look at the performance status of the patient, meaning that in terms of whether the patient, so that you can then determine if his patient will be best managed by palliative care or will be actively managed towards cure. But if after you have evaluated in terms of the clinical, financial status is a big problem because patients pay out of pocket in the country. Hence, there's a number of times services are available but are not accessible because of financial barrier. So we in our setup, we are promoting the concept of resource stratification such that whatever is available will be used to provide services for the patient within the limited resources available to the patient in such a way that when we use the counterfactual analysis, such that the services that will be provided will be better than doing nothing. Next slide, please. Just like the next slide, we'll be talking about how we are using ultrasound scan instead of MRI to diagnose cervical cancer. Unfortunately, to stage cervical cancer. For this, sorry, I'm not able to put my cursor on the screen. But if you look at that screen on the left-hand side, you see that the lining of the bladder is not uniform. So it shows that that tumor has infiltrated into the bladder, even though clinically you're seeing it as stage 2B, but with the infiltration into the bladder, then it becomes stage 4. So therefore, we cannot be using it. So that case will not be operable based on the ultrasound scan. Even when we don't have MRI, we can use ultrasound scan as part of our resource stratified approach. Next slide, please. So as I said earlier, the management of cervical cancer can be surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, just as they've said. And for us, what is most accessible to the patient is palliative care. And usually, please, next slide. So surgery is meant for the early stages, while radiotherapy, chemoradiation is standard of care and is meant for the late stages, while palliative cares are meant for those that cannot be treated, where the additive ones, the immunotherapy can be added upon as adjuvant, either to the surgery or to the chemoradiation. So, but currently in the country, there's limited skill for the surgeries for cervical cancer because radical hysterectomy, radical trachelectomy, laparoscopic radical surgery, and the skills are limited. I'm not sure there will be more than 5 centers out of the 90-something health facilities across the 36 states with FCT 37 entities for the 220 million Nigerians that offers radical hysterectomy services. So you now discover that some early cases of cervical cancer are now progressing to late cases because of lack of access to care. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the next treatment available, we're talking about radiotherapy services. Also, there's this tendency to assume that when you say radiotherapy is just one. Radiotherapy for cervical cancer has to be both brachytherapy and teletherapy. But incidentally, ironically, we have only 15 teletherapy machines for 230 million Nigerians and 7 brachytherapy, which means that not all the centers that have teletherapy have brachytherapy. And that, again, puts a lot of burden on the patients because they now need to move from one facility to the other to access even the radiotherapy services. I also emphasize there that challenges of having access to the radiotherapy, because most of our patients pay out of pocket, then you now have a financial barrier, geographical barrier, and even frequent downtime of this machine because these machines are very delicate. They require maintenance. So sometimes you discover that a patient has started a treatment or you refer a patient for treatment. On their way to the treatment, then they tell them that the machine has broken down. So these are all challenges that patients face when they're trying to access care in Nigeria, and like most low resource settings. Next slide, please. So, next slide. As I mentioned earlier, also the standard of care for cervical cancer treatment for those that require radiotherapy is chemoradiation. No doubt about that. So, meaning that chemotherapy as a standalone does not necessarily has a significant role to play. But for us in low resource settings, we need to start looking at evidence that is coming up from the developed countries and see how we can use it to improve access to care. One of it is the role of neoadjuvant chemotherapy, where we give chemotherapy to downstage, and then we'll then do radical hysterectomy. Another one is this induction chemotherapy, evidence from induction chemotherapy. Of course, the evidence for induction chemotherapy was not meant for low resource settings, but some of these experts in Nigeria are coming together to look at how can we translate the evidence from the induction chemotherapy to Nigerian setting. And some researchers in Rwanda have done that. They call their own temporizing chemotherapy. I bold here bridge chemotherapy, which is the concept that we are promoting. And it is a pragmatic approach where we provide chemotherapy services for patients that actually require standard of care chemoradiation, but for one reason or the other, they are not able to get it. So we provide them with chemotherapy services, and we continue to monitor them. So an interesting figures is beginning to come out. We have not published, but what we have discovered is that when you give those chemotherapy services, some of them downstage to a stage that you can now operate. Then, though the initial intention was not necessarily that we want to operate, but because we were giving them the chemotherapy to bridge that situation. For example, when we discovered, when we have this is an informal review, we discovered that when you refer a patient to go for chemoradiation, it takes average of 3-4 months before they even be put on the machine, even if they have the money. So we then are trying to take lesson from the induction chemotherapy evidence to say that even when we now refer them, we link up with the facilities and we start chemotherapy for the patient, bridging that time gap from them. If they have the money, then they go on the machine and get their radiotherapy. If they don't have the money, we reevaluate after 3 chemotherapy, and then we decide whether to go for surgery or to still continue the chemotherapy. Next slide, please. So in summary, the global strategy for cervical cancer elimination is a potent advocacy tool to improve outcome of care because it has already started reducing the stages or the relative stage of cervical cancer presentation in Nigeria. The case fatality of cervical cancer in Nigeria still remain unacceptably high despite the progress that have been made in providing services, because availability of services is not necessarily accessibility. So we have also talked about this robust patient navigation system is needed. And in Cervical Cancer Nigeria Initiative, we are also with the Beacon initiative of American Cancer Society. We are looking into having a navigation system that is going to help the patient through the continuum of care to ensure that patients receive care and we increase the number of patients that are surviving cervical cancer in Nigeria. Definitely, we need a multilateral collaboration among stakeholders within the low resource settings where they have a common protocols, and then they can pull patients, and then they can compare outcomes and hopefully scale up locally relevant, context-specific, innovative, resource stratified approach, because that is the only way to go. We need to start looking at resource stratification in terms of management of cervical cancer. And I'll say thank you very much. So this last picture is going to be leaving us also, as I said, what we do, means of transportation is what we use to analogy for cervical cancer. Here is an ambulance that brought a patient to hospital. Thank you. Hello, I can't hear.
Thank you, Dr. Lowell, for your insightful presentation on the current state of cervical cancer in Nigeria. Your expertise and perspectives have given us a deeper understanding of this topic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Enes Erol. Dr. Erol is a medical oncologist at the Ankara University Cancer Research Institute in Turkey. So now I invite Dr. Erol to begin.
It is my pleasure. Thank you for inviting me. Could you hear me?
Yeah.
Just let me try again. I just tried to share my screen.
If you can't share your slide, I can upload it.
Just 1 minute. I will try one more time. If I cannot,
Yeah.
I will request from you. Sorry. So sorry for waiting. Just I will try one more time to.
Sure.
Sorry. Could you share for me?
Okay, I'll try to upload
Can I
now.
try one more? Can I try one more? Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
How is it right now? Could you see?
Yeah, I can.
Could you see right now? Could you see my screen right now?
Complete it.
Yeah, so you can see my screen, right?
The slides are black. Yeah.
Slides are black. So you cannot see my screen.
Could you try one more time?
Right now I'm moving the
Slides are
presentation, but I'm
black.
not. Okay. Share screen. It's saying that it is unable. Could you share for me? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I'll try
I don't
to
know
upload
why
now.
it happened. Okay, thank you for the kind invitation to thank you again for the close colleagues from OncoDaily family. I will try to summarize the snapshot of the current state of the cervical cancer from Turkey. It's very good and beneficial summit, and I will try to summarize our perspective in Turkey. Could you please forward to the next slide? So we have already talked that the cervical cancer still remains a global challenge in the world, and in also Turkey, even if we have a strong screening platform right now, but there is still lots of incidence of the cervical cancer. And could you please move to the next slide? And when we compare the Turkey's situation right now, we could be lower than Eastern Europe, but higher than the Western Asia. And still there is lots of risk population. And even with the relatively low national rates, there's regional gaps, and prevention uptake will determine what will happen in the 2030 and 2050 trajectory. And could you please move to the next slide? Sorry. And 2014 is the one of the pivotal year in Turkey, because before that we were screening with the cytology, and then in 2014 we start to screen with the HPV DNA, which also increased our screening rate from to under 2 to the 35 percentage, and also with help of over than 20,000 family physicians, we actually reached 95% of the target population for screening, which is a good success for us, but not enough. And next slide, please. And then we tried to do mega-alarm algorithm, which is like we start to do HPV DNA test right now. And if it is negative, we are returning to routine screening. And if it is positive, we are referring to cytology and genotyping and colposcopy, which is also good for us to also use the resources with efficiently to resource saving, and colposcopy referral remains selective for this one. And the next slide, please. And also 3 years ago, actually, in the COVID time, we made some publications about the vaccine hesitancy and in the public knowledge and attitudes and perception against COVID-19 times. And this is one of my slides, which I do in 4 years ago in 2022. So I just read 2 good articles, and I think it is the same for HPV. In Life Science article, it's saying that 10 science discoveries which we should be thankful for, and one of the most discoveries, which one of the greatest benefit we get is actually vaccines. And also one of the 10 threats for the global health is actually about vaccine hesitancy. And in Turkey, it is one of the major problem. And the next slide, please. And the vaccine hesitancy actually is not something new, something trendy. It's actually, in 1902, there is a group which is Anti-Vaccination Society of America, which established on that time, and there is a propaganda which they made to. Sometimes we also see in the social media about do not vaccinate. And please, next slide. And this is one of the figures which I really like about. This is about poxvirus for vaccine. And on that time, in the beginning of the 19th century, they draw this picture, and the Anti-Vaccination Society was saying that if you get vaccinated about smallpox, you could become like a cow. So there will always a belief or misperception about the vaccines, and cervical cancer is one of the cancer which we could eliminate with the vaccine. Next slide, please. And also from the New York Times article is saying that vaccine hesitancy is old as the vaccines. The next slide, please. And there are some studies from the Turkey about the perception from the public and what is the barriers from policy side. And in Turkey, there are 2 profiles, which is who is living in the bigger cities in the urban profile, which have higher university education and which have high perceived benefit of early diagnosis, and they generally frequently get gynecologic exams. There are also rural profile. They are lower access to screening and they also believe of high fatalism, and they get married earlier, but lower utilization of the care. And one of the most barriers for as a culture in Turkey, there is fear of speculum eczema and privacy concerns, and there is also fatalism belief, which it is in God's hands. And also there is myths that which I was trying to emphasize. Persons fear that screening or vaccination could cause infertility. Actually, in our keynote lecture today, we said that it is actually this cervical cancer is like a maternal actual tragedy. We have a cure, we could eliminate that, we have vaccine, we have the solution, but because of the myth, we still lose lots of younger generation who is younger than 45 years old. So we need to emphasize the cultural sensitive outreach, and we need to communicate with this barrier and misperception. And also we need to create options like maybe self-sampling, maybe can close the gap in Turkey. Next slide, please. And also the awareness paradox. There is still less than half of in a cross-section study in Turkey, less than half of the vaccine recipients get regular gynecologic exams. So there is vaccine literacy is sometimes not as good. And also there is another study for Turkey who is comparing with vaccination and also without vaccination, what is the economic burden of not to get vaccine. So actually cost-effective modeling argues that inaction, not to get vaccinated, not to get a policy about it, is the expensive choice. So we need to create more awareness, and also thanks to that OncoDaily Summit, it could create awareness about this issue. Next slide, please. And also we really did a great success. In the last year, we also make a policy shift, and we tried to get free vaccination by the end of the year, and HPV vaccine actually will be free for all 30-year-old children, and starting end of the 2025. And the target is right now it's 30 years old, but I think it will also expand. We need to maybe improve supply chain, but right now we also implement for elimination strategy, and we made free the HPV vaccine for all 30-year-old children. But I think it will be expanded the next years. Next slide, please. And in the second part, I will try to show our clinical practice in Turkey. So right now, we are trying to, for earlier stage, as we talk about, we are trying to de-escalate some strategies, and also local advanced stage, we are trying to escalate with induction chemotherapy, also immunotherapy, as we talk about. And next slide, please. And there is a SHAPE trial. I am not a surgeon, and in Turkey, gynecologist and medical oncologist, two separate department. But in this study, they for earlier stage, they compare that if it is low risk lesion like under 2 centimeters, they compare with simple hysterectomy and radical hysterectomy, and they compare the pelvic recurrence. And for surgical teams, the message is, if there is no risk factor and if it is lower than 2 centimeters, carefully selected low risk early stage lesion. If we did simple hysterectomy, it can reduce radicality and improve recovery without sacrificing cure. The recurrence rate is almost similar, but the complication of the radical hysterectomy is much lower in simple hysterectomy. Next slide, please. And in the medical oncology side, we are in Turkey, we start to embed 3 trials for interlace. We try to use interlace for specifically local advanced stage, and for 6 weeks carboplatin paclitaxel, and then radiotherapy with concurrent chemoradiotherapy. And also specifically for stage 3 and stage 4, we try to KEYNOTE 18, but for Turkey there is no reimbursement for pembrolizumab, so it is out of pocket. And also for EMBRACE trial, for technical precision, it showed that MRI-guided adaptive brachytherapy is also provide more local control. The next slide, please. And in Turkey, generally, if according to actually patient's socioeconomic status, even if the patient is like stage 3, sometimes we also use induction chemotherapy, not KEYNOTE 18, because of there is no reimbursement for pembrolizumab. But of course, we also provide all the options. So we are talking with the patients. And generally, we are using induction chemotherapy as like interlace trial. We are giving 6 weeks carboplatin paclitaxel, and then immediately we are doing a pelvic MRI for planning radiotherapy, and we are consulting radiation oncologist immediately, and we are starting chemoradiotherapy. So in this trial specifically, most of the patients, I would like to emphasize, as we talked before in the previous sessions, most of the patients is stage 2B. And the next slide, please. And we also saw lots of PFS benefit, like 9%. And also the next slide, we will see OS benefits according to the interlace trial. And I would like to emphasize that specifically for interlace trial, the benefit is actually for stage 1 and stage 2B, not for local advanced like stage 3 and 4 actually get less benefit. So actually for this stage, the next slide, actually for these patients, we should, the KEYNOTE 18 trial would be more beneficial with chemoradiotherapy and pembrolizumab. But as I said before, if you work like oncologist in university like me, if it is out of pocket and there is no reimbursement. So we are providing all the options, and the patients are deciding according to their socioeconomic status. The next slide, please. And accordingly, as I don't want to dive in detail because we already talked about, according to Keynote A18 trial, we also showed lots of PFS and OS benefit. Hazard ratio is like 0.7. The next slide, please. And so according to NCCN guideline, so we are in stage 2B and stage 4. We could provide induction chemotherapy, and then we could also consider pembrolizumab specifically for stage 3 and stage 4, stage 4A. So as a summary, for postoperative, for early stage cervical cancer, if it is above 4 centimeter, if there is lymphovascular stromal invasion, and if there is intermediate risk factors, we should consider adjuvant radiotherapy. If there is lymph node metastasis, if there is parametrial invasion, if there is positive surgical margin, we should choose adjuvant chemoradiotherapy. The next slide, please. And for local advanced cervical cancer, for induction chemotherapy, we are providing in Turkey because it is low cost and we could reach easily. And for stage 3 and stage 4, we could also provide pembrolizumab, but as I said before, lots of times it is out of pocket. But treatment should be individualized and decided in a multidisciplinary setting. And next slide, these are my last slides as a quick summary for the metastatic setting. According to Keynote 826 trial, we also showed, we also see that benefit of adding pembrolizumab hazard ratio is like 0.6, specifically in CPS is above 1, and most of the participants, like above 90% is actually CPS was positive. But we actually give importance for this one because there is also no reimbursement for metastatic setting. So if the patient is CPS negative, generally we are not choosing this one. But in CPS positive, the hazard ratio is very good. And for the second line, there is also option for INNOVA trial. We see benefit of tisotumab vedotin ADCs, but there are no reimbursement in Turkey, but you can give as an option to the patients. The next slide, please. The different thing is from other type of cancer, like for example, different from the renal cell carcinoma. In cervical cancer, it is good that we start with chemotherapy. We then, according to GOG trial, we added bevacizumab to the chemotherapy, and we see benefits. And according to Keynote 826 trial, we added chemotherapy, pembrolizumab, and bevacizumab. So it is subsequently, and we can, as a fourthly, we saw that benefit. And the next slide. So unlike in many other cancers, adding meaningful incremental benefit is clearly observed in cervical cancer when escalated from platinum-based doublets to the bevacizumab-containing triplets and further to pembrolizumab-containing quadruplet regimens. But the thing is, when we give beva in colorectal and GI cancer, we see like 3% enteroenteric fistula, and also in ovary, we see less than 1% enteroenteric fistula as a complication. The next slide, please. But in cervical cancer, the fistula ratio is like almost 6%. We should always keep in mind the complication of the bevacizumab when we give to all patients. Next slide, please. And also we should keep in mind that it could cause a black box burning, that it could cause gastrointestinal perforation. The next slide, please. And this is the last summaries in metastatic recurrent cervical cancer. the second line setting, the single agent chemotherapy is not working. Actually, it is not effective. And ADCs, like as we talk about, disotuzumab vedotin is very promising and effective. We do not have opportunity to provide to everyone in Turkey. It's out of pocket, but also trastuzumab deruxtecan is tumor agnostic, is another promising agent. So ADCs will likely emerge as a standard of care in the second line setting. The next slide. So this is my last slides. As a summary, for early stage, maybe surgical de-escalation is a good option to reduce morbidity. Maybe simple hysterectomy is enough. And for interlace, for cervical cancer, we are giving induction chemotherapy because it is low cost and high impact. We see PFS and OS benefit. We still do not have option like immunotherapy as a free for the public health, but we are trying to do like clinical trials, and also we are trying to reach early. And more importantly, as we talk lots of times, there is 3 pillars strategy to elimination. We need to sustain screening, we need to launch vaccination, and we need to do targeted education to increase awareness. And thank you so much for listening to me. So this is the last summary for the situation in Turkey. Thank you so much.
And Dr. Errol, thank you so much for bringing this to our attention. And it's always important to discuss such topics. And thank you so much for highlighting this so clearly in your presentations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Hello, hello. Hi.
Hi, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Right, thank you. And you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for inviting.
So it's our pleasure to introduce medical oncologist EPH Ibn Zohar from Guelma, Algeria, and Imen Hadji.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm truly honored to be here today. Thank you, Amalia and the oncology team for the kind invitation. And
Thank you.
Congratulations on such a great event.
It's our pleasure to have you on our stream, and thank you for raising awareness about current situation of cervical cancer in Algeria. I can share your presentation.
Please do. Yeah. All right. Shall we start? Okay, so cervical cancer remains a major public health issue worldwide, despite being one of the most preventable malignancies. This paradox reflects gaps in prevention and early detection rather than limitations in treatment, especially in Algeria, where all the treatments are available, and we are very fortunate. Today, I will present the current state of cervical cancer in Algeria, focusing on epidemiology, prevention, and management using nationally validated data and international benchmark. Next, please. All right. So the objectives of this presentation are to describe the burden of cervical cancer in Algeria, to prevent available national epidemiological data, to review the current status of prevention and screening, to summarize therapeutic management according to national guidelines, and finally to discuss priorities using internationally recognized elimination benchmarks. Next, please. All right. So all data presented are derived from official and validated sources, including the WHO cervical cancer country profile, the National Cancer Registry synthesis, the 2024 National Therapeutic Guidelines in Medical Oncology, and the IHE National Dashboard. The use of these sources ensure methodological consistency, reproducibility, and comparability with international data. Next, please. Interpretation of cancer epidemiology requires an understanding of population structure. This age-sex pyramid shows that Algeria remains a relatively young population, but with a progressive demographic transition. This shift is expected to translate into an increasing burden of age related to malignancies, including cervical cancer in the coming decades. Next, please. So this slide presents overall cancer incidence and mortality among Algerian women. Cervical cancer remains among the frequent malignancies, contributing meaningfully to cancer-related morbidity and mortality. This reinforces its relevance as a priority within women's health and oncology strategies. Next, please. Incidence data reflect ongoing new diagnoses, while prevalence captures the number of women living with the disease. Together, these indicators confirm that cervical cancer represents a significant and persistent disease burden, with implications for both prevention strategies and healthcare resource planning. Next, please. Cervical cancer in Algeria predominantly affects women in mid-adulthood, often during economically and socially active years. Survival analyses show gradual improvement across diagnostic periods, consistent with advances in cancer care. However, outcomes remain strongly dependent on stage of diagnosis, underscoring the importance of early detection. Next, please. Yeah. So screening is the most effective tool for reducing cervical cancer incidence and mortality. As shown here, screening in Algeria remains largely opportunistic, unfortunately, with coverage levels below those required to achieve sustained population level impact. Next, please. So age standardized mortality rates allow comparison across populations and over time. So the observed mortality burden suggests that many cases are still diagnosed at advanced stages rather than reflecting limitations in available treatments. Next, please. HPV vaccination represents the cornerstone of primary prevention. Current data indicate that vaccination has not been implemented at national scale, which limits its population level impact, but also highlights a major opportunity for future prevention efforts. Next, please. International elimination benchmarks are commonly summarized by the 90-70-90 targets. The first target aims for 90% of girls to be fully vaccinated against HPV by the age of 15. The second target requires 70% of women to be screened with a high-performance test at least twice in their lifetime. And the third target aims for 90% of women diagnosed with cervical cancer disease to receive appropriate treatment and care. So together, these targets emphasize that elimination is driven by prevention and early detection, supported, of course, by effective treatment. Next, please. All right. So diagnosis of cervical cancer relies on histological confirmation, followed by staging according to the fecal classification. These steps are standardized within the national therapeutic guidelines and are fully aligned with the international clinical practice. Next, please. Management of localized cervical cancer is stage dependent. So surgery is indicated for early stage disease, while concurrent chemoradiotherapy is the standard of care for locally advanced stages. These approaches are consistent with evidence-based international recommendations. Next, please. In advanced or metastatic cervical cancer, systemic chemotherapy remains the therapeutic backbone, but also we have IO immunotherapy and such as pembrolizumab or the targeted therapies such as bevacizumab that are available and are fully reimbursed. So our patients are really lucky with treatment here in Algeria, and it's free. Treatment is delivered with palliative intent, focusing on disease control, symptom relief, and quality of life, with decisions individuals to patients and disease characteristics. Next, please. So 3 key messages emerge. Cervical cancer remains a significant burden. Most cases are potentially preventable, and outcomes are largely determined by access to prevention and early diagnosis rather than by treatment availability alone. Next. Priority actions include expanding screening coverage, introducing HPV vaccination, reducing regional variability, and it is huge, the disparities, because Algeria is huge. It's the first biggest country in Africa and 10th in the world geographically, and also strengthening cancer surveillance systems. These measures are consistent with internationally recognized elimination frameworks and focus on interventions with the highest population level impact. Next, please. So in conclusion, cervical cancer in Algeria illustrates a common global challenge. Effective preventive tools exist. National data and clinical guidelines are available, yet population-level impact remains limited. Progress in prevention and early detection will be central to reducing incidence and mortality and moving closer to cervical cancer elimination. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to discuss a major global health challenge, that is cervical cancer, through the perspective of national data, prevention, and clinical management. Hi, Amalia. Good to see you. I can't hear you, though.
I was muted. Hi, Mena. Thank you so much for sharing the insights on what is the situation in Algeria. Actually, I think today we explored how different countries have so many similarities and so many similar challenges, but it was also interesting to see what are the ways that what can provide and what can be maybe changed in another country as well. I don't know, from hearing about screening, about differences in mentality to the accessibility, and I discovered a lot of new things today, and it was always a pleasure to have friends and colleagues across the globe coming together for one mission. So, Imena, it was our greatest pleasure having you today.
Thank you for inviting me. It was great to see familiar faces and friends. So congratulations on this summit and for the panel, the amazing one. Thank you
so much, Imena.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See you soon.
And Algeria was the last country who was sharing the insights on the current situation. So we have heard from Europe, from Africa, from US, from South America, and we'll have the chance to hear the policymaker point of view from Greece. But with this, our section on the global voices is closed. And thanks all the panelists today, all the discussants and researchers, clinicians who have shared their views on the situation in their countries. Thanks so much, Imena.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And I can see our next speaker already here.
Hello, how are you? Hello from Greece.
Hello, hello. We're exploring different countries. We are moving from South America to US to Africa and now back to
This is so
Europe.
nice.
And it is so interesting to see the insights and especially from different perspectives. And I believe now with you, we are going to hear even with another angel. And thank you for being with us. Let me first introduce you. So we have today an honor of welcoming Maria Tima, who is the board member of ELOC, which is the Hellenic Association. And we are going to hear what is the policymaker point of view on the cervical cancer. Let's try with the screen sharing. I guess today the most important technical problem is this.
So do you want me to open my my presentation? It is open. I don't know if you can see it.
No, first you have to share the screen, please, from the platform in the down part.
In a minute, yes, it should be share screen, yes. Okay, and then entire screen, I guess.
Yes.
Oh. Is it okay? Not yet.
Not yet. Well, we do have time, and if you are still having the problems, you can share via email to me, and I will share for you.
Yes, but shall we give it a try then? Okay.
Yes, of course, because we are on time, so.
I hope I'm not doing anything wrong. I don't think so.
Well, what wrong can happen? At least you're not sharing. Just don't delete it.
No, it's okay. It's open, so I can see it.
Oh, no, so you haven't shared. I cannot see in the screen. Possibly this is because of the accessibility of the browser.
Of the browser. Let me just try once again then. Just a moment. Just give me. Let's press X. Better now?
Yes, yes, I think this is working. I can see the screen. We're all good. Oh.
Let me open my my presentation then. Okay. So
we can see this. Success.
Okay. So it should be okay then.
Yes, yes. We can hear and see this very well. I'm going to hide myself, but if you need anything, we are here.
Okay, thanks a lot.
The floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I'm very, very happy to be here tonight, or whatever time it is when we're watching. In fact, it is a privilege for me to speak with you today for an issue that it is a strange issue, and the fact that, in the sense that there are the stakes that could not be higher ever, but then the solutions are already within reach. So that's why today I'm going to talk to you about the role of policymakers in cervical cancer. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Maria Tzima. I am from Greece, and I am a member of the board of the Hellenic Cancer Federation, ELOC. I'm just going to give you a brief details of what we're doing, who we are. So ELOC, as I said, the Hellenic Cancer Federation, is a patient-led not-profit organization with 50 members of cancer patient association all over Greece that represents various cancers and regions all over our country. Our aim is to realize a vision of comprehensive, timely and affordable cancer care for all patients, encompassing stellar diagnosis, treatment, support, survivorship care, care that extends to all terms, to covering rehabilitation and seamless reintegration into social life. We join forces with all health stakeholders, and we do that in order to, or hope to, influence policy decisions and to contribute to the shift from evidence-based to value-based cancer care. So as I said, how do we do that? We participate in many EU-funded research projects, advocating always for improved cancer care, promoting patient involvement in EU-funded research. Our key research areas of interest involves precision oncology, genomics, biomarkers, as I said before, survivorship, cross-border healthcare, socioeconomic aspects of cancer, always palliative and end-of-life care, healthy health, use of big data. I'm going to talk to you about data and the situation in Greece and how does that affect the policy making. And of course, nowadays, artificial intelligence to inform cancer diagnosis and treatment, interoperability, and technology assessment. Here you can see some of our EU projects that we are, EU-funded initiatives that we are participating in. Just a brief look at our national network. Here is our international network. We participate in many, you can see here, Orcan, ECHO. I'm gonna just go, I'm gonna just stress the National Cancer Mission Hub. This is a particularly important thing for us, as from since June we are the National Cancer Mission Hub in Greece. And we are one of the first 5 approved hubs across Europe by the ECHO's program. And that highlights our organization's commitment to the fight against cancer. As I said, it's a very significant step in Greece, and it shows the active participation of Greece in the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, and of course in the European Mission on Cancer. As a LOC, we care and we are dealing with patient advocacy, and that means that we aim at promoting and safeguards, we always safeguard the rights, well-being and interests of individuals with cancer through the empowerment of cancer patients. And the activities that are included in the patient advocacy are related to patient empowerment. And how do we do that? We have a year conference, we have forums that facilitate us to network opportunities with all Greek patients and international ones. And we give them the opportunity to connect with the other stakeholders, such as the healthcare professionals, policymakers, and fellow patients, and engage in open and interactive discussions. We also have a lot of workshops and webinars. I'm just gonna mention workshops that have to be that have been performed based on clinical trials, on personalized medicine, and on health literacy. And of course, we are always conveying patients' perspectives to the governmental authorities, and this is something that I'm going to talk about now. And how do we do that? We do that with meetings with authorities, with memorandums, and through these activities, we advocate for the challenges and needs of cancer patients, proposing solutions, and as well, of course, expressing a readiness to collaborate. And of course, we deal with policy advocacy, and this is the issue that we are talking to today. So LOC is a very active organization in policy advocacy, and we do that by following a strategic and proactive approach in order to influence the development, modification, and implementation of policy that impact cancer prevention, treatment, and quality of life for patients and their families. So we represent cancer patients in committees and working groups undertaking important tasks such as the National Cancer Registry, the Group for Development of Clinical Trials and Biomedical Research, and the Committee of Protection of Rights of Health Service recipients. So let's say to our collaboration with OLCAN, we have the policy recommendation for the cancer care control in Greece. With ECHO, we have made a manifesto entitled Time to Accelerate Together Against Cancer. And of course, as I mentioned, we have a lot of forums on European forums that we host in Greece on cancer policy, research and funding opportunities. Now moving to cervical cancer, which is our summit about, and talking about policy making. I'm going to start by talking about the golden button and the opportunities that we have. As you probably have seen from the other participants today, cervical cancer remains a major public health challenge, and this is particularly in low and middle income countries. Yet it is almost entirely preventable, and this is through HPV vaccination, screening, and timely treatment. I'm sure you have already heard about the WHO, the World Health Organization, that has already outlined a clear path to this elimination. We're talking about 90% of girls fully vaccinated against HPV by age of 15 years, 70% of women screened at least twice in their lifetime, and 90% of women with cervical disease receiving treatment. These targets are ambitious but absolutely achievable with strong policy leadership, and this is what we're going to talk about. And these targets form a roadmap to elimination. And countries like Sweden, let's say, I think it's 97% now, their elimination rate, they have aligned these policies with their policies with these goals, and they now see rapid declines in cervical cancers. So the tragedy, not the disease really of the cervical cancer, it is the lack of access and the political prioritization that we lack in some countries, like Greece, unfortunately. So why policymakers matter in this summit and why we're talking about this? The policymaker influence in cervical cancer outcomes, they are fundamental in three major ways. It is because they can set national priorities. Without political will, even the best medical strategies remain underfunded and underutilized. And then they can allocate resources. And when I'm talking about resources, we mean vaccines, screening programs, and treatment infrastructures that are required for the sustained investment. And of course, they shape health systems. Policies determine who gets access, how services are delivered, and whether care is equitable. So policymakers create the environment in which prevention and treatment either flourish or fail. Therefore, we can say that policymakers are the backbone of national health strategies, and their decisions determine whether prevention programs succeed or fail. So let's see, first of all, from all the things that I mentioned before, first of all, HPV vaccination, what policymaker can do. HPV vaccination is one of the most effective cancer prevention tools ever developed, but its success depends on policy decision. First, we have the National Immunization Program in every country, and policymakers must ensure HPV vaccines are included in their national immunization schedules. They must be funded and delivered through school-based or community-based programs. Secondly, we have addressing vaccine hesitancy. Clear communicating policies, public education campaigns, and partnerships with trusted community leaders are absolutely essential to counter misinformation. And then we have ensuring equality. Girls in rural, low-income or marginalized communities often have the lowest vaccinated rates. And policymakers can close these gaps by funding mobile vaccination units, by integrating HPV vaccination with other adolescent health services, and of course by removing out-of-pocket costs. And last, we can negotiate policymakers can negotiate affordable pricing. Governments can negotiate with manufacturers, join pool procurement mechanisms, or leverage international support to reduce vaccine costs. When policymakers prioritize HPV vaccination, national coverage rises, and cervical cancer drops dramatically. Now, moving to the next, which is the screening programs. Screening is the second pillar of cervical cancer elimination. By screening programs but screening programs succeed only when they are supported by strong policy frameworks. So we have to choose the right screening strategy. Policymakers must adopt evidence-based screening methods such as HPV DNA testing, which are more sensitive and require fewer lifetime screenings. We have to talk about building screening infrastructure, and that includes strengthening healthcare workers, ensuring laboratory capacity, establishing referral pathways, and implementing digital registers for follow-up. And of course, we have to make screening available. Policies can expand access by offering fee or subsidized screening. Integrating screening, I do apologize about this, extending on clinical hours for working women, monitoring and accountability. And this is the national, how can we do that? National screening programs require data systems that track coverage, follow-up outcomes. Policymakers must mandate reporting on this. And then we move on treatment access. Even with strong prevention, some women will develop precancerous lesion or invasive cancer. Policymakers, I apologize for that, policymakers play a critical role in ensuring that they receive timely and high-quality care. So we're talking about strengthening referral systems. Policies must guarantee that women who screen positive are quickly connected to diagnostic and treatment services, and then investing in treatment facilities. And that includes, of course, colposcopy services, cryotherapy and thermal ablation equipment, oncology centers, radiotherapy units. And then we must talk about financial protection. No woman should face catastrophic costs because she needs cancer treatment. Policymakers can protect families by including cervical cancer services in national insurance schemes, eliminating user fees, and supporting transportation and accommodation for rural patients. And of course, we've got palliative care policies. And this is for, unfortunately, advanced cases where policymakers must ensure access to pain relief, psychological support, and home-based care. Then talking about health equity. Cervical cancer disproportionately affects women who are poor, rural, or marginalized. And there, policymakers must address the structural barriers that perpetuate these inequalities. And how can they do that? By investing in rural health system, by supporting community health workers, ensuring culturally sensitive communication, protecting women's rights and autonomy, addressing gender-based barriers to healthcare. So elimination, and we stress that, is impossible without equity. And policymakers are very important for multi-sector collaborators. Cervical cancer eliminator requires collaboration across many stakeholders, across many sectors. We have education ministry for school-based vaccination, finance ministries for sustainable funding, technology sectors for digital health tools, civil society for community engagement, and international partners for technical and financial support. And only policymakers can bridge all these and connect all these different sectors. And now we're moving to what I said, to what is happening in Greece. So for this year, the Greek reality, let me be more personal now. So in these 2 years, in these past 2 years, in Greece, we have taken a massive leap forward concerning the cervical cancer. We have moved from an opportunistic fragment system to the Spiros Doxiadis National Preventive Program, that is how it's called, which is specifically called the Prolambano Initiative. Prolambano in Greek means prevention. And by this way, we have introduced free HPV DNA testing for women aged from 30 to 65. And this was a policy triumph. But legislation, unfortunately, is only the starting gun. Today, in 2026, we see that while the infrastructure is there, and this is a good thing, the culture of prevention is still lagging. We're hovering around 55% as coverage, far from the 70% of WHO target that I first mentioned. So this is the role of the policymaker does not end when the law is signed. We need to do more. And how can we do it? We do it by using these 3 pillars that I have already mentioned. And let me show you what happens and how do they match in the Greek context. So if we are to reach the whole elimination threshold, and that is that we hopefully will have 10 cases per 100,000 women, then policymakers in Greece must actively manage these 3 pillars. We have investment, that is in funding screening. We must ensure that the transition from the pap smears, and we have to remind you that the man who invented pap is a Greek doctor, to HPV DNA testing is fully funded, not just as a pilot, but as a permanent standard of care. And then we have equity, access for all. A policy that works in Athens but fails in remote islands, and you know that the geographical scenario of Greece is such, or for vulnerable refugee populations, and we have a huge amount of people coming from Syria and the East, is a failed policy. Third, and perhaps more critical for Greece, is the data. We're talking about the black box in Greece. And that is because for years in a law, we have argued about a national cancer registry, which for us for years, as I said, is not negotiable, and we're now building it. Because as you can see, we cannot manage what we cannot measure. So policymakers must understand that the data is not just for researchers, it is a policy tool. And that's what we're always stressing to the Greek government, who we are missing, which regions have high HPV prevalence. Without a functional digital registry, as we always stressed, that talks to our e-prescription system, we are flying blind. So we need policymakers to demand the interoperability between private labs and public hospitals. Now I'm going to continue a little bit about the Greek reality, and I'm going to talk about the prevention. So
I'm very sorry to interrupt, Ms. Tima. We have 5 more minutes to go, so our panel will start.
Yes,
so
okay.
You know.
Thank you so much. So in the prevention of the gender natural shift, we have a target of 90% vaccination for girls by 15, and increased update in boys. In Greece, we have expanded HPV vaccination to boys, finally, and this was a crucial step toward herd immunity, but still hesitation persists. So the policymakers' role here is to combat this disinformation. We need aggressive state-sponsored health literacy campaigns, and we cannot leave these battles to pediatricians alone, and that was what was happening 2 years ago. It requires that the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Health is working in lockstep to normalize HPV vaccination as a standard part of adolescents' health and not a sexual vaccine. And then, as I mentioned before, the transition from PAP versus to HPV DNA test, this is a paradigm shift, and it allows for longer intervals between screens, which is more cost-effective and less burdensome for women. Now, which was our role, which is the patient voice, and this is for all patient organizations all over the world. At ALOC, we have seen that the most effective policies are these co-created with patients. That's why what I've talked about, the Pro-Lambano, the prevention SMS notification, this program went out to Greek women, and we asked them who helped craft the message. We asked whether it was clear, whether it was frightening. Patient organization all over Greece, these 50 ones I mentioned, were always our focus group. As we are the ones that we were the partners and we were the patient. So we said to the government, use us to ensure your policies actually land with the public. So to end up, we got the milestone by 2026, the optimized implementation, hopefully by 2028, 90% vax coverage, and hopefully we will manage to, we will reach elimination target met in 2030. So we have 4 years left to meet these targets. And that's why to the policymakers listening all over the world in Greece, we say that we should not be complacent in the case of Greece for the past 2 years that we were low, but we are saying that implementation is agreed and it requires funding, monitoring, and agility. So to conclude, in Greece, the Spiros Doxiadis program in 2026, this program is no longer new, but it is in the optimization phase. This is a foundation that we are building on. Then we are working in ALOC together with the government in digital transformation, and we refer to the GovTR, which is the digital platform in Greece, and to the digital health files reference. And then we have the economic argument. So we are hoping that if we challenge on cost, and what we're talking about is arguing that HPV DNA testing every 5 years is cheaper for the state than treating advanced cervical cancers. So prevention is an investment and not a cost. So here you can see an HPV prevention policy atlas Europe in 2025. And to conclude, cancer elimination is not a scientific challenge, it is a political one. And the tool, as I said, exists, the tools exist, and the evidence is clear. The cost of inaction is unacceptable. Policymakers have the power to protect future generations through HPV vaccination, to save lives through effective screening, to ensure dignity and care for women facing disease, to build equitable health systems, and to lead their nations towards the historic achievement of finally eliminating cancer. The question is not whether we can eliminate cervical cancer. The question is whether we choose to. So, closing, for the first time, we're not just discussing how to treat a cancer. We are discussing how to eliminate it. But biology alone will not save us, and of course, medicine. Science has done its job. It gave us the vaccine. It gave us the vaccine and the HPV DNA test. Now it is time for policymakers to do theirs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing the other aspect of treating cervical cancer and for role of policymakers. It was our pleasure to have you. And with this, we'll conclude today's session. And in a few minutes, we're going to come back for the panel.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
I think we are back, and for our final part on the panel discussion, discussing the situation of the cervical cancer in the world. It was 8-hour webinar summit featuring all of these global voices in cervical cancer, and we had the pleasure of hearing from policymakers to radiologists, radiation oncologists, surgeons, and medical oncologists' perspective on how the treatment is going in 2026, not only in the trials and in the United States, but also across the globe. And now I'm giving the floor to the leader of OncoDaily LA, Dr. Martin Harutunian, who will continue the panel and will introduce our next speakers. I think we already had the pleasure of introducing Dr. Mariam from Georgia, Imene from Algeria, Enes from Turkey, and I think Dr. Abeid is trying to join. I will give Martin to introduce our next speakers.
Thank you. Greetings, everyone, whether it's morning, afternoon, or evening. Whether you are, I'm joining you from bright and sunny Los Angeles, and I want to especially thank our colleagues across the globe who are tuning in at the end of their day. That's real dedication, and we appreciate it. As Amalia told, my name is Martin Harutunian from OncoDaily LA, and it's a pleasure to welcome you to this session on global collaboration for local impact in cervical cancer. We know the science, we know the tools, but the real world implementation looks very different depending on where you stand. That's exactly why this conversation matters. Today, we are joined by 4 leaders who bring deep experience from very different health systems. Dr. Amol Akadi, tell me if I'm wrong, a senior consultant oncologist at Fortis Hospital in Mumbai, India. Professor Imad Shash, director of the Breast Cancer Comprehensive Center at the National Cancer Institute of Cairo University. Dr. Abeid Athman, a clinical oncologist and head of the oncology department at Kenyatta University Teaching Referral and Research Hospital in Nairobi, Kenya. Dr. Amit Drujic, Oncology Clinic, Clinical Center of Sarajevo University, and Vice Chair of the HPV and Hep B Action Network at the European Cancer Organization. Thank you all for being here and for the work you do every single day. To begin, a very honest and very practical question. What has genuinely worked for HPV vaccination or screening in your country, and what didn't, even though the intentions were good? Let's go in this order. Dr. Akadi, then Professor Shash, then Dr. Athman, and then Dr. Drujic.
So I hope, am I audible? Yep. So thank you for inviting me for this exciting panel discussion, and thanks OncoDaily for making me part of this. So it is an interesting thing that you have asked. So there are 2 things. Actually, in India, if you look at the data, cervical cancer incidence in certain parts of our country is actually going down. And unfortunately, in certain sections of a country like Northeast, it is rising. So we are a heterogeneous country. Now, you have asked what has worked. The 2 things that has worked is, of course, the increased access to the screening and improvement in the personal hygiene by the susceptible females. Now, this particular trend of lowering of incidence was seen before the introduction of the vaccine at a larger level in our country. And now, you asked me the other part, that what has not worked. We tried to have the vaccination at a larger scale in our country, but there was a lot of resistance because, of course, the financial constraints, that's being most obvious. But now we have our own indigenous India-made cervical cancer vaccine, and we have a good local data of that. And now that is catching up in various parts of our country, and the cost is almost 1/3 to 1/2 of the international brands. So to answer your question, the screening has worked, and I'm happy to say that in certain parts of the country, the incidence is actually going down. And now we have our local indigenous cervical cancer vaccine. So probably the vaccination also will catch up, and that also will further help to reduce the incidence in future.
Thank you very much. Professor Shasha is not here, but I would like to hear also Dr. Mariam Abladze.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I'm very grateful to be able to talk about this issue because we have a huge problem in Georgia. The incidence is not declining, and the screening, we have like free screening across the country, but the screening coverage is in capital Tbilisi only 14%, and in regions around 8%. So nobody is going to get screened. And we also have free vaccine for everyone. We are vaccinating with European vaccine. It's free, everyone, like boys and girls and any ages, and nobody is getting vaccinated, unfortunately. So the just vaccines are just laying there and nobody is getting vaccinated, and it's just lack of awareness of how important it is to get vaccinated. And then also there is, I don't know, people do not like vaccines. So we have the huge problem in that. Despite all the tools, people are just not willing to get screened and get vaccinated. So incidence stays the same, and we have vast majority of, I'm the medical oncologist, so the vast majority of patients with cervical cancer that I see, they have advanced disease.
Thank you, Dr. Enes.
Thank you so much for today. It's very great sessions. In Turkey, one of the main turning point was like 2014, because we changed from the screening from cytology to the HPV screening, which increased the screening for the whole population from below 2 to the 35%. And almost in 2019, we reached like 95% for screening. And as a good news, in the end of 2025, the vaccination became free right now for under 13 years old. But I think it will expand it as a population in the next years. But normally it was not free, but right now in the end of last year, it became free to do under 13 years old. And right now we also try to implement as a health policy for elimination. So it's a good news, but still the biggest barrier is the misperception for vaccine as a vaccine hesitancy. There's still some rural areas like vaccine hesitancy, like sometimes the patients thinks that they can cause infertility or side effects or other issues which is very unrelated. So the biggest challenge is the education and the awareness and misperception. But we are in a right direction right now. We are getting elimination strategy.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Ibaid, the stage is yours. There are some technical issues. And Dr. Iman Haji, I'd like to hear your perspectives.
I'm sorry I wasn't here, so what are we asked for? I had problems with the connection. Perspectives about Algeria or...
What has genuinely worked for HPV vaccination or screening in your country, and what didn't, even though the intentions were good?
So HPV vaccination is not something that we do commonly in Algeria, unfortunately. But there are projects that are ongoing towards that. I mean, the good thing is that the treatment is available, but still prevention has a long way to go here in my country. And I hope things will get better on that topic because, it's a preventable disease, right? So I have to. Sorry, Jimmy. Hello.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So it would be better to not to have to treat it, and to prevent it. So.
Thank you very much. Dr. Abeid.
Yes, Martin. Good evening to everyone. I hope it's evening all over the world. I'm happy to see very familiar faces. Amol, Miriam, I'm happy to share with you this platform. I'm also delighted to meet new colleagues here, Ines, Iman, and yourself, Martin, the host. I would like to thank OncoDaily for this initiative. Actually, this is a very noble prize, the whole world together to discuss about cervical cancer in this month, which is dedicated to creating awareness, to showcase what we are advancing in terms of treatment and everything. So for us in Kenya, cervical cancer is a double tragedy because in 90s, the biggest problem used to be HIV. So we know that HIV defining malignancies, cervical cancer being one of them. So we used to see very high rates of cervical cancer, which used to increase rapidly, which were going hand in hand with what we were seeing with the presence of HIV. So for us, this has been a huge, huge challenge. Then after that, the HIV/AIDS, because most of the drugs they were tested in.
There is some technical issues. And I would like to welcome also Professor
Quite unstable.
Machash. Okay. Dr. Abeid.
Yeah, my internet is quite unstable. Apologies for that. So after that, we now started having free medication thanks to Kenya being one of the countries which was involved in conducting this clinical trial for HIV medication. So now HIV became like any other disease like hypertension, diabetes. So nobody's scared of the disease anymore. That's why we are still fighting that incidence. And when it comes to incidence, cervical cancer is number 2 in Kenya, but it is number 1 in terms of mortality. So it means it is killing more people despite being the second most common. But the gap between breast cancer and cervical cancer is very small in terms of incidence and prevalence of cervical cancer. So here we are fighting number 1 HIV, then we have also fighting HPV. So when HPV was brought like some 5-7 years back, there was a lot of vaccine hesitancy, yes, organization coming from the public and everyone, because people were thinking like this is a method which have been brought to us for the population and everything. So it was a very huge challenge. But with time, the new generation, in particular Gen Z, they are embracing it and they really want it because we need to go with time because this generation is number 1. They are more involved in the oral sex and everything. So for them, they want it for different purpose. They want it to prevent oral cancer, and they also want it for cancer. At that particular time, the vaccine was being given free of charge to young girls from the age of 13. So again, we started having hesitancy in this age group. So we had to convince the ministry had to convince like church people, the parents, and everything. So nowadays, what we do, we give the vaccine through the school, and the acceptance rate has gone higher and higher because the parents are seeing the numbers why people are dying because of cervical cancer, a disease which is very preventable. Even though the acceptance is not very high, but now the good in Kenya, we were involved in conducting the clinical trial which was given the approval by WHO, giving 1 dose. So now people are very proud because the trial was conducted in Kenya, leading to 1 dose of HPV vaccine. So we hope and we anticipate more people, they are going to accept getting the cervical and the HPV vaccine, and being able dose is going to make our work much easier. So that's it from me from Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Professor Shash, we were discussing what has genuinely worked for HPV vaccination or screening in your country and what didn't, even though the intentions were good. So I would like to hear your perspective.
So thank you so much for the kind invitation, and I'm sorry that I'm running in my clinic. So it is the clinic time, and I do apologize for being late in joining this extremely well formulated panel. I guess it's different in Egypt. It's different from sub-Saharan Africa. However, one important point, then when you find a disease that can be prevented, and that's something that is not the usual case scenario in oncology, to find something preventable, then to ally with all forces, the NGOs, the different parts, to be able to give the awareness, as it is important to be aware about a disease that can affect ladies. And it's important as well to ensure the point that the vaccine should be not only for girls before puberty, but for girls and males. And that's very important to be highlighted, because this is, people will think, yes, I will go for the females, but not the males, which is not the part. However, sometimes the male is the reason. It's not the female will be the reason for this. In general, in Egypt, it's for a long time it has been a taboo to speak up on such issues, but now it is much easier. People are aware by social media. People are aware by discussions, so that everyone is happy to hear. I guess one important point as well, that we have somehow change of demographics in our nation. Now we have 10 million non-Egyptians being resident in Egypt, and that's also raised the kind that it's a cosmopolitan, allowing different population to be integrated, and usually this is something there. Despite the burden in Egypt is much less than sub-Saharan Africa. That's normal, because in sub-Saharan Africa, in Southeast Asia as well, and India, this is a magnitude of problem. Not in Egypt particularly, but again, in term when you speak with payers, that you invest in prevention, it's much better than to invest in treatment. So that's for me.
Thank you all. That already shows how different the realities are across regions. Now let's move to the patient journey. So where do the biggest delays happen for women with locally advanced cervical cancer in your country, Dr. Amal?
So, as I said in my initial talk, that in certain parts of our country, the incidence of cervical cancer is going down, but in certain states, it's on the rising. Now, our problem is, unfortunately, our biggest population. We are probably next to China, and maybe in some time we will surpass China. So our absolute numbers, even though the percentage in certain parts is going down, the absolute numbers are still quite high. And unfortunately, the access to the therapy, as well as the awareness of the treatment in various parts of our country, especially the interiors or the rural part, is not as great as in the urban part. So unfortunately, quite a lot of our patients present in advanced stage, quite a lot of our patients do not have appropriate access to in fact, radiotherapy, because if you see the ratio of the radiotherapy machines to the population that it caters is not as per the WHO standard in some parts of our country. So that is why our mortality rates are on the higher side. And that is the biggest challenge as far as cervical cancer treatment is concerned in our part of the world.
And thank you. Do you see delays more in rural areas or urban areas?
No, of course, it is in the rural part. In urban parts, see, we have in most of the urban parts, I will not say, but not all, but in most state-of-the-art cancer centers, and hence the awareness also is also more, and then the patients reach early to the cancer centers, and the treatment they receive on time. But the rural population, which is still, I will say, close to 45 to 50% of the total population of the country, and because the population is too high, the 50% also becomes a significant number. So those particular patients, unfortunately, they have delay in presentation, delay in diagnosis, the presentation, treatment, and hence the mortality rates are on the higher side in them.
Thank you, Dr. Mariam.
So the biggest challenge, of course, is the fact that most of the patients have the advanced disease. We are just 3 million people are living in Georgia, so we do not have the problem with the radiation therapy. We have a lot of machines in 3 large cities. So the radiation therapy delay is just a week or maximum 2 weeks when we decide to do so. We have the good surgeons when there is ability to operate, which is rarely, but still. But the problem is in diagnostics still, and the problem is in the treatment in the later stages, because as a medical oncologist, my greatest problem is the inability to give patients immunotherapy, which is not funded here, which is very expensive, as you know. And our government pays for the surgery, radiation therapy, and the chemotherapy, but they do not pay for the diagnostic part. So if you need the MRI or the CT, which can be expensive for the people here, because most of the people live below the poverty line, then we have some hard time getting the actual diagnosis or getting the proper staging before we move forward to the treatment. So I think that contributes to the challenges the most.
Thank you very much, Dr. Enes.
For us, it is still the number and the incidence of the cervical cancer remain very high. And the trajectory for 2030 and 2050, if we didn't get preventive action, the number could be very high, because the population of Turkey is like almost 100 million. And so the incidence could be very high. But right now, also there is another study which is comparing the economic burden, which is not to vaccinate and also vaccinate. So if you not the inaction and didn't get the preventive measure is actually the expensive choice. So we are aware of it, and hopefully we can increase the awareness and we can reach everybody. And as I said before, the vaccine right now is free for everyone, which is a good news. And also the strategy, and also additionally, like Dr. Mariam said, we generally didn't have reimbursement for pembrolizumab if the patient present with local advanced or metastatic stage. For those patients, generally we applied interlace trial, even
Yes,
if
we. Yep.
even if it is like stage 3, we generally do like 6 weeks carboplatin paclitaxel, and then immediately we are doing MRI as a free, and then we consult the radiation oncology to start chemoradiotherapy. So if you want to give pembrolizumab to patients with cancer, it is out of pocket.
And there is no clinical trial which compares the integration of pembrolizumab with radiation therapy to interlace clinical trials, so we don't know. Maybe our way is the better way.
And if you could fix one bottleneck tomorrow, which one would change the most lives?
Oh, can I start? Because I have thought about that a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
I think the problem is in the core that we do not have the sexual education at schools in Georgia. So the cultural situation is that boys have a lot of sex before marriage and girls do not. So in all the cases where we have the cervical cancer, we know that this is due to the unprotected sex which happened before they got married. So I mean, the sexual education and educating people how to practice safe sex will be the best first step in the cervical cancer prevention here, because nobody talks about that. And of course, screening, and of course, vaccines. We have vaccines which are expiring and nobody's getting vaccinated, and it is free, and it is like just heartbreaking for me to realize that could change the Georgia's reality in 20 years, and nobody's talking about that, and nobody's getting vaccinated. So I would, I would have forced everybody to get vaccinated and have started the sexual education at schools.
Thank you very much. Let me remind our main question, that where do the biggest delays happen for women with locally advanced cervical cancer in your country? And I would like to also hear Dr. Abe's perspectives.
So thank you for that wonderful question. Here, the delays, it is multifactorial. Number one is the patient factor, because the patient might not be able to pick, like these are the signs and symptoms of cervical cancer. So we need to educate the community. This is how cervical cancer presents. Then number two, remember majority of these patients, they'll go to the community hospital or the lower level hospitals. So these community hospital, some of these people, they might go, the patient, they go there, they present early enough with signs and symptoms, where they're usually treated for either chronic or recurrent UTIs. Sometimes they are even treated for recurrent PV bleeding, which is they're treated as a hormonal imbalance. So these are the things which contribute both the patient factor, the system, the clinic from the healthcare providers factors, especially because of the index of suspicion. Like where I come from, cancers was not like high priority in terms of occurrence, incidence, and everything. So we are trying to change it to educate the other cadres, the non-oncology, like how to pick these cases. So patient delaying factors, the healthcare providers factor. Then after that, now comes the diagnostic factor. The disease has been already diagnosed. So poverty picks in. Some of these patients, they cannot able to do the biopsy. They cannot afford to do their staging scans. Our health system comes in after you already have the diagnosis. But before the diagnosis, the system is not helping you. No one reimburses it, that we have to pay for it out of pocket. Now, this is the huge challenge. So if one thing can change for us is like the government to play a role in picking this diagnosis parts, because this is where the problem is. Once you are diagnosed with our system, we have our social health authority, which can help you to pay for the diagnostic images now for staging. And after that, it can also pay for you for the chemotherapy and for the radiotherapy. The other challenge comes in, even after you're diagnosed, you have been staged, the system can pay for you. The availability of the radiotherapy machines, remember majority of our patients are locally advanced. So there's no, the surgery part now probability is already gone. So it means now you have to undergo radiotherapy. But the availability of the machines, they are already strained because of the number of patients we are having. So now again, we have systemic delay because of the shortage of the machines, bringing another factor. For us, we used to face a very huge challenge. So in the year 2023, we came and we sat down. We asked ourselves, our patients are presenting with a very huge tumors, like more than 6 centimeters, coming with a cervical cancer diameter more than 9 centimeters and everything. Then after that, they used to sit and delay waiting for the treatment. we ask ourselves, what can we do about this situation? So we came with our internal protocol. We say, let's give them induction chemotherapy, 3 cycles. Give them 3 cycles of chemotherapy. Then after that, by then, the waiting time has already reached. Number two, we have cytoreduced the tumor because again, when we used to give radiotherapy, we used to notice these tumors are big. We are remaining with very big residual disease even after giving radiotherapy. So we were asking ourselves what we could do. So we started giving this induction therapy for two purposes. Number one, cytoreduction. Number two, to wait for their time to go into the machine. Then our colleagues, they used to fight us saying what we are doing is impractical, it is not in guidelines, but we were trying to solve what is we are facing in our problem. So last year, when the Interlace trial was presented, it was a very big win. Now everybody is asking, you guys, you have been doing, show us our data. So we hope this year we are going to present our data, what we have been dealing with this 2023, not in anywhere in the guidelines, because sometimes we have to come with like a local solutions for your people to see what you can do, because we don't have the capacity of doing clinical trial, but we are seeing there's a problem. So this was our local solution for our local problem. Thank you.
You were doing 2 cycles of Paclitaxel 21 days of it?
Yes, we are doing 3 cycles actually for us, not 2. We are doing Carbopac 3 cycles.
But that kind of clinical trial was done before and it was not successful. That's why like Interlace was a huge deal, but I would love to hear your data now. But
yeah,
you are not thinking about changing into the Interlace protocol? You are continuing your regimen?
Yeah, so for us, it's very difficult to change for the same reason, our waiting time for the machines to go into machines. So
6 weeks will not change it that way.
It will not help us. So for us, we were discussing internally, should we change to Interlace? But now, yes, we can be able to do cytoreduction, but are we able to catch up with the availability of the machine? So for us, we hope it will not change. But if we can get a sponsor, we can now make it like a proper clinical trial. We compare the Interlace protocol versus what we have been doing for the last 3 years.
That would be lovely. You are doing a great job.
To continue this topic, let's talk about progress. What recent advances in cervical cancer treatment are you most excited about, and are they actually available in your country? Dr. Amal?
So as Dr. Abid has said, Interlace trial definitely is something that we all are very excited about. And as he said, that we also used to give our patients induction chemotherapy. And as he said, that we used to give 3 weekly paclitaxel and carboplatin, because as what is difference in the Interlace population and the actual clinical patients that we see, that our tumors, unfortunately, because of late presentation, are quite large in size. So we have used this induction chemotherapy in Tata Memorial and other government setup previously also. But now that there is a published literature, so we are offering this with more confidence to our patients, and we give them the weekly regimen the way Interlace has said. So that is one thing. The second thing that, of course, again, it was previously discussed, that we have a paper published in New England Journal of Medicine about 1 shot of HPV vaccine is now non-inferior to 2 shots of HPV vaccine. It was published a month back. So that is another thing now that our official published literature to say that even if we are able to take 1 shot of cervical cancer vaccine, that is as good as, and by that we are able to probably cover more population. And the third thing, of course, the keynote A18, the immunotherapy, the data that has come up. And yes, we have an access issue of immunotherapy, and with a lot of patient support program also, almost around 10 to 15% of our population is able to receive the full dose. But we have tried to find out a sort of a solution that we offer the low dose immunotherapy, the weight-based immunotherapy. And we have papers published from single institutions like CMC Vellore and Tata Memorial Hospital about using low-dose immunotherapy in cervical cancer also. So we do offer this low-dose immunotherapy to those patients who cannot afford the full dose. And that has helped us to increase the coverage of the immunotherapy. But still, in spite of the low dose, the access to immunotherapy is not more than 20-30% because a lot of our patients are not able to afford the low dose also. But these are the three things: internal trial, the single shot HPV vaccine, and the use of immunotherapy in cervical cancer, where we use the low dose to tackle the financial part. So these are the three things which I'm excited about.
Thank you, Dr. Mariam.
So of course I'm excited with the interlace, and we see the good results every day, and I'm very excited about that. Because when we have advanced disease and you need to radiate it, there are a lot of radiation-associated complications with a larger tumor volume. And of course, that induction chemo also makes you see how successful you were. So maybe the radiation therapy will not even do anything. So if the patient progresses well on induction chemo, that means that it's a palliative patient and you are not giving them toxic radiation therapy. And also, although we do not have the pembro, we do have atezolizumab. So we are using the BET, you know, that the atezolizumab, bevacizumab, paclitaxel regimen in metastatic patients. And it's also quite challenging because in advanced stages, we have a lot of bleeding, like possibility of bleeding with fistula formation. So we cannot really give bevacizumab to everyone. But when we can, it's also quite exciting for me to combine beva and atezolizumab, because we all know that the cervical cancer must be very sensitive to immunotherapy. So we are still we are also counting them down because, again, we're only 3 million, so we do not have that huge patient data, but we are also counting our blessings and counting our patients, and we also have some good results with that, of course. It's still better than the only chemotherapy. So that's what I'm excited about.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Mariam,
Yep.
Can I just ask? You said the atezo is available, but pembro is not available. That means
No.
the atezo is covered by the government insurance. Any specific reason why pembro is not covered?
We have the Roche pharmaceutical representatives in Georgia. We do not have the Merck or anything else. So I have no idea. Even why we have atezolizumab, I cannot tell you, but I'm grateful we do. And even though it's not the guidelines, in the guidelines that you can see the particular NCCN, which recommends bevacizumab and atezolizumab in combination with paclitaxel in metastatic settings. So we are just pushing that just one sentence from NCCN guideline, and the government is paying for it. So it's still better than nothing, I guess. So we will see.
Do you have biosimilars available in Georgia?
Nope.
May I ask a question to Dr. Akade?
Yeah, please.
Actually, I also have interest for low dose immunotherapy because of the reimbursement.
That's why I wanted to ask that too.
Yeah, and you mentioned that you are giving low dose pembrolizumab for cervical cancer. So you are extension to give it 6 weeks in a one dose, or what is your approach for what do you mean for low dose immunotherapy? Generally, which I understand is maybe instead of 3 weeks, you can prefer sometimes 6 weeks in Turkey, but we don't have any data. So what's your approach and your clinical practice? I'm so curious about it.
So we use 2 milligram per kilogram dose, and we do the vial sharing in certain patients. So suppose the weight of a person is around 50 kg, we, instead of giving full 200 mg, we give 100 mg in the metastatic setting, and then we do vial sharing. So 200 mg vial can be used for the remaining 100 mg can be used for some other patient, or maybe while pulling. So in that way, we try to get maximum out of one vial so that a lot of patients are able to benefit from that. That is one thing. Second thing, now we have a trial which I think should get published in JCO soon, Delhi trial, in which various solid tumors, this trial from Tata Memorial, we have used ultra low dose. That means as low as 40 milligram of pembrolizumab, 50 milligram of pembrolizumab, and it has shown similar response rates. Of course, it's not a large trial, but what our experience is that if a patient is going to respond to immunotherapy by virtue of the biomarkers, then it will respond to the low dose and ultra low dose also. So it doesn't make much of a difference if you use 200 mg versus 100 mg or 50 mg in a patient who is eligible for immunotherapy and has certain biomarkers like high PD-L1 more than 1%, or maybe in colon cancer, MSI high. So those kind of setups where generally immunotherapy is going to do well, we do offer a low dose or ultra low dose, and it is purely out of financial constraints. So in our practice, the first option that we give to the patient is a full dose. If we can access that, fantastic. If we cannot access, then we give them the option of the low dose. And we have institutional data, single institutional and multi-institutional data published, showing that it shows a reasonably good response rates. In fact, if you see in last ESMO 2025, for the breast cancer, we have a trial from one of our institution in AIMS Delhi, or triple negative breast cancer. They have used low dose of pembrolizumab, and the response rates were similar to the historical data from the keynote trial in TNBC. So that is our experience, and we generally offer that option to our patients.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Enes. Just remind you the question: what advances in the cervical cancer treatment are you most excited about, and are they actually available in your country?
Generally, I'm so much excited about immunotherapy and ADC, but we don't have reimbursement and we don't have enough access. But also one of the exciting news for me, which I discussed with Dr. Akade, and I'm really grateful for his insights, to use it very low dose because of the financial toxicity. So it is a great topic actually, specifically for all countries, because we need to use our resources efficiently, and I am really glad to take his insights. But generally, we in Turkey, we are discussing that, for example, giving the same dose but in a longer time, instead of like 3 weeks to maybe 6 weeks.
So that trial is already published, and they have showed that instead of giving 200 mg 3 weekly, if you increase the interval to 6 weekly, that also is helpful. Of course, again, these are smaller data, not a randomized trial, but these are various methods that one has to do at a ground level to make more and more patients have access to the immunotherapy. Now, fortunately, we have a biosimilar of nivolumab, which was launched a week back in India, and we have a lot of China-based IOs, which have been launched by Indian companies. So if you take that, both of them together, then as compared to Keytruda, the cost has come down to by 50%. So that is another thing that is happening, which is good for our patients, and hopefully this will improve the access of immunotherapy to patients in our country.
That's great that you are doing that, and I'm waiting for the publication, because pharma will never fund something like that. They will never try to prove that low doses is effective with high dose. So okay, keep the good work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abeid.
Yeah, so for us, like we have immunotherapy available. We have, but we have the original atezolizumab. We don't have direct access for the original pembrolizumab because it is yet to be launched here in Kenya by MSD. So we use mainly a lot of biosimilars of pembrolizumab and nivolumab, which they come from India and Bangladesh. We do have a special access program for nivolumab from BMS. We are using it. Personally, I use more frequently the biosimilar pembrolizumab, and like Dr. Ahadi, for me, I'm a very strong believer of a low dose. So I usually discuss with my patients because they can't afford it. They say like we have some data coming, but it is not yet approved in guidelines. So if you're willing, I go with my low dose. So I've given it in cervical cancer, and it is doing pretty well. Yeah, but for us at Tizo, it is readily available here, and it is cheaper compared to even the biosimilar of pembrolizumab. So I was expecting Mariam to tell me the same, like Atizo is cheaper. Maybe that's why the government went for that option. But you know, the indications for Atizo, they're very limited compared to pembrolizumab. And I wanted to ask
You are
Akade
not
why.
using Atizo. You are not using Atizobeva paclitaxel in metastatic patients.
No. The financial toxicity, because bevacizumab itself is very expensive. Then adding atezolizumab is very expensive, so it becomes like extremely expensive. So usually for us, there's reimbursement for the government, but there's a limit, the amount you can use. Once the limit is exhausted, that's the end of it. So we are trying to keep to ensure that the patient can remain with his with his insurance until the end of financial year. We don't want to exhaust it unless we don't have any option. We talk to the patient and we give our best. So we usually try to avoid as much as possible to exhaust the cover before the time limit. So those are the challenges which we are facing here. But we do have both the biosimilars and the original ones. Yeah.
So just wanted to raise one point.
Sorry. Why like in India you have never tried? Why in India you have never tried low dose Atizo?
Okay, let me answer that question. That generally, our experience, at least in my practice and some of my colleagues also, our experience with atezolizumab is not that great. And because Keytruda, those who have used have better outcomes, so we decided to use those two drugs, Keytruda as well as nivolumab. We use low-dose nivolumab also. In fact, we have a head and neck cancer trial published with 20 milligram dose of nivolumab, and it is published in JCO, done in Tata Memorial Hospital. So that is one part. The second part that I want to raise, in your talk, you said that you use biosimilar of pembrolizumab. So let me be very clear. We do not have any biosimilars from India, at least, and we don't use any biosimilars of pembrolizumab in India. Whatever that is, do not similar. We use low dose, not the biosimilar ones, because UK is the border. So we generally do not encourage biosimilars of pembrolizumab in our country.
And thank you very much. Let's hear one final thought from each of you. Dr. Amol?
So yes, what we required is more and more coverage of the vaccination. And as I said, I'm very much happy with that paper, which has come up with one shot is not inferior to the two shots. And now, fortunately, we have a generic cervical cancer vaccine. So both these things should increase the vaccination coverage. And as I said, our problem is our sheer number of patients, the volume. And hence, whatever said and done, we have to focus on prevention part. And hopefully, we will have better penetration of vaccination in coming years.
Thank you. Dr. Mariam?
So this was very inspiring, and I always say the same thing. It's very nice to hear our colleagues from Europe and Americas and their cool drugs, but talking to your colleagues from the similar situations is, for me, it's very inspiring and very motivating. And thank you all for the great job that you are doing. And thank you, OncoDaily, and my dear friend Amalia for giving me the chance to speak to these inspiring minds. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to you. Thanks for inviting me. And it was really wonderful. We are connected.
Abid is connected with LinkedIn to everybody in the world.
Yes. Yes.
Actually, we were with Amol in Tanzania last year during the Tanzania Oncology Society.
Yes.
I was also invited to give a talk, and I found him there also invited.
Yep.
See, nobody never ever invites me to Tanzania, and this is very
Don't
sad.
worry, I'll invite you to Kenya.
Thank you.
Oh, I came here to say thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I took the part. I came here to thank all of you, actually. Yes, we are all connected in LinkedIn, Twitter, in the globe in this project, another project, but it's very nice to gather together on the same floor and discussing the real world issues. And this was very real. Everyone was sharing part of their clinic, part of their thoughts and ideas. And finding people who have similar challenges is, right, Mariam, I think it's very inspiring. And also seeing how we can evolve and change. And I came here also to thank my dear friend Martin for making this panel happen. During these summits, we have a lot of technical issues usually, and some people come, some people go, and I see that this is also one of the challenges of the globe, especially with having like this. Our colleagues from Ukraine, they were telling that they are running out of the electricity, and in the US there were storms, and some of our colleagues had delays of their flights. So there are also real world challenges which affect the treatment. But here we were today of 9 hours of discussion on cervical cancer during this Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. And I might say it was very successful thanks to all of you. And thank you so much for being with us and making this happen. Martin, you want to say the last word?
No, I wanted to let Dr. Enes and Dr. Abed to talk their final thoughts, and I would like to hear them also. Dr. Enes.
Thank you so much again to all OncoDaily family, OncoDaily friends. Really, it is very nice to see the inspiring minds, to see face to face, to get their experts and insights. Really, it was a huge pleasure for us, and thank you for creating this opportunity and awareness. And really, it was our pleasure again. Thank you.
Dr. Abed.
Yeah, for me, many thanks to OncoDaily, in particular Amadia, for reaching out and for inviting me for this opportunity. Thank you, Martin, for being a very amazing host. And of course, I'm very delighted seeing my colleagues, Maria, after a long time, Amol again meeting here virtual and discussing, and Ines for the first time. The beauty of Amol is very vocal in Twitter, so I usually see what she talks and everything. And here again, we are sharing platform to inform our community, because some of these solutions, they need local minds, like local problems with local solutions. So I think we are all facing the same, and we are all speaking the same thing. And I think to me this was a very amazing session. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amalia.
Bye.
Okay, bye. I hope
Hey,
you took a photo.
everybody.
Amalia, did you take a photo?
And before we go,
Oh, should I go?
Before we go, I would like to conclude our session and say thank you to all our OncoDaily team who is standing right behind these walls, and they were today from morning till night making this happen. I would like to say thank you to Lena, Teresa, Milena, Janna, Rima, to Sergey, and everyone who was there watching, doing the post, making the platform working smoothly, and making sure all of our people were having the great conversation and all the rest were able to join and listen to us. Thanks to the team, thanks to our leaders who are not here, to Ellen, to Shushan, to Dr. Gevorg, Samvel, and all of our team whom cannot mention right now, but all of these sessions and all of these summits could not happen with one person. This is a huge teamwork, and so is the cancer treatment. For the fight against cancer, we are coming all together and making this happen. Today's session had both the scientific, both the global part, both the policy part, and hopefully we will make the recommendation based on our colleagues across the globe, and you will be able to find our recommendation published as paper in the OncoDaily Medical Journal. Thanks a lot and stay tuned.